force it to yield. You'll forge it to the lines. You let your callous be your shield, and everyone will say that it all was finished years ago, but you will stay, and you won't ever let it go. When you had the answer and you were there alone, you left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Then again you found the answer and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. When you had the answer and you were there alone, you left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Then again you found the answer and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more.
Okay, so I want to try something different.
A narrative waste of patches in light. We grew up in the suburbs and we cut all our size. Now just take a look at the so quickly in eyes. You're on the friend, the road, a pencil bit to the right. A couple more miles and I know we'll arrive. The rolling hills and valleys will leave you alive. Now the people crowd our feet to halt the incline. A little bit more lest we waste our whole lives. We got here in the dark. We took the long way down. Just to find out in somewhere inside this ancient town. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. We talked about it all night. Just to throw the planet at the first light. And we thought we'd make it alive. Or at least we'd give it an honest try. A narrative waste of patches in light. We grew up in the suburbs and we cut all our ties. Now just take a look at the so quickly in eyes. You're on the friend, the road, a pencil bit to the right. The stones are left here at the beginning of days, and each step that was taken wore a little away. That in of itself, well, it was something to say. A conversation that could last the end of the day. We got here in the dark. We took the long way down. Just to find out in somewhere inside this ancient town. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. We talked about it all night. Just to throw the planet at the first light. And we thought we'd make it alive. Or at least we'd give it an honest try. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. We talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. And we talked about it all night. We thought we'd make it alive. These days all I see is everything you're not. Between those melodies, it's all I've been
Let's have a smell,
thinking
right?
of. Since then, the lines you left behind you, they cover every bit at its own. And these days, it's all I've ever wanted, it's all I've ever wanted to know. What it is that keeps me from letting you go, I don't even know. What it is that keeps me from I don't even know. What it is that keeps me from letting you go. It's not what I thought.
Two Door Cinema Club vibes? Hell yeah. I love that band.
These days all I hear are words that I forgot. And of those memories I'd rather lose the light. Since then the days are getting longer, but I keep getting lost in the snow. And these days it's all I've ever wanted, it's all I've ever wanted to know. What it is that keeps me from letting you go, I don't even know. What it is that keeps me from letting you go, I don't even know. What it is that keeps me from letting you go, it's not what I thought. I guess we get what we want. I guess we go we want. I guess we go we want.
Zuazo?
I guess we go we want.
My version of this is to at all costs avoid roots.
Go we want.
It feels like I have a much better chance of making that work by cutting up than by speaking.
I think that's enough good tunes. I'm ready to go. More or less. More or less. Easy? Feels good? Hell yeah, that's kind of pog.
What the fuck? Sam, what is this?
Dang, 2 for 2. We're converting people in the pre-show right now. How is everybody? Everybody doing well? Everybody ready for the show? Now, you guys are going to be disappointed, maybe. Maybe you'll be disappointed. If you've noticed the title, which I'm about to check, you should see that we're not doing the book club. And we'll kind of explain why the book club's not happening in a
Be running
sec.
it back December 4th with
Yikes. Loud. Let's go to my channel here. Oh, I sound good. Chatting in new studio. Okay, so that means that my title did not update. I love that Restream just doesn't update my titles. So let me go ahead and do that manually. I think chatting in the new studio is fine. I'm more concerned with the YouTube audience. What are you guys getting? Sweatstiny, not gonna lie, I was reading the book right before you went live. Okay, then you'll be happy to know that you'll have another day. But look, book club range chapter 1. Oh no, you guys are getting nonsense. Hold on, let me edit this. Another day. Suka Bliet. Let's go ahead and
You have
change
to form these
this.
opinions yourself. You can't cut to the chase. Drawing your own conclusions is the chase.
Wow. Thanks. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Okay, this is not going to be book club. This is going to be Genius, Crows, and Other Topics. I feel like Genius, Crows, and Other Topics was an interesting title, but my restream didn't update all the titles on YouTube and Twitch, so we're just kind of going with the old boomer title. Whatever. Did it anyways. Feels good, man. Oh no, did I mispronounce mine right? Oh, I missed you. Sorry. Or unless your name is Squared.
Army West Point Esports fans, what is up? It is your boy.
Bruh. We're not platforming Army West Point Esports. That's some garbo. Okay. I'm going to switch over to the cam. Don't freak out, guys, okay? Promise me you won't freak out. Just make me a quick promise on this one. Let me make sure my lighting is okay. Well, my lighting is fine, but my hair is not. This haircut just does not work with my headphones. Okay. You haven't showed it yet? No, I haven't. Let's just. I've gotten a haircut. How do I switch? Where's my just chatting scene? There it is. Hi. Hello. How are you guys? The hair is a little bit crazy right now. So bear with me, but hey, Bookie, sup? Hey, what's up? This side hasn't been trained yet, so it doesn't know which way it's meant to go when it parts, and because the camera's flipped, it's a bit hard for me to figure it out. So, I'd say that's as good as it's probably gonna get, honestly. The hair's a bit crazy today. Oh man, it looks worse from that angle. Eek. And my hair's all over the place, but how is everybody? How are you guys doing? Book smarts. I went to get Arby's after last night. I was not happy with it. You know, just use AirPod Zoomer. Oh, true. Maybe I should wear my headphones like this. Hello, Mushy Mushy. This is like that thing that it's like a stethoscope. Hold on, chat. Let me hear you out. Uh-huh. You guys got arrhythmia. You guys got some arrhythmia. You do not sound quite right. Ooh. That's not right. Your heart's fluttering. Stop touching my face. How are you guys doing? Anybody see Giuliani melting? Anybody catch that? I saw Giuliani. Oh, are we echoing? That feel when inferior infarction? You look like a guy who runs a giant conglomerate. Thanks. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm trying to make sure nothing in my background has client info. You see, do you see this whiteboard that's over here? That whiteboard has a bunch of personal info on it, so I have to make sure that it's set up properly. Oh, wait, we don't have the chat here. Hold on. I need a browser. I need to add an alert box, and I need to add chat. Do you guys have any links you want me to look at today? Because if not, I have some prepared stuff, but I figure you guys like random, and I'm trying to lean into the random. So if you have something else you want me to look at, now would be the time to let me know, okay? Before we have to, start driving out of the driveway, let me know what you want, and let's make a trip in the car on which articles and stuff we're going to stop off at. Don't dox me, bro. Okay, I won't. Booksmarts is cleaned up. Yeah, a little bit. Not this. This is, I think there's a way to maintain this and look good. Because the problem is, when I shave all this off, I feel like I look like a child. And so what I hope to do, he has a hoose? No, I don't have a hoose. We're in an office. I feel like I should put a sign that says that I'm in an office, because everybody's really hyped that I have a house, and I do not. I did not get a house. We're in an office. Alert box, chat box big. I need chat box. There we go. And I'll make you guys a little bit smaller, a little bit wider. Drip. Who said drip? Okay, I won't put you down there like that. Okay, I hope everybody's doing well, though. White people happy. Yeah, I'm all kinds of white people happy, actually, right now. That's me. Where? White for Biden, white people happy. Oh, hey, wait, can we put on some, music in the background? Don't I have, Twitch safe music that I could have going on? No, I don't. Okay, whatever. I'm on the bottom of the screen, Pagu. Oh, shit. You're right here. You're right here next to me. Hello, guys. So I don't know where we want to start. There's a few things I want to talk about today. Holy setup. Yeah, holy setup indeed. We're back in an office, boys. I really think, if I'm being honest, the Booksmarts channel really like hit its stride and its success when I was in the office before. And so I really think that switching back to an office is going to be a lot better than the garage. Because beyond just like, actually, I can just grab it. Like I have my books here. I have all my whiteboards here. I have all of my like monitors here, right? I don't know, for anybody that's new that didn't catch the last show. You know. Oop. Can't give you too many peeks. Let's put this like... I've completely messed up my angle. We had an angle before and now we don't. Clean workspace equals happier book smarts. Wide people happy. Yeah. Hey, let's put you guys... What's best for you guys? This white text on the white background is kind of rough. Do you guys want to be over here? Maybe? Make you smaller? Bloop, and put you right here? I'm not sure. Bruh, I don't know how to do this. We only need to see a few messages at a time probably, right? So I can cut this down. Actually, I'm going to move these pictures up. And it'll be like I designed it to be this way. Which, I mean, technically I have at this point. Give it up, give it up, give it away. You were barely alive when it came that day. Down up, on it remains. I'm pretty sure that's not how that was set up. But I'm happy with it. Okay. Now this is looking much better already. You look like you're doing a radio show. No, like a Rush Limbaugh type. That's what I'm going for. I would like this to be that kind of vibe. Here, I'm going to change the framing so that we can... Where can I be? I can be way over here.
Let's have a smell, all right? Ooh, wafting, wafting. Oh, everyone likes their own brand, don't they?
And then I can move back.
All right, analysis.
Pog. Guys, this is pretty dope. Not gonna lie. I'm pretty happy that the computer tower worked out being this way. It was not by design. But I'm happy with that. Restream says, congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. That's a new record. Wow, look at you guys. Quite the little chatters, aren't you? You look like a guy about to give... Let me tell you, okay? I look like that fucking Papanopoulos guy. You know, that dude from the Alien show? That was the most formal pig, lol. The most formal paw. Bob Ross would be proud. Interesting, yeah. Happy little accidents, dude. Happy little accidents. Let me keep scrolling up through this. Not even out the ad yet. What's out the ad? Oh, speaking of which, I need to put the Patreon thing here. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted. Ad, scene. Oh, by the way, you see this? Do you know what that is? If you guys remember from yesterday, there was a laptop here. And now, now what's there? We have the desktop here. So I can do all sorts of stuff. We can game because we have 200 megabytes down and 10 up. So we should be able to game. We should be able to really do anything. We're not limited at all here. Especially later in the evening when I feel more comfortable being louder. Like I'm pretty sure that we could do all sorts of different kinds of streams and stuff, and I don't really have to worry about anything. Let's do this. Okay, I like it. And then let's figure out a place to put it. But right there. That's so cute. I love it. The stream is finally turning into what I foresaw it could be. We've reached the peak, boys. There's no coming down now. All right. Hey, Books. The upper chat is cut off in half. Maybe move the window down just a little bit at the top. Oh, true. True. Or we can move it up. Just like that. And I move, you move. Just like that. Whoa there. Hey, DJ, bring that back. Pretty big, my dude. Pretty big. What is the chat? Or you? Yay. Destiny and Booksmart's duo queue. Bro, he could play Draven and I can play support. Let's make it happen. Reach out to him, guys. Tell him. I think Melina doesn't want him playing League or something though. I'm pretty sure that's what the meme is, so maybe. I don't want to get in between him. Plus, he likes playing with Moot and stuff. It looks much better, Books. All right, awesome. Destiny is in Georgia. Oh, is he? I don't know. Is he? I have no idea. I know he talked about wanting to do that. Let's see. Wouldn't he put that on his Twitter or his Instagram or something? He doesn't really update that stuff much. He's offline right now. Or I'll ask DGG. Hey, is Steven in Georgia? Georgia? Maybe DGG will give me an answer. Isn't the Georgia thing for January? That's what I thought. I thought it was gonna be a while, like closer to their election or whatever. Yeah, DGG says not yet, so I don't think so. It was on Reddit? Oh, okay. Anybody got a link to that? Maybe I'll check it out. He is going to Georgia in the next couple of days to gauge how many people will come. Ah, okay. And he's going this weekend. That's the voting, yes. Ah, I see. Nick Fuentes is also in Georgia, isn't? Okay, Booksmart's home wrecker. Georgia on the 21st. I like how you put 21 and then you put TH. That was kind of confusing. My brain was like, is that a 7? 2? Play the cat that rides a book. What's the cat that rides a book? Don't go down that path, please. What path? It's only getting colder in that van at night, huh? Actually, if I'm being quite honest, it's actually warmed up like a good bit. I would say that compared to the maybe 2 weeks prior, it's actually much warmer. But at the same time, I got out my winter like comforter or whatever, and I've been using that, so I've been actually pretty damn comfy. Not too bad. Like I have this thing where it's like that kind of lamb's skin or whatever, like it's like little poofs of like fabric or material or something. I don't know what it's called. You know, blankets have it. It's white and it's like real bumpy and it keeps you really, really warm. I don't know what it's called, but it has that on one side. On the other, it's like a fur that's kind of like real short. And it's got like comforter material in between. So it keeps me warm. Ever since I started using that, I was fine. Because before that, I'm like hippie status. Like I'm just cool with like 2 Mexican blankets or something. Because I run hot. So I mean, after maybe like an hour in the bed, like stuff is pretty warm. So I don't really need the blankets beyond like the adjustment period. So normally I'll just like do 2 blankets and then like pull them up or down as necessary. Here was the thread. Oh, okay. Let's check this out. I'll read this. Booksmarts isn't even a book. Yeah, kind of disappointing. The face reveal that left you guessing. So what's going to happen there? Once Destiny counts how many come, is he going to go, okay, thanks, and then leave? Yeah, I don't know what his plan is. I haven't like talked to him or picked his brain about it at all. I asked to come on the other day and maybe ask him some questions about note-taking, but I think he was busy with other stuff. In any case, I think it's a good idea for him to go out there and try to influence things and maybe like leverage his platform for something that's more impactful and to move from being a hobbyist to actually like engaging in political processes. And if he thinks that he can do that in Georgia and have like a meaningful impact, that's pretty cool. So I would definitely encourage him to do it. But if he's just going to go down there to see how many people turn out, I think that makes sense because once he starts thinking about like how many people he's going to need to like direct to do all the canvassing stuff, that's a way bigger task, right? To organize everybody and message them and figure that stuff out and pick what areas. All of that's really tough. So I think what he wants to do initially, I would guess, is to see how many people are going to come so that he can figure out what that second task that I talked about initially would be. So what would that look like to organize this many people and how many neighborhoods could they cover and is it viable at all? Because if only like 5 people show up, then, you know, maybe he goes, you know, that's not worth the time to come back out here and really organize something. Okay, we'll put that there. Let's catch back up. The league path at Booksmarts. He doesn't want to set up. Thanks for all the follows. He doesn't want to set up stuff for January without seeing how many people will actually commit. Yeah, I can feel that because like I'm trying to get into now. I really think it's a lot of work to do that. So he probably wants to know how many people are turning out before he puts all the time into it. Man, I wish I was in that area. It would be a lot of fun. Would it be though? I don't know. Like it would be like canvassing for anybody else. I don't know if it would be more fun. I don't think that you would be spending a ton of time with Steven necessarily if that's like the aim. But it would be cool to be a part of, I guess. Can politicians get partnered on Twitch after being departnered? Can politicians get partnered on Twitch after being departnered? I don't know. Is that a question to imply that if Destiny becomes a politician that he might get partnered again? I don't know. Was going to that Trump rally really fun? Yeah, like, you know what? Let me sit up for this one. If I'm being quite honest, when he said his budget could go up to 100,000 monka-ass, that is pretty monka-ass. But in terms of the rally, I would say that it was cool to get to meet Steven. And I didn't expect this, but it was cool to meet Bose as well. So regardless of how the rally went, I think that it was cool to meet up with those two. And then spending time with IRI and like all that is always like enjoyable. Although I didn't get to talk to him too much during the event. Him and Destiny were kind of like doing their thing and streaming. And that's why I would say like content wise, I probably could have done more with that. Like I should have recorded more and like done a video at the very least. But it kind of came up last minute and I didn't have enough time to like think out what I would want to do. And they were having trouble streaming. So I thought, I probably can't stream this either. So I would say that in terms of content, it probably wasn't very good. In terms of like a life event and getting to hang out with cool people and like see something that was unique, I would say that I definitely achieved that. That was cool. Like I had a big old smile on my face when I went to bed that night. Like it was a fun day. So I'd say that was nice. But yeah. Like honestly, I think it's cool to meet some of the people that I see on streaming all the time. Networking plus 100. Yeah, true. Although I don't know, maybe like maybe Steven realized that I'm a boring dude and that it's not worth inviting me out. Who knows? I have no idea. By the end of it, it seemed like he had a headache or something. So it didn't seem like he was feeling too well near the end, but I think he had a fun time while he was there. IRI and Destiny were debating people. IRI, good cop, Destiny, bad cop. And IRI had that blue hat on and all the like journalist looking stuff. So I think that people picked him out when we were getting attacked too, which is unfortunate if he was playing good cop. Kimpal was okay. I think I've responded to most stuff. Let me go ahead and read this thread real quick. Goal? Oh, okay. This is all written by him. So let me go ahead and read this. And for anybody who is in the chat, here's exactly what I'm reading. I don't want to put it on screen because I don't know how we'll fit that on. Well, actually, here, let's just do this. Have you talked about crows yet? I have not. We will be talking about that in 2 seconds. Real quick, I just want to take a look at this. Let's do display capture. Let's do... Okay. Let's do mon. Let's do okay. Let's alt. Okay. I think that's manageable. Okay. Goal to see how many people we can gather in Atlanta. Oh, here, let's put it. I don't know how to set this up. I am reading. It says goal to see how many people we can gather in Atlanta to coordinate our own political effort for the election of John Ossoff and Raphael Warnick. Location, The Meadow, a park in Atlanta, Georgia. Time, whatever. Who should come? You and any friends you think would be down for canvassing. The goal is to try and see how many people we can wrangle together for any kind of political canvassing / voter registration drives, etc. What we do next in Georgia as a community will depend on how many people show up to this event. Yeah, see? So I really think the purpose is to see how many people turn up, and then he sees kind of like what is possible. If you have a ton of people, canvassing makes sense. If you only have a few, maybe you want to do something else. Order pizza or something for the people that show up, and I might collect information to contact you later once we're there. Interesting. Let's see how people are taking it. Is it worth flying to the USA to getting Corona to get this pizza? That feel when gonna get free pizza and leave, Pepe. Oh, shit. I'm like 20 minutes away, genuinely incredibly intrigued by this. Genuinely incredibly intrigued. I'm off to work that day, too. Almost like destiny is compelling me to go. Yeah, you should quit work. Go do it. FYI, for those considering traveling in from out of state, there's paid... that's nice. Look at that. Thanks for doing this. This is a really cool endeavor. For people in the area on the edge of going, you won't regret it. Cool. Is Destiny actually doing the Georgia thing? Is he actually, or was that's just something he talked about maybe? No, but like leftist, he will entertain the... Have you seen the Kia versus Crow research? No, I haven't. Put in a green screen behind you. Oh, that would be smart. I could do that. Did you do a lot of public speaking before this? Nah, not really. I rhetoric, actually really good. He tries to make being left wing look patriotic. I like how you say that, super skeptic, like, like there's no way that could be the truth. I think, like, in my opinion, left wing stuff is more patriotic. Like, you actually want to help your countrymen and stuff. I think conservatives are more or less like selfish people. Yeah, they threw the water at IRI. Yeah, they did. Pepe left. English food looks horrid. Jesus Christ. If you're from the UK, then it might be worth it to go to the US for free pizza. Okay. Well, there we go. We checked this. I like the idea of putting it on the green screen behind me. You know, maybe this green screen wall over here is not, like, set up ideally. I definitely can't put it on this corner. Maybe I could move the desk. Maybe I could move the desk. I kind of don't want to. Here, let me show you guys what's going on here. I hope that was good enough. Here, I could point this down. Under the sea. So we have the green screen over there, and we have the desk over here. Here, let's make this invisible. You guys are going to get vertigo or something. So we have the... Oh, my goodness. Hello. We have the desk here. And then we have the green screen over there. And I don't know how we're going to work this out, but I'm sure we will at some point in the future. And now I have to figure out how to do that angle with this tripod again. I need to get more tripods. I think more tripods would be nice, but we'll see. Patreon.com/booksmarts. Oh no, now I have to reset up this whole angle. This is a nightmare. Oh wait, a little less of a nightmare. Okay, let's fix this though. I don't like that it's cut off a little bit. I just wish I lived in Georgia. This sounds so cool. Yeah, it might be. Here, let's see. Giving shaken baby syndrome to chat. You know? Book smarts, it may be more patriotic, but aesthetically, no. LOL. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Here, let's put this over here so I could read it properly. Boy, my hair is just all over the place. I gotta get used to how to do it. That's the problem. I don't know how much of this story I can tell. So there's a reason why we're super duper late. And it was a failure on multiple levels. Maybe I should start with that today. What even is English food? Bacon and eggs? I think English food is synonymous with just bad food, boring food. How could the left wing be more patriotic if conservatives have a U.S. flag behind them in all their streams? Ooh, that's a good question, dude. Can you offer your stream in suboptimal quality for us people in third world internet countries? It is already sub quality. I'm not supreme. I don't have like 1080p 60 craziness. Like, I don't know. I think it is more than accessible, and I think transcription isn't up to me. So, or transcoding isn't up to me. So, if Twitch isn't giving you lower options, you should bug Twitch. Twitch is a bad platform, honestly. Honestly, guys, if you have that problem with the encoding thing, go watch on YouTube, because YouTube will encode everything, meaning you can set it to 480 or something. I'm pretty sure. So if you're having a problem with encoding, go over to YouTube and just watch the stream on YouTube. I'm live there as well. Shake me, daddy. Okay. Skycam. New studio. Who dis? Jesse Lee Peterson voice. What a mess. What a mess. Tripods. Looks nice, Bookster. Ah, beans on toast is misunderstood abroad. I don't eat it much, but it's all right. Nice camera. What the fuck? This doesn't look like a garage. No, it's not. It's only 1080p for me, my dude. Shoot a gun with a firework in it and take on wrestling personas on the left. Shoot a gun with a firework in it? What do you mean? What's a gun with a firework in it? Why do you have two PCs? I don't have two PCs, do I? I just have this one. Oh. You don't know what this is, huh? Let me let you in on this one. This is where I keep the wine, okay? When we have wine, back when I had more money. This is where I would keep my wine. Now, it just has some creamer in it. Full honesty, I don't know if this keeps things cool enough to have creamer in there. That creamer may just like be bad at this point. Let me know in the comments. We got it at 46 degrees Fahrenheit in freedom units. Let's see what that is in communist. It's 8 in communist, and then it's 47 in freedom. So let me know if I can keep creamer in there and it's still good, because that creamer may very well not be good, and I really want to cook a cup of coffee right now. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good. But yeah, so it's not two PCs, it's a wine cooler and then a PC. When you aren't partner, you aren't always given the option to change resolution. Yeah, I know. So that's why you got to go to YouTube. What are your top 5 favorite amendments? I don't know. I'd have to like look at a list of them. Here, I'll open a list of amendments just for memes. We'll do that later. That sounds like a fun activity. That sounds like a YouTube video. You smash 2 beers together and chug, you get 70% pop. Vote wins easy. What? Whoever said that, watch it on YouTube. True. Flare gun? Yeah, a flare gun is not a fireworks gun, though. I think you misunderstand what a flare gun is if you euphemize it like that. Load a bottle rocket into a shotgun and let that rip and then call out McConnell on social issues, brother. What? Does anybody know what this guy is talking about? Does anybody understand this, man? Lol, I thought that mini fridge was your PC case. No, it's not. Keep it in a museum. This is where I would keep my wine if I had any. A lot of creamer is non-dairy. Interesting. Maybe I should look at that. I'm pretty sure it's dairy, though. But I ain't no chemist. True. 48, though? 47 is fine. I can get it all the way down to 46. Did you watch Destiny's debate with PogChamp and Geisha on COVID? No, link it to me. Booksmarts, what is your favorite bird? My favorite bird. Let's think. Favorite bird. The blue ones. The bluebirds. I think they're like blue jays. What are your top 5 VTubers? The dog, the bunny, the keys in the eye, the Reaper girl, and maybe like one other one. None of you are Americans. At Booksmarts, found another one that says below 46 is fine. I'm stressing out, dude. I keep setting it to 46, and the fridge is like, nah, we can only do 47. The dude is being the nationalist socialist, pun intended. What? Gotta say Corone? What are you talking about, guys? Oh, this lady looks adorable. I wonder what this talk is about. Here, let's go ahead and bring it up. Here, I'll move this over here. Doog is blessed. It's Sora. On all 5, you failed. Silmaris. What? What are you talking about? Gotta say Coroni? Geisha is Monka S. Thank you for following. Oh, Korone is the dog VTuber. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know their names and stuff. I just see clips of them on Twitter and whatever. I think they're cute though. I think the dog one's pretty cute. It's about what it's like to have no ability to grasp reality. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Let's turn this on. Have to prop myself up here. Okay. Actually, this is pretty okay. I'm pretty happy with this setup. I mean, we can make this video pretty small. Oh man, I can cut out all of his YouTube nonsense and just have him and the lady. Well, I assume she's a lady. I assumed her gender and stuff. I'm bad. Bruh. I love it. I love it. All right, let's watch this together. This one is very funny. I watched it live. Okay. Put it right top and lower chat. Right top. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we could do that. Are you sure, or is it fine right here? We would have to lower this a lot. Was going to be, and then this happened.
No, you can't look up anything.
Oh no. Is this going to be one of those screamy ones that he does? Am I not going to have fun with this one? Are you guys make me watch this to torture me? I have a sneaking suspicion that you are. Here, let's make this theater mode. And then let's do this. He's so fucking tiny though. I'm gonna have to like make the whole thing big. Hopefully that doesn't look bad. All right, you guys said you wanted it there. Well, there you go. Okay, let me catch up on the chat. Yeah, the connection is struggling for me too. Yes, so I fixed that. I don't know. It looked like it was an OBS problem. OBS crashed. I'm sure this was going to be epic. Yeah, I saved it. Book smarts. All right, just reloaded. Cool. Welcome back, guys. Happy to have you. Cook the fish into a tot. Ooh, with this I summon book smarts. Destiny's actually quite calm for most of the talk. That's good. No, it's not too screamy. Painful in other ways, though. Oh. Way too much patience. Oh. Well, an abundance of patience sounds like a problem that Destiny is, would benefit from. I cringed out after 3 minutes, and I was originally baited by Destiny's Gutex title. Does he have a Gutex title? Confronting an old friend? What's up, Booksmarts? What's up, Geodude? He tries really hard to never raise his voice. Okay.
No, you can't look up anything.
On a freaking hearing right
If
now.
this is a
because
fact-
they're being
wait.
controlling what we get on the internet. Whatever you research, they can add and put everything that you need right now to tell me it's going to be available to you. And this is why these people are in a hearing right now.
First of all, Fauci is not in any hearing related to him owning patents
Not
on any
Fauci. I'm
drug.
talking about Google CEO.
We're not talking about Google or anything like that. Wait, do you?
Say, I'm gonna look at it right now, and I'm telling you, well,
wait.
I do not. You don't need to convince me, or for example, in this case, I do not buy it that these people do not benefit just because I'm gonna prove that they don't benefit. This is more than that.
He originally titled the talk something like Talking with Gutex and Geisha, and then renamed it to Gutex Had to Leave. Oh, okay. Yeah, Destiny was pretty good behavior-wise. It's the intro. It's going to cut to the beginning. Oh, okay, cool.
And like also
Wait, hold on, wait. Do you think you can know anything? Wait, do you think?
Okay.
Hey, it's my two favorite conspiracy people. How's it going, guys?
There he is. What up?
What's
How
up?
you doing, bro?
Very conspiracy people. Human.
Yeah. Wow. Well, what are we talking about in here today?
Trying to talk sense into the masses.
What kind of sense? That's a good place to start. What kind of sense are the masses missing right now? I'm curious. You guys seem to be relatively united in your opinion here.
Just about like the rights, human rights, and how human rights are being taken from people with this.
When you talk about human rights, what do you mean?
Okay, no. You have to figure it out what I'm saying because you know what human rights are, and I'm not supposed to be explaining to you what I mean every.
Ooh, we've already got somebody who can see through the debate tactics. I like this. All right. A bit of a challenge. A new challenger is approaching. I like it. Okay. Yeah. I don't have to define that. Figure it out, dum-dum. You know what I mean by human rights. Okay. Fair enough. Let's hang on her side as long as we possibly can. So far, that's fine, guys. It's probably okay. Don't be too hopeful. Well, this is a lot like riding like an orca whale or something in the ocean. Okay, we're going to try to hold on for as long as we possibly can and stay good faith until we really have a reason not to. Okay, so we're going to start with like optimism level 100 and we'll erode that a little bit. Now, did she word this in the best way possible? Was she rhetorically sound? Maybe not, but I don't think that matters. That's okay. I think this is a fair thing. Fat jokes? No, it's not a fat joke. Neither of these people even look fat. What do you mean? Hopeless optimism plus 100? Your arms won't get tired. You won't be holding on for very long. She seeds energy. So, of course, she saw right through. Yeah, these debate tactics.
Just to be clear.
So, to be clear, I have an idea of what human rights are, but when you say human rights are being taken away, I don't agree with you. So what I'm curious is I'm curious how you define human rights, because if you have a different definition, we should just talk about what we both think human rights are.
I know, but in order for me to want to debate with you, I have to be okay with I need to want to have a debate with you, but I don't want to have a debate about something that I don't need someone to you know what I mean? Also, you know how I speak kind of weird English, but technically I
don't think her English is weird. She has an accent, but I don't think that's hampering her ability to communicate so far. Would it not have been good to define and agree on that? You guys think that, but people don't go for that because people think that technique of trying to establish definitions at the beginning is a debate tactic, and it really is. So let's consider two different scenarios. So in scenario A, I believe that this person that I'm talking to is using it as a debate tactic, and the only reason that they're asking for a definition is so that they can pick it apart, and then we have to waste a bunch of time on a conversation around a definition. Normal people don't want to have this. So if they think that that's the purpose in you asking, they're not going to engage with it. Now, there is the other hand, which is that you're honestly asking because you want to establish definitions before we go into the conversation, so we can like productively build off of and edit each other's definitions until we can like agree on something centrally, right? This assumption is not going to be the default for most people most of the time, particularly if you're going to talk to Destiny or somebody who's like a politics debater, okay? So no, I think she's probably assuming the first, and so hesitantly she's just going to avoid giving him any ammunition possible. You know, in particular, if you think you're going to be a weaker, like you know, more weak in argument, which she's like implying by talking about her accent, whatever, she's saying like, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole of defining shit and whatever with you, like, you know. So I don't know, that hesitation is expected, I think, because you have to assume one of two things, and like this one requires a lot of good faith in a way that this one really doesn't. And I would say that this one is like kind of common sensey. Most of the time it's not, this one over here, at least on Twitch. Well, that's kind of an unfortunate thing that that's not the way it works on Twitch, but you know, that's the reality of things. The Iron Fortress ESL. No, the Iron Fortress is having autism and saying you're retired, okay? We've learned that that is the Iron Fortress, not ESL. My dearest book smarts, you are looking mad handsome today. Thanks, buddy. Interesting. Thanks for that insight. I was assuming and only seeing the genuine question. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm also trying to be fair to her. It could just as easily be that, like, you know, she's afraid of answering because she doesn't think she has a good point. Like, because, like, if we talk about the bad faith thing, it could be like one of two different flavors. Like either she knows her stuff and she's not willing to get lost in the weeds, or she knows that like she doesn't know her stuff and, you know, she's looking to avoid any kind of like pushback, right? In the latter, where I would like say that that's kind of similar to like when we're watching interrogation videos where we're like, we know that the person is guilty. We know that they did the crime. So in hindsight, watching it, we're kind of like every question that they're avoiding, every detail they're trying not to give is like because they know that they did it, right? And that's the assumption we make if we think the reason she's dodging questions is because she can't answer them. For right now, I'm trying to be good faith, so I'm just going to say there are other reasons she might not want to be answering these questions beyond knowing that she's full of shit, right? So let's not assume that she's full of shit just yet. We don't have reason to. If you watch Destiny debates enough, then you probably haven't seen, hold on. This is not proper grammar. If you've watched Destiny debates enough, then you probably have seen him ask about definitions enough to not see the normal person's perspective. I don't know what that sentence means because it's all chopped up in a way that my brain can't process. I always thought of it as a genuine question too, but thinking about it now, I do receive a lot of pushback when I ask for common sense definitions. Yeah.
Don't want to debate that. I mean,
well, we're not even having a debate right now. I'm just curious.
I don't know about goo text. I can, you know.
Sure. I'm just curious when you say human right, because like, let me just explain for like 2 seconds. Let me just talk about something for 2 seconds, okay? When we talk about like human rights, these can mean a lot of different things for a lot of different people. So for instance, in the United States right now, everybody has the ability to purchase, say, healthcare, but some people would argue just because you have the ability to purchase healthcare, it doesn't mean that you actually have access to it. So if we talk about something like, is healthcare a right? Some people would say, we already have that right in the US. You can buy it if you want. And other people would say, well, just because you have the right to it, if you can't afford it, you don't really have that right. That's good.
That's good faith. So he's saying, well, like, so the reason why I'm trying to push you on a definition is because depending on the definition, we may run into some areas of conflict. And what he does is he offers an example that's not like 110% related to what they're talking about, so that, like, you know, how do I explain this? So it's helpful sometimes to give an example that's not related to what we're talking about when you're explaining like why you want to go a certain direction. Like, you don't want it to too closely mimic what you guys are talking about, because they may see some other implications in the example itself, which you don't want. You know, if you're giving an example of why you want to go a certain direction in a conversation, you don't want them to think that it's a trap. You don't want to continue to reaffirm that. And what can help with that is to remove any context related to what you're talking about. And I think he does a good job here. Healthcare is just tangential enough to seem like it's related, but it doesn't seem to be exactly what they're talking about with the coronavirus necessarily. And he's saying, like, well, depending on how you talk about a human right, like, it could be like making sure it's accessible to people, or it could be making sure it's guaranteed to people. So even the simple thing between accessible and guaranteed is like a big distinction that we can make when we're talking about it. And I think that's fair. Let's see how she responds to it. Stephen, I'm not going to trap you, Benelli. Stephen's Iron Shield. I'm super curious. I'm just curious. I always thought... Oh, yeah.
So I'm just asking, when you say, like, we should have some human rights, I'm curious, like, what you mean by that. Because if you were to say we have the right to be free and do what we want with our own body, you could say that, but I don't think you really believe that.
This is closer to what I think they may be getting at, and I think they may be getting at masks and lockdowns. So this talking about, like, bodily autonomy in this example is much closer to, I think... my guess is where Gutex and Geisha
For instance, do I have the right to go drunk driving? Like, if I really wanted to, it's my car. I get to choose to drink or not. Should I be allowed to drive drunk? Do you think people should be able to do it? That's why I'm asking, like, what are human rights to you? Or what do you mean by that? You know, and it's not like a super specific answer. I'm not looking to, like, nail you to the wall, like, oh, your definition is wrong.
There we go. And this is another thing he's doing to, like, encourage her to maybe go down this path and meet him halfway and give him some kind of a definition. He's trying to reassure her that, like, if you're thinking that I'm going to pick this apart and use this against you and whatever, I'm telling you right now that that's not my intention. And, you know, this doesn't always reassure people, but I think it's good to put out there, because it means that you are picking up on that subtext that, like, hey, I know you might be thinking that I'm going to use it this way. Like, I can predict that. I see that. Like, I empathize with that. That's cool. That's not what I'm trying to do here, just to be clear, right? You want to kind of set that aside. Just curious, Pepe.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm just curious what you broadly think.
Like, obligating people to do all of these lockdowns and all of these things in order to say that it's for your own healthy. That's what I'm like, I don't think that's...
And there you go. He kind of teased that out of her by, in the example, giving those details about the lockdown and stuff. Cool.
You know, that's not that. This is against sovereign human rights.
Sure.
Do
you think that if it was true? Now, bear with me for a second. I'm going to go off on a crazy line here. Let's assume for a second that there actually were hundreds of thousands of new cases being diagnosed every day in the United States. If that was true, and if this led to a lot of people dying, and if we could say, and I'm asking you to grant me a lot here, I'm not saying all the things are true, but if we could say that all of these things together, okay, if we were to initiate lockdowns, that people's lives would be saved, and it would reduce the infection, everything. Do you think at that point there might be some reasonable argument for a lockdown, or do you think even at that point you shouldn't be forcing people to do lockdowns?
In my opinion, I think that it's...
So he's saying, if we can guarantee that it works, like if the Thanos snap of doing all the masks and the quarantine and whatever really did save lives and stuff, so if we can set aside any conspiracies about the actual existence and, like, you know, harm of the disease or whatever, if we can just say that these things would 100% work and save lives, would you be in favor of it? So kind of setting aside any conspiratorial stuff and seeing if we can at least agree there, like hypothetically, right? And then if she says, well, yeah, Stephen, hypothetically, if these things help, maybe I'd be down for them, but they don't. And then the conversation can continue, right? Because you've inserted a smell test to make sure that they're not being too crazy. Like, if this did save lives and we're assuming that there's a threat, you would be down for it, right? Like, and that's where we want to start. Is it your first time watching this? Yes, it is.
It's
Why? Am I focused on far too much and we're about to devolve into madness? What are the human rights being taken away? With great freedom comes great responsibility. Oh no. Has the medical community been silenced? Debunking Gutex's claims. Big Pharma is to blame and other theories. French doctor, Trump's influence in Fauci. Think for yourself versus listening to... Oh no. Oh no. I hope these aren't, like, arguments from the other side here. Uh-oh. I'm getting a little bit worried, guys. Well, let's just let's 1.5 it so that I can get to there.
Double field. I don't know if that's the
Oh,
correct
whoops.
word for that. Double field sword. No,
Double
sword?
standard?
No, like what I mean is like this is a statement that can be used
Double-edged
against the
sword.
people. Exactly. It's something that could be used against the people with something called shaming. Like they will shame you into agreeing with something by telling you that this is for your own good.
When are you reading that? When am I reading what? Geisha seems to flail at the tougher questions. Books just used his future vision. My
And just
hindsight.
let's say saying that the results are more than
Oh, where are you reading that? Yeah, in the description. They're just timestamps.
later off it was 90, it was less than what they expected and things like that. So it's just like giving you that idea so you are okay with it and saying like, well, you're saving lives by doing this, but then you can do that. I just want to have the option to say yes or no and not being forced to, because then that means that you have to create the law. What Gutex, you also, you can ask a question, both of us can answer, I guess, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
No, just saying to asking him.
I would say that even if all of those things were true, it doesn't change
F? What do you mean F? Oh, did it go down on YouTube? I have no idea.
the core issue, which is
Wait, hold on. Is the YouTube up? Are you complaining that the the YouTube stream is down? Let me check. No, it says it's still live. I don't know. Stream is down? No, it's not.
let's say the state or government or some authority
Who said F? Crimson Spork.
imposing its will.
I thought you were
upon
really a book. Yeah, I know. It's really, I get that a lot. A lot of people thought it was a book. It's crazy to me that clickbait is just still working on people. People click on here thinking they'll see a book in a brain, and they just see this ugliness and they're just totally disappointed. I know it is. It's incredibly disappointing. I'm still here. Yeah, what up?
people in a way that infringes upon our civil liberties.
Sure. So
We're kind of just throwing out random human rights, civil liberties. I don't know.
I guess so. I really like the conversation about rights because a lot of these questions become a lot more. It's a lot more complicated when we start talking about should the federal government do something, should businesses do something.
Here's a little bit of a problem. I think these guys are talking in really broad conspiratorial terms because they have conclusions that they just need to back up. One of those conclusions is that the government shouldn't force you to engage in anything in terms of public health. They shouldn't be able to force you to do anything or punish you for not doing anything. And so they're going to give pushback on anything like that. And in addition to that, if this is something that is at a global level, then something smells fishy to them, and they really don't like the idea of governments around the world pushing their citizens to do something. I'm guessing that these are the vague fears that they have, and when they're talking to somebody who wants to talk in terms of specifics and nuts and bolts so that he can handle things in a nuts and bolts way, it's really uncomfortable because they're not working with nuts and bolts. They're working with vague ideas of things, and when they come up against a system that's requiring nuts and bolts and examining each moving part, that's when their ideas start to fall apart. That's when it's really uncomfortable. That's when they would like to defer to one of their experts that maybe tells them that this isn't a big deal or they shouldn't be doing this, whatever. And I think that that's why when I talk to conspiratorially minded people, I actually just ask them where they get the info from, and then that's it. And then I handle it in terms of the source. Hold on, you don't really trust that it's a thing? What doctors are you listening to that are telling you that? Well, Dr. Samoa in fucking Egypt says that this whole thing's a fake, and he's saved 80 people in his hospital, and it's trivial to solve and whatever. That's really where all of that's coming from for them. If you're looking for evidence that leads them to believe what they believe, there is your evidence. But you'll also find that these people are using the evidence to fill the place or to kind of be validated in the eyes of other people. But the reality is that they formed their conclusion at the time of the fear. The time that the fear came up in them, the fear that this might not be a real thing, the fear that the government is infringing on their rights, this fear that they're being told to do things, and if they don't believe in it, then they're going to get socially outed. It's really, everything starts at the fear. And then they fill in the gaps as they progress forward. And so with people like that, it's difficult to try and pretend we can talk in terms of facts and they have some kind of system and we can look at the system and replace bits of it, because it's not really how they function. They're operating off of emotion a lot of the time. And so you're going to have a hard time with that, because as you start pushing back until the fear goes away, you're not really going to change their mind on the thing. Because even if you debunk every single source and I teleport you, I Thanos snap you into a room with just you and the person, and you're locked in there until you convince them out of it. Even if I do that, I can guarantee you that like within a few days of returning them to real life, they will find new reasons to believe in the bullshit that they believed at the time they were locked in the room. And I think that that's helpful to consider when you're asking yourself how much time you're going to dedicate to convincing a friend or a family member out of this stuff. You have to remember that a lot of stuff is stemming from fears or other problems, and it's not necessarily like the facts or like sources or anything like that. So the most that you can do is learn how to talk to them in terms of the sources that they're using. But, you know, the fear is guiding a lot of their decision making, I think. Have you heard of street epistemology? I have not. How to deal with fear? It's difficult. You have to, like, I want to say that that's something they need to handle with a therapist. I don't know if everybody is down to deal with fear. I think the closest thing that you could do is just go full 100% empathy with the person. Just like, hey, I'm scared right now too. I don't know if you're scared walking the streets and stuff, like seeing all these people like this, like, and maybe we're afraid of for the different reasons, right? Maybe you're afraid because you see a giant like flex of governmental power and influence over all of these people, and that's really what's scaring you, not the virus itself. Whereas like for other people, they're legit afraid of the virus. But herein lies the dilemma. If you're one of the people who is afraid of the virus, and over here we have one of the people who is afraid of the government people are afraid for your sake because they think you've been duped by the government into fearing the virus, right? So it's really an Ouroboros. It's really difficult. I would say that you want to connect with them at the fear level, but you probably want to talk about that fear level wherever they're at. If it's about the government, talk about the government. It's about the virus, talk about the virus. If it's about, the reliance on health experts, you can talk there. But like, you need to figure out what flavor of fear it is. Because if it's fear of the government and their influence, then you being afraid of the virus and trying to talk to them about your fears of the virus makes you look like a poor sheep who's been like convinced by the government. So, it's tough. It's tough. It really depends on like who you're talking to. Booksmarts is spitting. Yeah. New studio hype. Yeah. I remember they have audiences. Yeah. Let's see here. My favorite is asking if people should have the right to not wear clothes in public. That is an interesting question to ask. Basically, I've seen a couple of conservative debates recently where the hill dies on freedom against wearing a mask. Yeah. Oops, lol. You're beautiful, Booksmarts. Thanks, dude. All right. Dead on advice. Use intellectual empathy. Use intellectual empathy. It's about understanding their emotional motivations and addressing that. Yeah, that's what you should be doing.
Something should be a law, should be a suggestion, should be. I'm more just
silly Nightbot. We're not in the garage anymore. Yeah, I guess we're not. Well, I mean, technically, I still live in the van though. I want to put like a donation thing up here that says like until we get a house or something. Honestly, like I said, if the Patreon hits like 2,000, I'll probably just move. Move. I need to just move. But we'll see when that happens. Like everything you're saying is exactly how my dad works. Yeah. Here's another thing. While I'm doing like shameless plugs here for 2 seconds. I've had a lot of people reach out for the tutoring and advice stuff, either on my email or on Discord. You can reach out through either of those. But for the people looking for rhetorical advice or argument advice, I've gotten a lot of like, my parent believes in this crazy stuff and I want to like convince them out of it. It's so sad to see. It's difficult to deal with that. Like, it's really unfortunate. I feel like these are casualties to like the information age. I think it's funny that our parents warned us about believing everything that's online and being careful about what we're reading. And like, they seemed keenly aware before they got integrated into the internet that that even just reading things, even just like choosing to put things in front of you, whether you believe them initially or not, has a big impact on you as a person. And so they were careful about that stuff. But then as older adults got, started using the internet, I feel like they got duped by a lot of the stuff that they warned us against. I'm a young dude, so I remember that. I had parents that would warn me about that stuff. And now, like, I see a lot of the same people their age, like, getting wrapped up in Facebook conspiracies and things like that because they were not careful about their digital hygiene. This is actually something that I talked about, like why I had to stop watching Twitch politics a lot, because it was just negatively affecting my mood, my thinking, and everything else. And it was difficult. Hopefully this channel is a bit of like a reprieve from that. But really, I don't like a lot of the Twitch politics stuff. I think it really has a negative effect on your mood and your brain. This in his newest vid is so fucking good. Okay, cool. Facebook did to them what they warned video games would do to us. Yeah. Though his editor does seem clickbaity. Yeah, but you got to remember, that's how they make money and stuff. Like, if the editor is paid, I don't know what the fuck his deal with is with his editor, but I think he's mentioned it before, and it sounds like it's a split of what the YouTube revenue is. And if that's the case, then of course the editor wants to help with that. Anywho. Let me take off this Mon thing. Oh, whoops, wrong one. I need to take off this. It feels like a rejection of the internet has caused great harm because they don't understand how it works. Maybe. Yeah, probably 10 years ago, I decided I'm not trying to argue with people to prove them wrong. I'm trying to figure out where they are coming from and what aspects of their opinion I need to work on unraveling. Unfortunately, that doesn't perform well in debates. No, it doesn't. You know what, though? It really can. Like, a style that I don't see other people do that I have done in like talks in class and stuff, like when we've had like Socratic discussions or something back when I was in school. One thing I found that was really handy and is I think the farthest you can get is to ask questions that to 80% of the audience, the responses of the other person you're talking to are going to be outrageous. So asking questions and leading them to conclusions and asking really nicely so that they feel like they can respond 110%. And then having their answers just be yikers, that it's going to fall on deaf ears. So like if I had like Hitler in front of me, I Thanos snapped him here, and I want to like maybe make people see like the gnarliness. Like maybe I ask questions that lead out what these solutions are that he's talking about and shit, like yikers stuff. And then the idea is that not by like dissecting his politics or anything, but by showing the most yikers parts, which in his case is like how it's executed, and then the audience will pick up on that regardless of how they reason their position, taking things like the natural conclusions of them and using those to punctuate how the audience should feel about that person is, I think, the best that you can do, to be honest. Thanks for the follow. How much Twitch politics would you recommend? Maybe like once or twice a week. I mean, like if you watch one or two, Riley Grace Roshong does a good job at that. Yeah, she does. I like Riley. Riley made a very nice thread with my name in it, so I feel.
And it feels like
thanks
I
for
have
the
a much
subscription.
better chance of making that work by shutting up than by speaking.
Riley seems really cool. Riley made a really nice thread and my name was in it, so Riley's on my good list for a while. I appreciate it, Riley, if you're watching or if you hear this. I feel like when Steven is in nice mode, he tries to do that, like in this one. Yeah, and I like it. It's good. I think it's a good way of handling things. I wonder if people growing up with the internet will be way better with handling internet sources and critical thinking. No. Because what you guys have to realize is that internet culture is not built around criticizing sources and things like that. I think the only place you see any glimpse of that is kind of like on Reddits. But the internet culture at large is not about criticizing sources. That's part of the old guard. Like when people tell me that they think that people growing up in this like information age will simply like by extension, by virtue of living in it, that they'll be better at processing it. I have to say that like
everyone likes their own
a lot
brand,
of the
don't
things
they?
that help us process information and like filter out the bad is like old guard stuff from before. It's a lot of like old reporting stuff and fact checking and stuff like that. And I think those more time consuming processes, because honest to God, if you do want to fact check stuff, it is time consuming. Like people talk about like, oh, they'll just know the right sources and they'll be able to sniff this stuff out. Like it's not that easy. It's not like even me who does it for a living looks at an article and automatically knows if it's good or not. If I really wanted to like answer that question, it would take me like an hour or two to figure that out, because I would have to go read tangential materials that are related to whatever we're talking about. And then I would have to gauge that source based on its company, right? And that's just one way of doing it. There are other ways that can take much longer, like looking into the credentials of the author and stuff like this. And I don't expect people growing up on the internet now to do any of that. It's not encouraged at all to do any of that. It's not rewarded on the internet either. So the idea that out of the current culture, the current internet culture, people will just naturally start caring about sources and handling them well, I just don't think that's the case. I think that's really unrealistic, unfortunately, because it's just not a part of the culture currently, and I don't see it being so. Unless people are trained to understand it, they will never. Yeah, it's like a learned thing. It's not something I think you'd learn just by hanging out on the internet, quite honestly.
I'm more centered around the idea of like, when we talk about like these rights, what are we talking about? Because let's say, for example, you say, I should have the right, if I want to go into a place of business or to run my own business without masks. That should be my right. I have the freedom to do that. Let's say, okay, fine. Let's say that you do have the freedom to do that. Does that mean that every single person that might have comorbidities for the SARS-CoV-2 virus, for the COVID-19 disease, does that mean that every single person that might be at risk of dying of that, those people are just no longer allowed to participate in society then? Because if they do, they run a much greater chance of severe complications than a normal person?
What do you mean? I'm a little bit confused. What do you mean with if they don't have the right of anything? Like,
well, let's say that you say everybody has a right to, so like right now, we have the right if we want to walk through traffic, right? But I mean, we probably aren't going to do that because we don't want to get ran over by a car. Well, let's say you have a business where you have a lot of customers, or you've got a lot of employees that have like diabetes, or might be a little bit older, overweight. Do they really have the right to go to work if you've got a lot of employees that decide they don't want to wear masks, they don't want to socially distance, that they could get infected and it could cause them like severe harm?
What do you think? I'll tell him my stand on that one, but you want to say something? Good. Okay.
You're asking if the people that work at these businesses should have some sort of protection?
Yeah, basically, or like what right do they have to work there if other people are allowed to put them?
Basically, he's saying, he's giving a dilemma where kind of one group's rights run up against another, right? So like if I have a bunch of health complications that makes me like way more susceptible to this and more likely to be harmed by it, like I can technically make the choice to go into work if all my coworkers aren't wearing masks and are being irresponsible, but like, do I really have a choice there? You're kind of, by being a part of the group that's putting everybody at risk, you're kind of forcing me into a decision where I can't go to work, right? Simply because you guys chose to do something, not to do something that's like trivial, right? And so this is where we have problems. Like, well, what about that worker's right to like a safe work environment? Like, wait, do you get to rob them of their right to a safe working environment because you don't want to wear a mask? And like, then we're kind of pushed to a place where we need to evaluate these things. And if you can get them to a place where they can like compare these things, the hope is that they realize one is greater than the other, and that we probably want to protect like vulnerable people, even at the cost of like minor like loss of freedoms for a population that is less scared of it. It's like learning soccer by hanging out at a soccer field. Yeah, maybe. Unless people are trained to understand it, they will never. Yeah, I think so. Destiny can't say, no, let's not get into that, unfortunately. And I can't either, but this one is good.
Risk. Do they really have a right to work there at that point? Like, or are their rights being trampled by other people's rights?
I don't think it's a...
Okay, now he's going to start going into, like, this isn't right.
The rights are unchanged because they have the right to choose whether they want to continue working there or whether they don't.
How is that different from me saying you have a right to choose whether you want to continue to shop or work there if I do make you wear a mask, though?
Ooh.
I'm not super concerned with businesses like making their own rules in the same way that, for example, some places that you go to, it might be against the dress code if you just show up in shorts and flip-flops, right? The business, has the, can say, well, this is a, suit and tie type of place, so get out of here.
That's a good compromise from Gutex. saying like, well, you know, companies do all sorts of stuff that like restricts their workforce and who's allowed to work there. Like they do drug tests and other things. So if they want to require masks and or like closed-toed shoes or anything else, I don't see why that's any different. Sure, like from the business perspective, it seems to be okay.
So it's the same thing except with health.
So in this case, then, is your only problem with this the fact that it's coming from a government body and not businesses?
I just think it's not okay to force people into that, especially for guilt and shaming.
You notice how she's repeating the shaming thing over and over again? Remember how we talked about fears are probably where a lot of conspiratorial stuff is coming from? These are the kinds of things I would start writing down and paying attention to. If she's pointed out this fear of like being ostracized and stuff simply because she doesn't believe it's as big of a deal, that might be something that I want to give her in a compromise that I offer later. So maybe later I offer a compromise where I say, okay, you can agree that it's probably good that the government is pushing these health guidelines, and we can also at the same time agree that like it is unfortunate that people are getting ostracized because they're skeptical of this thing. I think that skepticism and a healthy dose of it is good in any like country or government, and silencing the people that are like bringing attention to where like the information might be wrong or it's muddled or it's confusing or it just doesn't make sense, I think would be wrong. So I do want people like you to be able to say these things while at the same time erring on the side of caution and having everyone do something that's really trivial to help to help people out that are vulnerable to this thing. And I think that we can do both at the same time, and we can work towards both. I think we can work towards dismantling this kind of like behavior that people have towards you because you're skeptical of something that's just come up like this all of a sudden and like seems to be a big deal out of the blue. At the same time, you could agree that it's probably best that we do masks or something, right? And like that's what I would do. Like I would invite in any concession I want to give to her where she's giving some ground to me. I want to put in there that I understand where that fear is coming from. And, you know, I can see that it's probably not good that we criticize people so heavily like that or whatever. Even if you're not like 110% on board with that, I think you can like give that to her and not really lose any integrity in your argument. But this is where I differ from Destiny is I don't care about an awful lot of concessions that I could give. I mostly care about like what I'm getting from the other person in terms of these compromises or concessions. So I don't care about saying like, you know, maybe it's not good that we criticize people like you. Maybe if there are loony people out there that really want to like criticize this thing and like rally against it in spite of having no particular reason to in terms of their education, in terms of their background, in terms of like what they actually know about the thing. Like if you want to criticize something and you have no ground on which really to do it, I don't care. Maybe it's sad that people are like, you know, acting that way towards you. And I can at least empathize with like how it must feel to be a dumb fuck and nobody, you know, and everybody thinks you're a dumb fuck. Like that's probably not fun. And that kind of sucks. And I bet that that's part of what pushes you into a more adamant position about this, where you really don't want to believe in it simply because other people who don't believe in you are doing so like out of just whatever. Like maybe they have just as much evidence as you do for believing it, which is like zero, and they're just going with the flow, and maybe that bothers you. And if that's really where it's coming from, her hating the other people, then like, you know, you go that route. But these are the kinds of things I would fish out talking to her, and that's kind of the concessions that I would give. It sucks, but the reality has consequences. True. It's the same as Berners saying, don't shame you into voting. Destiny picks up on it. Nice, new setup. Yeah, thanks.
It's like a longer term societal like culture issue when businesses are the ones doing it, but it's really more. I mean, business can. If that were the case, then it would be a different story. But you know, right now it's really just the
I'm gonna write that down for the test. Pep OG, dude.
state or government of some capacity, somebody with theoretical legal authority, you know, making these rules which are not consistent, you know, from place to place.
Well, so
not that they should be, because every situation is different.
Yeah, because I'm not going to try to talk about the consistency thing, because that gets into kind of a different point. I'm just
Ooh, good catch, D-Man.
curious, like, so if, let's say that every business in some town decided that they wanted to enact, like, mask policies, do you think that that would be acceptable? That basically then if you lived or worked in that town, if you want to live or work and don't want to wear a mask, you basically have to move. You have to go to a whole different place.
I don't think that's a really...
Yeah, I mean, that's not an optimal situation, but it's still better than the government telling people what they can and can't do, and that's it.
I don't think her and Gutex agree here, but I guess we'll see. I think she really wants to push back on this, but he's being much more reasonable so far in like identifying places where he has to give concession. I think the workplace one is a concession that I'm not sure that Geisha would have given on her own. That may be why she's asking Gutex to speak so much, is maybe a good bit of her believing in this stuff is like what Gutex believes in. And maybe she thinks Gutex is better at explaining why they're against this thing. Because again, remember, this conspiracy stuff comes from fears. So if you think somebody is better equipped to argue the thing, you'll easily just give up the pride in whatever, in a victory or something like that, to just have them argue it for you. Because again, it doesn't matter. This is all coming back to a fear. It's not like, she's proud about this belief because she has a bunch of evidence for it. It's more so that she has a feeling about not liking certain parts of it. And so if you're looking to have a debate in terms of evidence and stuff, she's not really equipped to have that, because that's not why she was convinced of it. That's not where she's at with it. Again, worth repeating that
scenario, because if all of these businesses decide that that's what they want to do, and they survive because the customers are okay with that, then then I guess people who don't want to support it are out of luck. But it's still better than a government mandate telling people what they can and can't do.
I don't know. I think there's also a wrong idea of saying that something is like, a government thing, and they forget about all these giant businesses that are linked to also in my opinion, this is weakening the economy, and a lot of people agree, to do that. And it's not just like a government rule, but then also, let's say a airport will start doing this rule as well for like, if you want to get in this plane, you're going to have that. These are agreements that you can make if you have companies of this big, that let's say these people get together, and they can take a lot of advantage of agreeing on a lot of these things. So, but my question is, are you really someone who thinks what's happening right now, it's okay and people should be following all of these rules since we started this?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we didn't really get an answer from her there, but yeah, that's, I guess, okay. Hey, Booksmarts, what do you think about Gutex? I don't know. I haven't really engaged with him much outside of his emote. Foreshadowing? Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. Are we getting some foreshadowing here? Is there more to come? These are the kind of people that need to be... We need to take all the stupid people and push them over there. Yeah, he's got a good emote. Because you will never change their minds. I mean, I don't know if you'll never change their minds. Like, guys, if I'm being honest, I think if we find a solution to like quelling fear in people that you can give to like everybody to do in their own lives, like if we'd end up discovering that on this show, I might do TED Talks and shit on it. Because you know what? A lot of problems that seem to be very difficult for us to solve as like a human race seem to be connected to innate fears and things like that, right? Like even if we look at something like fear of change and racism, or fear of change and immigration, or fear of the government and these powers that they're getting over this, or even fear of government and the powers that they got through like the Patriot Act and stuff like that. I think some of these fears are more warranted than others, but they're driven by fear nonetheless. And I think that if you learn how to quell fears in people, if you learn how to work people through those in a way that's not like a psychologist or a therapist would do it, like something, again, I'll repeat, that you can give to other people, like normal people, and they can use in their lives, I think that would be a powerful tool. And I think we need that to solve like a lot of different problems that we have. If we had a way to like diffuse fear, I think that would be powerful for solving a lot of different problems that we're running into. Because I think fear clouds judgment. Fear causes negative emotions to come in. Like, the only people that like fear are the Sith, okay? The fear is just a complicated, awful thing, and it really ruins a lot of stuff. I think you could give TED Talks now, to be honest. Maybe, dude, maybe. I just don't know what the fuck about. They feed off of each other. Like 12-step programs, people talk about positives to drinking. Oh, I remember one time in 1999, I was so drunk that yeah.
100%. But we're pretty far from getting to that point. I'm just trying to
just meditate 5 head. I mean, maybe. You say that, but I don't want the meditation people coming after me. But I will say this: we do know that certain kinds of people with certain kinds. Thanks for the follow. certain kinds of people with certain kinds of like issues don't benefit from meditation. Meditation seems to trigger a lot of negativity in them. And if you talk to the yogi, he'll probably be like, well, the purpose of meditation is to bring these things out from you. And if you're having problems where you are like, whatever, like maybe he would say that, if you go into meditation and these negative things come up and you have a panic attack, maybe that was meant to be. And, you need to work through that through meditation. But the studies I'm reading where people are doing mindfulness stuff and they freak the fuck out doing breathing exercises and stuff, it doesn't seem to work for them. So I don't think it's a solution for everybody, but it is a solution for a lot of people, more people than it is not a solution for. I will say that. Dr. K is coming for you. A-tier Hindu accent? I don't know, dude. It's probably just racist. These fears are probably very deeply rooted, and upon reflection, there's respectively a deep discomfort that I don't think a lot of people would like to feel. It's disruptive and unsettling. Yeah, but at least for me, how I like to think is that those anxieties are disruptive and they are unsettling, but they're disruptive and unsettling even when they're at the back of my mind throughout the day. Bringing them to the forefront and trying to handle them and like bring them into the light, I think is the only way that you're going to get rid of them. And just because you don't see them at the forefront of your brain doesn't mean they're not impacting your day to day. It doesn't mean that low key that's the reason why you're sad just walking around, or like why you can't appreciate a sunset or feel this or feel that. Like those things that come up in meditation could very well be the things that are blocking you from experiencing that throughout the day. And it's just when you sit down and are quiet and nothing else can distract you, those are eventually what builds speed in your mind and momentum and comes to the front. Because that's how stuff works for me. Sometimes an anxiety will come to the forefront of my brain when I'm meditating, and I'm like, wow. So that's probably why I reacted this way earlier today, or like why I felt this way when this happened. Like, it's because I'm worrying about this thing. And I didn't even know that until I meditated on it. But like once I saw it, it connected for me. And, I think that's what the benefit of it is. But anywho, I'll get off of this topic. My beautiful baby boy, how you doing? Hello, Buttermilk Buddha. Thanks for the follow. True, you got to process that shit. The only way out is through. I would agree with that, though, obviously there are some edge cases where that's probably not the best. Remember, these people often just yearns a community to belong. That could also be the reason, right? There could be fear, right? Or you could start to sense that they get a sense of community from these other people. And there you go. Again, if we can find these fears or these empty spots in people, we can find better solutions for them. So like, I think Daryl Davis is a good example of like, yeah, maybe the KKK people are a part of those groups because they need that kind of community and whatever, and they find that easily in just being racist with other white people. But if you can substitute a different community, or you can be a friend of that person, or you can reach a hand out and like, give them something to replace that in their life, maybe that's all it takes. Yeah, I really think finding these holes in people and figuring out what they've crammed into that space to try and feel whole again, yeah. I'm being too poetic here, I think.
I guess that we can have, because like the way that I see it is that rights only exist on paper. Like no one cares what right you're granted by a constitution. What really matters.
I feel like you need a bookshelf behind you. I definitely do. If you guys go to the Patreon, we might be able to afford a bookshelf. So, think about that. Oops.
At the end of the day is, can a right be enforced, and what does that right mean to you? And to say that, or at least when I was growing up, one of the things you learn a lot is like there are certain freedoms that you get when you get older, but every time you get a new freedom, there's a lot of responsibility that goes along with that as well. So like, for instance, when you first learn how to drive, you're really excited, you're happy, blah, 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 but your parents will tell you like, okay, well, if you're going to drive, like you can't be drinking or smoking, marijuana, you have to be responsible, you can't drive while you're tired, you got to take care of your car. Like every new freedom that you get, there is no such thing, at least in my personal experience growing up, there was no freedom that I got that didn't come with a whole bunch of new.
That's cool. I've never heard of him talk about this before. Is there another conversation where he talks about freedoms and responsibility? Because I like also that he's bringing up that this might have been a childhood thing, that his parents taught him this. I like this. This is like cool Destiny lore.
New responsibilities as well.
I feel like only a licensed psychiatrist can do what you're describing. Most people aren't equipped to analyze someone like that. Yeah, but I don't agree with that. I really think that you can teach people basic patterns, and those will apply to a lot of people. Like, I think a single question of like, is this person afraid? And what are they afraid of? Right? I think these are two basic questions that you don't need to be a psychiatrist to ask them or to rack your brain about that for the people around you. But I think it's basic enough that everybody can do it. So I don't know. Like, that's what I'm trying to do, at least in part with this channel, is like take what I know about psychology and sociology and all that nonsense and try and give what I think are good questions from that, or like procedures from that, to you guys, not copying them, not Xeroxing them one-to-one, but combining that with like life experience and what I think is practical that you could actually use in your life. How could you actually word this? What are scenarios where I could see you using it? And then giving you that practical knowledge. So I hope to do that with this channel. I really do think other people could do this. I don't think you need to be some professional, maybe to like actually diagnose somebody and analyze it to a T, but I don't think you always need to. A lot of the time, these things are vague, amorphous problems because the other person hasn't thought about it either. This is an experience for both of you in much the same way it is in therapy. Like, the therapist isn't immediately aware of everything that's wrong with you and why. Maybe they're able to give you a diagnosis quickly, but that doesn't mean that they immediately see the solutions or the full complexity of the problems, right? So you would discover that with your friends much the same way the therapist would, and maybe you'd be even better equipped to help them with that, given that you're somebody in their life. I don't know. So, I don't know. Not like that. Only maybe Nathan and bringing him up. I'm pretty sure he did. I don't remember where.
So one of the basic responsibilities that I feel like I have to a free society is to make sure that I keep like my fellow American, happy, healthy, and safe, or at the very least, like on a health level. So if I learn that I can possibly spread a virus that will kill people, and I might not even know about that, but I find out that I can mitigate that by wearing a mask, well, for the ability to have like the freedom to live in a society where I can travel where I want, go where I want, do all of that unobstructed, helicopter fuck off I want, I mean, I can wear a mask to keep other people safe. I think that basic responsibility in exchange for that freedom, I think that's an okay trade-off.
I have a question for you. How do you feel about how doctors are getting censored in one side and then on another side they're not? For example, I feel like medicine is something that
I'm a little bit disappointed that she didn't build off of that at all. One thing that I find frustrating with people, and often will like lead to me not talking to people anymore, is when I don't get feedback that tells me they listened to what I said and interpreted it in any way. When somebody just kind of randomly goes off and this may be because they're on a show, I don't fucking know, but like, just a side note, this really bothers me when people do this with me. It was a crazy pivot. Yeah, I don't know if she really means to pivot, but it's just like, even if she did mean to pivot, just giving a little bit of info on that, especially after it was impactful.
Bookshelf funded. I expect to see a mid-range IKEA bookshelf soon.
Oh my god. That's pog as fuck. Thanks, Potato McWhiskey. Oh shit. Well, you're going on the board, dude. I'll put it up there. I guess I got a trip to IKEA in my future. I also have a trip to storage because I need to go get my books. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. That's really cool. Awesome. Okay, IKEA bookshelf. There we go. Damn. You know what I'm going to do, buddy? Let me look at your username real quick. I'm going to put your name on the bookshelf. Potato McWhiskey. That's basically your bookshelf, bro. McWhiskey.
Let's have a smell, all right?
Jeez, that's real cool, dude. You're going on the board.
Everyone likes their own brand, don't they? This is magic. All right, analysis.
All right, there you are. You're on my to-do list. It will be done. You will see it. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. That's really cool of you, dude. Holy shit, the oil prints. The oil prints, dude. I don't think normies realize when they're pivoting. I didn't before I learned basic logic. No, they don't. Because conversation doesn't really work like that. Maybe sometimes if you feel like Destiny punctuated the end of that topic with what he said, you feel like it's just time to move on to the next one and you don't think about it like pivoting. You aren't in the garage anymore? Moving up the ladder, yeah. The Patreon hit a point where I could afford an office, so I got an office, like a studio space, so we could do this better. A Civ streamer, Super Pog. We are getting viewers, 220. Euler Pog. Oh, okay, crazy. You got donated for your body, not your intellect. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. You know, if I'm getting... I don't look too bad. I don't look too bad. I don't look too bad from this angle. Now that I'm really looking at my body. Because if I stand up
I wasn't asking, I was telling.
I don't know. I'm stoked off of that dono. That's fucking crazy. You got donated for your body. Yeah, I did. Name on the bookshelf. Yeah, your name's going on the bookshelf, buddy. Life affirmed. They do exist. Can this streamer do stretches for subs? Maybe stand up and turn halfway around and touch your toes? Thanks, Namaste. Yeah, maybe I'll consider it, dude. Booksmarts is really getting into the just chatting vibe. I really am. You know what? Simping is a culture that's accepted on Twitch, so I will admit this, okay? After that dono, maybe I feel okay with being a little open. I've been watching a lot of just chatting streamers. I've been watching a lot of pretty women talk on their stream, and I have been thoroughly enjoying that kind of content, and that's part of why I thought to do this. So I'm happy to see you mentioning that I'm adopting that. But I'm Coomer. Oh no. I donated because I remember the first time I got a $50+ donation. It felt amazing. Hope streaming takes off for you, buddy. Thanks, Potato. I appreciate that, dude. I really do. Yeah. I'm watching some pretty women, and I thought, hey, I'm not a pretty woman, but I could benefit from some angles. You know what I mean? Yeah. If their angles gives them the extra like 5% they need to be like uber beautiful, for me that 5% is actually like a 50%. So I need all the boost that I could get. Good that you admit it. So many people try hiding it and it's even worse. Yeah, because it's stigmatized. Maybe I should agree with Geisha here. Maybe she's onto something. I don't like that it's stigmatized. I think you guys are all stigmatizing me. Add mood lighting? Yeah. I could. Maybe I'll ask Steven what these lights are that he has, and I'll buy what lights he has. Because I do think that what he has going on in his background's cool. If I just put one on the floor over here, or I get one of the... Have you guys seen the ones that shoot like lasers, and it like does stars or like the water? I would love to have water. You know, like when a pool has lights in it and you see the reflections. I love that stuff. Okay, quick lore. I used to have an office that was literally on an island. And every time I would go for a walk, I would cross this bridge. And there were these fancy people houses on the mainland. And they looked out over the ocean. And one of the houses had this light that would do those water things. And honest to God, I would sit out there like looking at the jellyfish in the water and the little fishes and looking at like the light that was coming from the apartment. I would just like be vibing. I really think that stuff's cool. So I've always wanted one after seeing that person's like crazy, fucked den apartment with the stuff. Also, you can get strip lights around the office ceiling. Yeah, I could. It's going to look like a rave from the other offices. Booksmarts, this is some bullshit. I like the garage. You should get a green screen and make it that garage. Yeah, I should do a vote on like what people want the background to be every day. This is God tier lore. Yeah. Is this a metaphor for Prisoner's Island dilemma? No, it's not. I'm not that smart. I'm not cooking in metaphors in my random stories. You were tripping balls, weren't you? No, I wasn't. Maybe I was smoking a little bit, probably, like some nights. At that point in time, I don't think I was smoking very much, to be honest. Even now, I'm really cutting back on smoking. I did. I admitted this in tutoring, but it's actually kind of embarrassing for me. But while we're on the sharing thing, I bought a container that has a timer on the top, and basically you put the timer on, and it'll lock the container for as long as you have the timer set for. And on days where I know if I smoke in the morning, even if I'm like grumpy and I just think like I could use it just to like get through chores and stuff, I know that it'll screw up my day if I have to do a bunch of tutoring or something. And so I'll just put it, I'll look at my schedule the night before, do my last, toke, put it in there, lock it for however many days I need to. And it just ensures that never works its way into my day, because it always ruins it. Like I did a little bit today thinking today is going to be easy, because like today did not end up being easy, okay? There's a reason why we're so late and I'm not doing the book club, and it's because my day got utterly destroyed. I went to go get my hair cut, and I showed the dude pictures of the hair that I wanted to have. I basically told him, I would like to keep the length on the top and just shorten the sides and just let me style this. And he was like, hey, buddy, if you want something that long, you got to go to a salon. I was like, you ain't go to a salon. What do you mean? Like, it's not even that long of hair. And I told him, I'm like, what if I did like 4 fingers and an undercut? Can you just give me an undercut? And he's like, nah, buddy, you got to find some other place. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I worked at a barber shop. I know that you can just fucking do this real quick. You could just do an undercut. Everybody can do an undercut. You're either incredibly incompetent or a diva. So, a trash stylist. Well, that's the thing, is he thought it was too styled or something. And what's funny is I was showing him a picture of my hair like a month or 2 after I had had a haircut, where I just kind of pushed it to the side, and I was like telling him, so my hair like does this and what, and I looked at the reviews of the place, and everybody had similar complaints where he was just really, really rude to them and stuff. So, you know, you live and you learn. I should have probably checked the reviews. Yo, dude, we're in a bad economy, son. Yeah, we are. My hair is super long and thick, so I have to go to a salon. Yeah, my hair is thick, too. I went to the lady I normally go to because she's just down the street from my house. Yeah, she said the same thing. She's like, God, it blows me away every time how much fucking hair you have, dude. She's like, you do not have to worry about going bald because you got a lot to lose. You could do to make my job a little bit easier, you fucking thick fuck. Get the haircut I want or else. No.
That should be able to be debated. And there was a, you know, probably you've seen that too, that many doctors were silenced when they wanted to speak out about certain things, like, you know, like hydroxychloroquine or like how, like other things related to the virus and things.
I got my hair done at Supercuts as well. I really think if you find a good person, it doesn't matter if it's Supercuts or Great Clips or whatever the fuck. Like, I go in there for that lady. I don't go in there to get a Supercut haircut. I go in there because I like the lady. Like, she's just a funny fucking lady. Oh, it was so sad. She was telling me, like, I'm sorry if I'm laughing too loud or if I'm too loud. And I'm like, no, I love it. I love, like, that you're just boisterous and whatever. And she's like, well, other people are picky. And I'm like, picky? I'm like, who doesn't like laughing? And she was talking about how, like, she brightens people's days, and that's a lot of the time what they say that they like about her. And I'm like, yeah, it's because you're laughing and you're like out, like you're in a good mood every single time we're in here. Her and I were like talking about Buddhism and stuff too. And she like got down and she like whispered, she's like, you know, when I say picky, I mean like some ladies that will come in here and they don't like my accent and this and that. So it's best to just like be quiet when certain kinds of people walk in because they really don't like that stuff and it can be off-putting. And I'm like, the fucking Karen ladies, huh? And she's like, and I'm like, damn, that fucking sucks, you know, because she's such a cool lady. And I don't know. You had a Supercuts, bit picky is not what you are paying for. Don't be mean to your stylist. Yeah, for real. A lot of good stylists just start out there and take it seriously. Yeah. This lady has been doing haircuts and stuff for like 16 years or something. She's still at a Supercuts. I told her, if you ever start your own thing, like, let me know. You know, if I hear of it, I'm going to hunt you down because I like the way you cut my hair. As long as you can accurately describe what you want, it should work out fine. Yeah, I like how the advice is normally to bring in pictures. And this dude, I was reading other reviews. Apparently, he shits on people for bringing in pictures. And one person said that they were looking in the mirror and playing with their hair to like show him stuff. And he was making fun of them for looking at themselves in a mirror so much. Why do you have to show me in the mirror? Why do you have to show me with your hands? Why can't you just explain it? And it's like, bruh, why are you shitting on? You're literally a fucking barber. What else are they gonna do? Like, the only way that I could possibly interpret it is like maybe because maybe it's like he thinks that they're questioning his intelligence, like they can't communicate with him, so they have to use their hands and like gestures. But like, that's, people don't understand hair shit. How they don't have the words to explain stuff to you. Of course they're gonna have to use gestures and stuff. Fucking so crazy. Or there was another one where they said he had a sign posted for like a discount haircuts for like elderly people, and somebody came in asking about the elderly discount, and he was like, if you want cheap haircuts, you can go down the fucking street to the college and they'll do a cheap haircut. You don't come here for cheap haircuts. And other people said the same shit, that he's like, if they ask a price over the phone, he'll be like, if you're worried about price, don't come here, go somewhere else. Back in my day, like, people would just buy something, like they would pay for whatever and it didn't matter what the cost. Like, what the fuck? Crazy shit. Why you show me hair? I know hair. Yeah, maybe. How do you explain hair? Exactly. Like I went to like one or two pictures and he was just immediately like, no. And I'm like, they were two entirely different styles too. Like, and if I asked for the undercut at the end, an undercut is easy. You just cut down the sides and you keep the top long. It's fucking dead simple. I think I would have less of a hard time with it if I didn't work at a barber shop. But I worked at like an old timey barber shop where we did like straight razor shaves. We made the cream. We had the old school like 50s or whatever towel warmers. You know, they're super old. If you touch the sides of them, you'll burn the shit out of your hands. I probably have a bunch of burns on my hands from that towel machine still. But like, yeah, we did like an old timey barbershop with like the big pompadours and, you know, gangster people. Like, this is trivial to do an undercut. So if you're not able to do that, you're incompetent or a diva. I just had a real hard time with it. Especially since I avoid going to get my hair cut because I get a lot of complaints about thickness and stuff. And so it's just generally like an anxious experience for me. So like to go in there and be insulted like that was kind of annoying. He's just a lazy ass. Maybe, I don't know. This Chipotle is banging and Books is live. Life is good. There you go. Find something to enjoy. This is the second stream I've been here and I'm thoroughly entertained. Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh shit, look at your setup. Looks freaking good, M8.
Thanks, dude. I like how big of a change just this has made. I wish you guys could see what you look like. Like, we don't talk about this. Part of the lore is you guys used to live on a little phone.
Ooh, wafting. Oh, everyone likes their own
brand.
This is magic.
And I would have you guys on like a phone clip with a little tripod, and I called it your peepo body. And sometimes... let's see. Sometimes I would take the bottom off of my Hydro Flask and I would put it on the phone because you guys would be you'd be on the screen, and it'd be like your little peepo body. You'd have a little peepo hat. Like, it looks so cute with the little hat on it, and it would make me be nicer to the chat even when they're being dumb fucks. And so. And you guys have grown up. You're quite attractive now. You're on a very long, huge tripod thing, and you guys look pretty cool. You've grown up. So the glow up is real. Anywho, sorry, we're getting majorly distracted. Let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Things like that.
Thank you all for the compliments and stuff, though. I appreciate it.
Being censored. Mm-hmm. So why is the truth now ultimate that, let's say, if you say something, you're still in the
to be fair to her, I want to like re-listen to that again.
I feel like medicine is something that should be able to be debated. And there was probably you've seen that too, that many doctors were silenced when they wanted to speak out about certain things, like hydroxychloroquine or like how like other things related to the virus and things like that. They were being censored. Mm-hmm. So why is the truth now ultimate that, let's say, if you say something, you're still in the medicine field, but if you say so, it's considered misinformation. And then if it comes from another side of the story or whatever, it's correct. It's what people should follow. What do you think about that?
So we live in a very interesting era now where anybody can get out and say almost anything and get very powerful amplification on that message. And some of these messages can be damaging or hurtful in society. It's very hard to figure out like what's responsible in terms of balancing out like which messages should be publicly accessible versus which messages maybe we should tone down a little bit. It's a very loaded question. There's a lot in there. So I don't think at large the medical community has been silenced. I know that there has been some debate in the medical community. If you want to debate things in the medical community, there are good ways to do that. So for instance, you're able to run your own trials, studying different medications and different treatment regimens if you want to. I don't think that the medical community at large has been censored from doing these things.
Well, I've seen otherwise. I've seen like other.
Sure. So there have been doctors who have been quote unquote censored, I guess, on some social media platforms talking about, but most of these people are highly unqualified in the claims that they make and oftentimes have no evidence for the claims they're making as well. So we have to balance out. Just because you have MD next to your name doesn't mean that everything you say is correct.
Well, how do you determine that what they're saying is incorrect? Like, what gives someone the power to say that what a doctor is saying is wrong.
You look at the overall body of evidence.
And so far, I know that tonally, maybe you guys are thinking she's going in and whatever, but I think it may just be an accent thing. I think this is a totally fair follow-up question. I think so far this has been handled really fairly. Whoops. Why is this happening? There we go.
Can oftentimes have no.
Man, I wonder why. Can I donate a Can I donate a blank for the tripod body? Can I donate a blah 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 for the tripod body? I don't know how you would donate that. Maybe. I mean, if you had a way of doing it, I would make use of it somehow. Actually, my office mate might be weirded out if they like drop by my desk and they see that there's a tripod with a dong hanging off of it. Maybe that would be a bit off-putting. So, you can donate the money for one, Kappa. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you could donate the money for one. I feel like a question that shouldn't be that hard to think about the answer to, like why are some doctors not as credible, shouldn't be that hard to think about, right? Well, I don't like the way you've worded it. Shouldn't be that hard to think about. It's not that it's hard to think about. It's that it could be difficult to answer. Maybe you actually need to know something about the field to determine what's credible and not. Like when we talk about what sources are credible, I try to be very transparent with you about the way that I'm like evaluating the source. So I'll talk about how like, well, number one, I don't want to use a source in a paper if I can't get a quote or a reference from it. So that's number one barrier. If I don't think that there's a quotable line or a referenceable line in the study, I'm not going to add it to my list because I can't include it in the paper. So I don't include it. That's like level one. Level two, if we're at like a graduate level, we might want to evaluate how the conclusions match up to other conclusions. And if they seem to all be similar, then okay, it passes that smell test. Number three, let's look at the methodology and how does that stack up to its other brethren. And it's a lot of like, we see themes start to emerge. Like you notice how I'm comparing everything relative to everything else. So the next question might be, well, what if something is groundbreaking, you know, and like we're building it out by explaining how we're evaluating these things. I think that's really what the question is here. And if we're good faith to her, she may think Destiny actually has an answer to this and she's interested in hearing it, right? So I don't think we're in like bad territory here yet.
Evidence for the claims they're making as well. So we have to balance out. Just because you have MD next to your name doesn't mean that everything you say is correct.
Well, how do you determine that what they're saying is incorrect? Like, what gives someone the power to say that what a doctor is saying is wrong?
You look at the overall body of evidence that the medical community is presenting, and then you kind of like follow that. If somebody's correct on something, they should be able to produce a study saying otherwise, and if they're not, then they don't.
For example, with hydroxychloroquine, right? Because I brought that because it was really caught my attention.
He answered that very concisely and quickly. I'm going to make the call that she's not going to include what he just said in any of what she's about to say. And that's the frustrating thing for me and people. Again, we mentioned that when she did this initial pivot, she's again not synthesizing anything that he's answered in her questions or answers. And it's kind of frustrating.
Some doctors were talking how
when I grow up, I want to be a potato papa.
You know, you can hire a few scientists to make a study for you with the result that you want. You
can't really do that. It's a bit more complicated than that.
But that's the corruption of medicine, and I believe there's corruption in medicine.
That's no, not really. This can happen on a very small scale, but especially when we're talking about like a global pandemic like this, the idea that you could get doctors and researchers from universities, across several countries, across several continents to all come together to spread a conspiracy theory is fantastic.
He's already going conspiracy angle. Man. So this is where I feel like we're always playing on this precipice of like taking her seriously or jumping into conspiracy. And Destiny does this thing where like that's a very clear divide. We've shifted. Now we've shifted into conspiracy territory. Now he's treating her as a conspiracy theorist.
But that's the corruption of medicine, and I believe there's corruption in medicine.
Wait, what did she say?
You know, you can hire a few scientists to make a study for you with the result that you want.
Yes, you could. You definitely could. Now, is that what's going on here? Not necessarily, but that's the implication, but it's not exactly what she said. We could, at this point, just as easily start to talk about, yeah, that does happen. Remember, concession is super important if you really want to pull somebody out of somewhere. It's a lot like if you have a bear that's in its den and you want to hunt it. You're not going to go and climb into the den hunting the bear. You're going to get fucking mauled. So what you want to do is you have to get the bear out of there and into a trap of some sort. So let's try and get her out of the den by giving her some concessions where they're obviously warranted. So here, Yeah, that definitely does happen. Now, I think the debate is how often it's happening in this topic in particular, but that is something that happens. So if you fight her on this, if you give her a bunch of lip about this, and she knows that this at least happens in other places and is well understood, she may, that may be a smell test, and she disengages from you. You know, or another another analogy might be fishing. Like if she's got nibbles, that doesn't mean we randomly start reeling in. We don't know if we have her quite yet. So you want to be easy on that until you for sure know that you've got a good hook in. And I don't think we have that yet. So I don't think we should transition to treating her as a conspiracy theorist quite yet. I think she's still being reasonable. But that's my take. I don't know. Let's see. Do you think he could say, I don't feel listened to, I feel like you're pivoting? You could, but I wouldn't say pivoting, because pivoting is implying. Remember how a viewer just said earlier that they do this sometimes in conversation, or they see other people do it, and they definitely aren't accustomed to debate language, and they don't consider it pivoting? They're not doing it with that intention. I think that could just as easily be what's happening here. Thanks for the followers, guys. I think that could just as easily be what's happening here. Like, she could just as easily think that she's making transitions in the conversation. She's not, like, negatively pivoting or something. But I do think the first part of what you said is worthwhile, to say, hey, I don't feel like, could we go back to the other thing just real quick? So, like, I think that that's a fair way to transition to it. Not necessarily to say you're not heard, but if she does then still like refuse to synthesize it, yeah, then going like, I really don't feel heard on this point, because I really think that we can both at the very least agree about these terms here. And I'm just trying to make sure that we have that before we go into this whole deep thing about X and Y and Z. I just really want to make sure that I know there are some parts where we can agree with each other, and I hope that we can take that momentum and keep it through the entire conversation, because you seem reasonable enough and you seem really concerned about what's going on about this stuff, and I just want to make sure that we keep everything on like an even level all the way through. I think that's a fair way of handling it. Yeah, I agree with that, Booksmarts and K. Dogan. I feel like you're ignoring what I'm saying is probably more digestible in general. Saying someone's pivoting is antagonistic sounding to the majority of people. Yeah, it is. And I think it's meant to be. Like, that's your intention when you say it. Like, you know that you have antagonistic intentions when you say pivot, because that's what you're attributing to her. Like, that's why you made that choice, right? And it definitely is choreographed. It definitely does come off in
you have to form these
what you're saying.
Yourself. You can't cut to the chase.
Thanks for the
your own
subscription.
Conclusions is the chase.
Thank you, Mary. Let's see here. I think that's a really good way of wording it. Oh shit, I didn't think I'd ever potato McWhiskey in a Booksmarts chat. I like how that's gonna be a verb now. So Destiny is a hooker? I don't think so. About intention, they fighting words. Can you do a Hulk Hogan impression or a Macho Man Randy Savage? Oh, the little Hulksters know. What else does Macho Man Randy Savage say? I could definitely do it. How close was that? I think it's pretty close. I don't know how the mic would pick it up though. It might just be peaking.
You can get to that. You can't really do that. It's
close enough. That's all you need, bro. Close enough. You're spending all me money. I don't know. I can't do fucking Mr. Krabs. He's hard. He's high, but he's rough. I don't know how you do high and rough at the same time. SpongeBob, you're spending all me money. I don't know. Is that close?
A bit more complicated than that.
But that's the corruption of medicine, and I believe there's corruption in medicine.
That's no, not really.
That was closer. Yeah, I feel like that was closer. That was definitely closer. That was actually pretty good. There you go. I'm like a bird, dude. I have like, damn, I keep going on tangents, but stuff pops in my head, and I know that Twitch loves tangents. Did you know that the reason that birds can, there's a Vox video about this, is where that's where I'm getting it from. The way that birds' throats work, and the reason they can make all that sound, is because their throats aren't like ours. That's not how they make sound. They work in an entirely different way. I don't know how to explain it, but you guys should look it up. It's kind of interesting. I'm not gonna go down that. God, this is more content than Destiny's had in months. Yikes.
This can happen on a very small scale, but especially when we're talking about like a global pandemic like this, the idea that you could get doctors and researchers from universities, across several countries, across several continents to all come together to spread a conspiracy.
Teasing us with information. No, bro. It's further suggested reading. It's a little citation. Go watch the Vox video.
Theory is fantastic. There's no conspiracy in the history of all of mankind that's ever worked that way. Right?
I think that's possible, especially when I know that education is highly controlled. Like, education is something that, like, you know, they know how strong it can get. But if people with a lot of power can access to colleges, like, you know how they fund colleges, who are these people who fund the colleges, they also can control what information is taught to the people in there as well, which
I wonder if Destiny is of the opinion that any little concession is a slippery slope to like just enabling the conspiracy person to like keep going. I wonder if that's what he thinks, and that's why he's being really hard.
is why medicine should be able to be debated and not silenced.
So medicine-
It was not just like some viral videos of one doctor.
Like, if I were talking to her, my main focus would be to assure her, yes, medicine should be debated. I agree with that. Point one. So we're definitely even there. Point two, I think that it is. And I think that's actually where we disagree. I agree with you. It should be. But I don't think you think that it is. And like, I am of the opinion that it is currently. I think that, yeah, you can debate a lot of this stuff. And I would handle this as educating her because, like she says, I don't know this stuff. Ask Gutex about this. My accent might get in the way. She's giving a lot of like this, like, you know, I don't know. So I would capitalize on that and be like, well, do you know about like the review process and this and that? Like, I would just explain stuff and like take an authoritarian, you know, role and maybe try that out. That might work, but I don't know. Destiny isn't trying to convince her, is he? I don't know. Isn't it a slippery slope though? I don't think it is. It's a concession you need to give because it's a reality, right? The reality is that, yeah, that stuff should be challenged. Like, medicine stuff should be open to interpretation. People should be able to sound off if they think something is incorrect. Now, the means by which they do that, I can lay out for her, and then we can look at her particular examples of doctors that have been silenced and see why it is that they're not being taken seriously. We'll see what boxes were checked of the procedures I told her about, right? And if we establish those procedures before we talk specifically about the different doctors who are examples for her, then we have an objective list we agreed upon before she knew all the details of her own argument. And then we have those and we can test it. And I'm confident, without knowing her examples, that if we test it versus things I establish now, we'll find reasons why people aren't listening to these doctors. And given that she agreed on those principles before she knew about the doctors or before she brought them into the conversation, she's going to be forced to like deal with that. And if she starts trying to go back on that, I would be like, oh, yeah, I guess I just thought you were way more reasonable on this, because before, when we were talking about the ways that this is happening in the medical field and the ways that we're tempering information, I felt like we were on the same page, but now you're completely going back on all of that. Now, all of a sudden, now that we've established this list and this way of like critiquing people and critiquing studies, after establishing that, now you're going back on all of those things after we're talking about particular doctors. And I really think that this is the dangerous thing with ideologies and things that you're doing. And whether you mean to or not, I really do think that you're flip-flopping on things to fit a narrative. And that fitting a narrative is the same thing that you're accusing the government and other people of doing. And I think that, like, of all people, you would be somebody who's going to be against that. So it's a bit surprising to me that for the sake of your narrative, you're going back on everything that we just spent the last 30 minutes talking about, right? Like, what happened to the reasonable woman I was talking to 2 seconds ago? That's kind of what I do in real life. Now, would that work here? I'm not sure. But in real life, I find that tends to work out. I don't know. Booksmart's conversations like this are impossible to have without sounding like a condescending prick. No one wants to be wrong on anything, even though it's a completely normal thing. Well, that's the thing, is when I teach people about stuff, I try to constantly have this undertone of like, we're wrong about stuff all the time. I'm wrong about stuff. Like, the whole point of what we're talking about is how to tell that other people are wrong, right? Like, so it's kind of implied there. Almost definitely, I feel like Destiny hates all misinformation. He sees all these conspiracy theorists that just go full throttle on all conspiracies. Yeah, maybe. You'll see later in the video how she handles that. Oh, okay, interesting. I look forward to it. On TikTok, there was a video saying Trump passed a bill to increase taxes in 2021. Okay. She won't make concessions. She just stonewalls and pivots. Well, then we'll see that.
Doctors saying this and that. It was happening also to more people outside in Latin America. Also was happening. And
so I'm
you know,
curious, but what do you think has been like silenced in the medical community?
When it goes against the narrative that some sources are giving to the people, it gets censored.
Well, yeah, but this is what I'm curious. Like, what do you think has been silenced in the medical community?
He's looking for particulars here. He could word that a little bit better, but I see what he's going for.
You mentioned hydroxychloroquine. There were studies ran all over the. There were studies
the effectiveness of hydroxychloroquine is what has been manipulated.
Yeah, so I agree, it has been, but it's been manipulated by the conspiracy theorist side. Like people.
Yes, but oh man, see, this is what I was talking about, that we could have made clear if we established the principles by which to gauge their examples before we got into the examples. That's why I want to do that first, because if I can get very strong agreement on those principles early, then I have every reason to disengage from the conversation when they start to go back on that. I have a lot of ground to be like, it doesn't sound like you guys are being reasonable on this topic. If there's another like instance of this you want to talk about, that's fine. But I really do feel like we got a lot of agreement on those, and you're just going back on everything because it doesn't fit with the narrative that you're trying to spin. And I think that that narrative, again, we could plug in exactly what Destiny said. I think that the narrative spinning is something you're doing, and you're actually the problem. And I think if you're convinced that the narrative spinning is a problem, you need to look in the mirror and see that you are being that problem. So
people will say that hydroxychloroquine has been silenced,
Wait,
but that hydroxychloroquine, there's been a lot of misinformation, but it's generally come out from the people that are like the renegade doctors. So for instance, like if we want to say that information relating to hydroxychloroquine has been suppressed, why have like a dozen or more countries all ran trials, both prospective and respective, looking at the effects of hydroxychloroquine? That doesn't sound like it's been silenced to me. It sounds like it's been hotly studied. Well, it's not any longer because it's been basically ruled as being ineffective, but.
What do you think about that?
Now, if I wanted to be devil's advocate, if I were her, I'd be like, well, of course, Destiny. It's not about the number of studies. It's about who's funding those studies and what they want to get out of them, right? What he's saying isn't technically a counter to what they're saying. She later clarifies her principles of determining truth, and they're hilariously bad. So I think they wouldn't even agree on those principles. Yeah, but do you see how bringing that up early is still a positive thing? If we end up figuring out very early on that her way of judging the truth is flawed, there we go. That is context that I think would be helpful to have for the entire conversation, for the whole rest of it. That's something we want early. I know before we were talking about definitions or something to get done early. I think this is something to get done early too. How are you going through sources? How are you judging them? How are you doing the validation of things? Like, how are you interpreting this? Because then if you don't really have a system and you're shitty at it, I can trick you into accepting a system that's not going to work later. In much the same way that if I get you to agree to a definition that's silly and stupid, I can, roast you for it later. And I think people are less likely to see this coming than they are the definition thing coming. I think the definition thing on its face looks like a debate tactic, whereas I think judging the validity of sources and things like that can be hidden depending on how you're asking about it. I don't think people are smelling for that the way they are for definition questions. Her and sources. Interesting. Intuition. Do you think Destiny performs better or worse when he is solely focused on the conversation or when he is playing Sevtech or other games? I don't know. I haven't compared it.
The tests, the trials that they ran, at least from the studies that I saw, that quote unquote proved that hydroxychloroquine was to be ineffective, didn't include either azithromycin.
Nope, all of them included.
Viewers don't think that deep? No, that's why you have to refer back to it. A lot like how an author, if they want a theme to come off to their viewers, or the readers, they're not just going to include it once in the book or very subtly in the book. If they want that theme to come off, they're going to want to almost explicitly bring it out and make it obvious and apparent to the readers. And the more apparent you make it, the more readers will notice it. And I think that that's part of the line that you have to walk as a debater, right? You have to keep in mind, how deep can I go to where the audience will pick up what I'm talking about, but the other person may not necessarily see that, right? And so I don't know. Viewers don't think that deep, but I think viewers can be pointed in the right direction.
Azithromycin. Nope, they included azithromycin and zinc because they're standard treatment regimens that have been developed for hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloroquine is almost never given on its own. It's almost always given in conjunction with azithromycin or azithromycin and zinc. I mean, you can go and read all of these. But regardless of doing
I'm not joking, dude. I looked at.
I know. I looked at your website. I know. I looked at your website that had it.
I looked at a bunch of them, and there the ones that showed that it was ineffective didn't have all.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with. Real quick. So I know I saw the little page that you linked that tried to show all the studies that were giving mixed results or whatever. But there were 3 really big prospective studies that were done with hydroxychloroquine, and these were using different treatment regimens. Some with azithromycin, some with azithromycin and zinc, and there was just nothing better than the standard of care. It didn't seem to help at all. But if we really want to say whether or not they're good or bad, like let's say that is there misinformation or blah, like the easiest thing that I would look at, honestly, I wouldn't even look at the studies or any of the medical information. I would look at the most powerful man in the world that was championing hydroxychloroquine, and I would see what did he get when he got sick, and it wasn't hydroxychloroquine. Trump did not get that treatment, even though he was its #1 cheerleader for a while on the world stage. Why not?
Now we're entering debate mode. I don't think we're like handling what they're saying necessarily as like presenting new arguments now. New studio. Yes, new studio. I think it sets a bad precedent to be the message bearer in a conversation because you are trying to get the interlocutor to not just believe what a person says, but instead to be more critical. I don't understand what you're saying, to be honest. It's bad. It sets a bad precedent to be the message bearer. I don't know what that means. Sorry.
He took it as a preventative.
As a prophylactic. He said that he did.
Right.
We don't know if he did. But why didn't he take it as part of his treatment regimen if he said it was so good? I mean, does that not strike you as a little strange?
Because the doctors, Destiny, are brainwashed into thinking that they don't work, bruh. Because they're part of the establishment problem, bruh. Sorry? No, you're good. I just don't understand what you said. That's my bad, probably, more so than it is yours. Sorry for being off topic, but when is the next book club stream? Probably tomorrow. I'll try to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow was supposed to be editing the notes video, but I think I should just do the book club stream.
He was like,
well, I remember he saying he was taking hydroxychloroquine before.
He said that he took it once, like months and months ago as a prophylactic.
But then also, my question.
Streaming daily, Pagu. Yeah. You can never win against conspiracy theorists because they will always have a way to hand wave every point you make. I don't know. I would rewatch the VOD. We go through a lot of different strategies to handle that. You might be interested because you sound pretty doomer.
This case is like you think that just
love you too, alcoholic tacos.
Wondering, do you think that a medication that could kill, or it's a treatment for this mosquito disease that technically will just like eat you alive or something like that, like dengue or Zika, which is very dangerous. You think a medication like this will not get rid of a flu? Just because, for example, I think that the result.
Oh no, this isn't good for her. Is this how you think medicine works? We can just go, hey, let me level with you for a second, chat. If radiotherapy, if bombarding your cells with radiation is enough to kill cancer, why can't we just use that to like get rid of like Alzheimer's plaque and stuff? Like, I mean, if we can just destroy nasty tissues and things in the body, why like if that can handle cancer, don't you think it can handle a little bit of brain bulgy? Like, like I don't think this is a very good science. I don't think this is a very good science. What is her name again? What is her name? Oh, does he not give them? Destiny, oh, you guys can't see it, but Destiny doesn't have links to any of their stuff in the description. Feels bad. What's her name? Geisha, that's right.
Results, not just because I saw that some doctors were saying that people were giving like toxic doses to people also, and of course you get doses.
Yeah, or amputation, right? Like if we didn't.
Like that, you're gonna have toxic results. But you don't think that it is possible that a medication this effective that will kill something.
I feel like it's a lot easier to nail someone down on something and convince them one-on-one and in person. Well, yeah, of course. But I mean, like, that's not where they are. Otherwise, they can just leave the convo. I mean, if you're finding that people just dip out of a convo with you, you're probably doing something wrong. Like, I had like a private tutoring session with somebody where I talked about the value of making like treating a conversation a bit like flirting. It's a bit of a coy thing. You don't want the other person to be so disinterested in the conversation that they want to leave it. If people are leaving conversations with you, you're doing it wrong. That shouldn't be what they decide to be the solution. Like, I think you can entice people to continue arguing with you, or to feel like they are forced to defend their idea, or feel like they could win, or feel like they could prove you wrong. There's a lot of ways to entice people to continue in the conversation. If you're not choosing to do any of that and people are choosing to leave, that's probably a bad sign, to be honest. Ooh, flirt with us. Ooh. I wouldn't feel safe being in person with her, given her mask-wearing habits. Monk ass. Are you afraid of a little bit of a flu, bro? Just take a vaccine. Just take some hydroxychloroquine. If it can fix Zika, that's her logic. I meant like arguing in YouTube comment sections. Well, yeah, obviously you shouldn't argue in a YouTube comment section, but that's not because it's not a one-on-one. That's because it's cancer. That's a kill shot by Destiny. He took it as a prophylactic and still got it. You know, I don't think she knows what prophylactic means, bruh. So I don't know if that's a kill shot because I think he used a word that she doesn't understand. Yeah, so I don't know. That's like when philosophy people hear a philosophy term used and they're like, oh man, he really got him there. He pointed out that she's like being a metabastic whatever. And it's like, nobody even knows what the fuck that word means, bro. People don't care. Epistemology. Doesn't every conversation end with someone leaving? How are you ending Yeah, but he's saying like, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not responding to that. Did you talk about how she constantly makes that remark that she likes to do her own thinking? How do you convince them that they're not really doing their own thinking? It's just if you adopt the views of random conspiracy nuts somewhere on the fringes of the internet. I don't think you want to, right? Guys, remember what I talked about with incentives and with fears and things like that. If there's a fear of the unknown that they're... Thanks for that. Thanks for the follow. If they're doing this thing where like they're trying to fill the gaps in what they don't understand because they're afraid of that and they're trying to become their own authority on stuff, then you're probably not going to make it very far if you're questioning their authority or like if you're like pushing back on their own intuition or thinking, if that's like a huge part of their character. That wouldn't be where I would start the argument because you're arguing on something that's like a fundamental rock of their entire thing. And I wouldn't start picking at the foundation. I would see if I can fix the building a little bit. She can back up to language barrier. I mean, she could, but that seems shitty.
As hard because a lot of people die in my country.
Switch to the better chat. Good to see Alcoholic Tacos yet again.
From Zika and dengue especially, and it will not get rid of a virus, of a cold, you know, something like that. And it was effective for like 60 years or something before all of this happened, and all of a sudden it doesn't work.
No, wait, it still does work. There are recognized treatment regimens that hydroxychloroquine is used on. There are pills for, fuck, I forgot the disease of this one. I think people with lupus take it. Is it rheumatoid arthritis or maybe one other? These treatment regimens still exist.
And I see doctors talking about them treating their patients.
Malaria, yeah.
All of them, just, and then they all recover. And I'm talking about COVID.
What? Okay, The fact is that the research that says this does not exist that supports your point. But let's assume, for instance, that the research that says that hydroxychloroquine is this drug that's effective at treating COVID-19, that research does not exist despite multiple countries pursuing it. But let's say, for instance, I'll grant you that there is some suppression going on. Wait, so here's my question.
Now they're both having parallel conversations. He's not properly diffusing a lot of what they're talking about, and he's honestly, if you were from their perspective, you might think Destiny's pivoting. This is kind of rough. I think we've entered into a choppy bit of the conversation here where they're both kind of talking at two different levels. And even if he says things like, and even if I grant that to you, I don't think they have as big an impact as when I'm talking about like conceding stuff. Because I don't think he's really conceding anything. He basically roasted the shit out of them and then said, but even if I did think that, X, Y, Z, Y, Z, Y, B, the beginning part didn't matter because you roasted the fucking thing for 10 minutes. So it doesn't matter if you say that even if I give that, because you didn't really set it up very well. This is rough. This is a bit rough. What's the title of the video? Confronting an old friend on Destiny's channel. How did you get so great at this? No, I just was born like it, I guess. Destiny is bought and paid for by Bill's Sterilized Humanity Gates. Okay, Kona. Jesus Christ. She can, okay.
Very strong and like what it means to have hydroxychloroquine, a very accessible, very cheap medicine. It's so cheap. And then something like this that could help, and it could be over the counter accessible. It could be a high threat to the pharma companies, which are so powerful and strong. And then, like,
okay, but wait. If this was true, wait, hold on. Okay, dexamethasone is also very cheap, and that came out as being incredibly effective. I'm pretty sure people use it. It's like 2 days average of.
There are other. Wait.
Hold on. I'm asking us to apply consistent logics. If pharmaceutical companies were so driven into repressing all of this information about hydroxychloroquine, why wouldn't they do the same with dexamethasone?
I never heard anything about it.
I have not heard anything about. I mean, I feel like I've seen it once, but it's not something that I've seen talked about anywhere. Not to say it doesn't work.
In my country, they use something that has kind of like the same. You know, if you go to a pharmacy and you create your own product, you can give it a different name and have similar components.
Well, yeah. Hold on, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Book smarts. Wait, so are you talking about this from a perspective of convincing specifically that person that Destiny is talking to? I don't know what his goals are, so I'm kind of just commenting on how the conversation is going at a larger level. They're talking past each other at this point. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm only looking at what he could possibly have thought he achieved with something like that. So if he does even if I give this thing, that has a mechanic outside of whatever his purpose is. The mechanic is that, you know, you're trying to give that as to somebody else. If I assume this thing, what can I build on top of it? That's the mechanic. I'm saying that works a lot less effectively for that purpose if before that you roasted the shit out of the thing that you're giving as a given. Because people aren't going to believe you that you even give it as the given. And they're still focused on the thing that you said before. So they're not even listening to the thing you're building on top of that given, because they're still hung up on the fact that you just roasted the crap out of something that you said that you're going to give as a given now. And that distracts them. People are easily distractible. So I don't think that works super duper well, because I feel like in terms of rhetoric, all of this has been pretty good. I don't think so. I think that, like, maybe on paper that makes sense, but in context of the conversation after roasting the shit out of her about the other point, I don't think that makes any sense.
It's like making generic drugs. I'm sorry, dexamethasone is
This conspiratorial thinking is so hard to combat. Yeah, I would rewatch this. I don't know. We talk about
like what was like a very, very, very cheap like a corticosteroid or whatever that was used that like treats people.
And he gets no response in part because of how he's handling it. Like, and maybe it's not even smart to talk to Geisha. It's probably more smart to talk to Gutex, who's actually able to, like, interpret what he's saying. Geisha seems to ignore a lot of what he's saying and just, like, repeat points that she has. So, I don't know. I wouldn't even be focusing on Geisha in this. Geisha seems to treat Gutex as, like, an authority on the subject, too, so you probably get double the effect if you just focus on Gutex rather than her. But I think he's talked to Gutex before, so he might be focusing on Geisha just because that's where he wants to be. Well, in terms of people watching it externally, I think the roasting plays well. Yeah, if that's his purpose, I guess. Yeah. But I don't actually. I don't know, because maybe it works well with the people who are already convinced that she's crazy, but not for the people who are, like, privy to her way of thinking. Not at all. Do you think she'll be interested in watching this breakdown? If she wants to, it's free. It's up here for everybody. I've learned after doing stuff for the politics people that even if they watch it, you really have to, like, listen to this with an open heart, take notes, and try to fix that in your next conversation. If you don't, it's not going to provide you benefit. For some people it has. For some people it really has. But I've given up on the idea that people are listening to this to improve. So... You know, if they want to take that out of it, they certainly can, but I just don't expect it anymore, unfortunately.
That have COVID-19. I think for very severe people, I'm pretty sure it helps with the recovery. But I mean, like, this is an incredibly cheap
I don't know what Aramil is saying, so I don't know, dude.
Drug that, like, people found was effective, and it wasn't suppressing. Right? I mean, I'm pretty sure
Doomer incoming. I already passed the Doomer, dude. I have the Doomer already.
I'm pretty sure we Google steroids, COVID-19 effective. I think you can find like a million things on.
Now I'm on the do your own thing arc, and, you know, whoever comes along for the ride comes along for the ride kind of deal. Tiny didn't listen to Booksmart's rhetoric tips. I think he did. I don't know. I don't think he just didn't. I think when he tries, he really tries.
On like dexamethasone, I think is what it's called.
This is literally the first conversation I've had that even.
That's true. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to be very, very, very gentle here, okay? But as somebody that studied a lot of COVID-19 stuff, it's very surprising to me that you've never heard about that, because it was a really big deal when it was discovered, because this drug is incredibly cheap and easy to make, and a lot of people were excited. What?
How long ago was that? How long ago was that they discovered it?
Months ago.
Oh, so it was recent. It was recent, so like it needs a lot of studies, right? To like it's, or they just.
Trump literally took dexamethasone when he was in the hospital. Like, I mean,
that's what I want to know. Like, it's something that's recent. I'm finding out.
So that's the Regeneron that he took?
I don't know if the Regeneron is like part of a different regimen or not. I'd have to look at that, or if that's like the brand name for the dexamethasone.
I think here he's handling it rhetorically well. I think this kind of like defensive posturing that he's having on this topic and kind of like responding to what they're saying, like in this kind of taken aback way, where he's like, I can't believe that you're not like whatever about, you know, this is like one of the most, this was what he took when he was at the hospital. And like, they're just repeating things they heard on the news, and I know that they heard it on the news because I heard it there, this Regeneron shit and whatever. It seems like for people who pose as being experts and at least expert enough to like disprove the entire, you know, medical community in favor of these niche solutions, it doesn't seem like they have as good of a grasp of all these different things as they should. I think that this is something that I think would be effective to the audience. Like you guys were saying before about the last thing, I think this is way more effective than the other, to point out that, no, how come you don't know about this? You didn't know about this? This is what Trump took. This is like one of the most effective things. This is super cheap. This is what you're looking for. You know, hey, maybe there's a conspiracy to like, you know, muffle this because you guys are focused on hydroxychloroquine, which if we compare it to this drug is way less effective, but for some reason that's where you're focused. It sounds to me like that has plenty of publicity. If you guys as average normal people have heard of it, but you haven't heard of this, which the medical community and the global community at large agrees is incredibly effective. And we've seen that demonstrated in the president's quick recovery. So that's strange to me. You know, I think that is impactful for the audience. For some reason, they think Trump only got Regeneron. I just think that that's what they've heard on the news, dude. I really don't think that they know all that shit. But throwing that in their face is probably counterproductive in convincing them. I don't think so. I don't know if that's counterproductive. I think maybe if you rub it in that they don't know anything, yeah. Thanks for the follow. I think if you like rub it in their face that they didn't know of that, yeah, you could cut that part out if you really wanted to be kinder. But no, I don't think the point at large is negative.
Okay. I think it's probably the brand name.
Wait, the Regeneron? No, hold on. The Regeneron was the weird. It was like the antibody cocktail, the infusion or whatever. I think.
No, the infusion is convalescent plasma, isn't it?
Hold on, let me.
Raggy. Okay, well now this is falling apart. It depends on how this Google Fest turns out.
This one I didn't call all the Trump's treatment regimen. Regeneron antibody.
Monk ass, indeed.
Cocktail. Okay, the Regeneron antibody cocktail is what that is. That's what Regeneron is.
Oh, is dexamethasone.
Dexamethasone is just a corticosteroid.
Oh. And that's what Trump is calling Regeneron.
I have no idea what Trump calls anything. I'm not sure. Okay.
Uh-oh. How is Destiny handling this here?
But we can look it up at some time.
The thing that just doesn't make.
Damn. Okay, he fumbled that. That's unfortunate. Damn, that could have been a strong point, but Gutex came out with enough questions to make that not happen. That's unfortunate.
Makes sense to me is that like I don't understand how the.
That's kind of sad.
Coordination would exist for all of this suppression. I don't understand why it would happen. Like.
Oh, I do. Oh, sorry. Continue. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, why?
Nothing. I do think this is very possible, especially when I know that people.
Now, this why question might be something to pull out the conspiracy stuff that starts to make them look bad without like building any points. That's kind of what I talked about before, to bring into light the things that the audience might find yikers. If he starts to talk about why they think that this is happening, what the purpose, what the reasoning behind these people might be, it might be so fantastical that people abandon any idea of like, you know, what's it called? Silencing doctors or whatever. I think they'll give up on a lot of those points if they hear that these people believe it's happening because of some crazy reason, because Soros did XYZ or whatever.
Work in.
Funny thing is, Destiny was right. Well, he wasn't prepared to prove that against the other dude, and he didn't know enough about Regeneron to give pushback there. So, like, the thing is, Destiny might know the right words, he might know the sentences in the study, but I don't think he understands the concepts well enough to explain it to a layman. I don't think he understands the concepts well enough to understand it as a layman. And so all he can do is quote studies and hope that like he can refute another quote with a quote. But if it comes down to a question of, well, technically, what is this thing? What is a drug cocktail? What are the pieces of it? And like all this other technical stuff, he doesn't know that shit. So he can't walk people through that, and he can't fight people on it because he doesn't understand the smaller like technical pieces of it. This is a problem I sometimes run into when I'm writing graduate papers. And this is like a gap in my knowledge that I have to fill on every single topic. And that's why I wouldn't compare myself to somebody who did the degree, because the people that did the degree had to learn so much other like tangential stuff that helps like contextualize the things that they're learning or researching. And if you don't have that context, it's difficult to like explain concepts or explore them or discuss them with other people at fundamental levels. And that's kind of something that we're seeing there, I think. Book Smarts is looking fresh today. Thanks. The intuition versus rationality thing was fucking insane to me. Yeah, might be.
It's not just like a one person idea thing. I do believe there's people who can get together and have decisions, and those decisions can be applied to the people in order to a lot of people be benefited from it. And then like one question I wanted to ask you, I always kind of wanted to know about the term, for example, the term conspiracy theory, the conspiracy theorist that's very used. Do you are you familiar with what some say about the origins of the term, and do you think this is something that could be used against people to try to censor them?
It could be. I mean, conspiracies exist.
Notice this can be used against people to like silence them. Again, this is the third or fourth or fifth or however many number of time that we've heard that she has a fear about this being silenced, this fear of being ostracized, this fear of like right off the bat, we disregard what you're saying because of the take that you have or because of the conclusion, not necessarily based on any reasoning that got there, right? This is obviously a fear that she has and is probably what's pushing her into this position, and it's where we have to start, I think. I think it's where we would want to focus, but I don't know how. What happened to the garage? I'm renting like a studio office space so that I can do the stream from here rather than the garage. I'm still in the van, but I think if Patreon picks up and stuff, we might be able to get a place. I don't know.
I guess conspiracy theorist, if we're being honest, has a negative bend, but like what you're describing would be a conspiracy. But I mean, like there are conspiracies that are real. Like a conspiracy basically just means like a bunch of people plan something behind the scenes, which obviously this does happen sometimes, right? Of course.
They should be just called conspiracist.
Well, conspiracist makes you sound like somebody that plans a conspiracy, right?
But then the thing that what I noticed is that the way
well, no, that'd be a conspirator.
It just gets my attention a lot. How a lot of control over the people have been through shaming. So you've been put in a category, and then after you're put in that category.
And here we are in the shaming thing again. That's related to what we talked about before. She's really got a fear around this. Might be the doomer in me, but I think it's less a fear in her and more a talking point she's heard. That's the thing is like, I talk about how the fear is a vacuum that you have to fill with logic. You have to fill with a way of wording it. So I agree. Yeah, maybe that the way that she's explaining the fear is like a talking point. Like the way that she's explaining it is in talking points for sure. But that's because that's what she's learned to communicate that. At the base of it, though, she's afraid and she's explaining her fear through these things. Like, I think it's pretty obviously fear. I think we can agree it's fear, but I would also agree that she's using talking points to communicate that and move past it, maybe like reason her way through the world around her. But we do the same thing. I doubt that you guys know enough about COVID to really have these arguments about it. I certainly know that I don't. So all that we're doing is we're using the talking points of other people to communicate how and why we think things about other things, right? So don't shit on her for doing that. That's what we do too. I think it's just more helpful to, again, refocus on that fear and that's where everything is coming from. And the fear is being communicated through the talking points. But no matter what, the fear is at the heart of it. And that's probably worth, setting aside and considering. You make it safe to consider the evidence. Maybe, yeah. That's another thing you could do, sure. But I think that's hard. You have to prove to her that institutions are worthy of trusting in some regard. But she already trusts enough like random fucking doctors on the internet to like trust their authority on something. And I don't even think she trusts those doctors. I think it's more that she wants a dissenting opinion to exist. Yeah, if you grow up in a country with a lot of corruption, it's understandable to not trust the government. True. I really feel like a lot of people talking politics, they're just fucking parrots repeating talking points to each other. And she kind of sounds like that. To a lot of people, Destiny sounds like that too, though. So you want to be careful with that. I don't know. I know all about COVID. My dad works at Corona. My dad works in China. If I don't shit on her, how will I feel better about myself, Sag? But my talking points are right. True. What are you doing? Your talking points are right.
Then it comes like all the shaming and the name calling and the offensive, because people don't use conspiracy theories as a good thing,
Yeah.
And nobody really likes to be name called, for example. So it kind of like anybody who maybe wants to research about something or talk about a certain topic doesn't necessarily have the freedom to do it because they're scared of the backlash or something like that. But I don't give a fuck about what people think, so I can talk about.
Or they're actively being censored.
Yeah, because it happens to me as well.
Yeah, so here's my question. Certainly, you must admit that there are some conspiracies that are untrue. There are probably a lot of conspiracies that are true, but there are probably conspiracies that are untrue as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's truth and falsehoods everywhere.
Yeah. So the question
especially
is,
things that we're told that are truth that are meant to be like lies. For example, I do not think that, you know, like the 9/11 story and stuff. I do not want to get into that. But for example, they can sell it out to me as a truth, but I don't necessarily think it's true. And I don't call you a conspiracy theorist for that. I just don't think it's true.
My question is, like, well, what do we do if we believe a conspiracy theory exists that is harmful, that we think is a falsehood? Like, how do we deal with that, or how should we address that?
That is harmful.
I like this. That's a good question.
Like, what conspiracy theory is harmful? Just to have an idea of what you mean.
So if we believe, so as I do, so I personally believe.
What conspiracy could possibly be harmful? Well, let me reopen my notes on our conversation we've just been having. Oh, goodness gracious. This is not great. Or she's like the other chunk of conspiracy theorists in that she just wants to be the one braced person in the world who has a smart idea and the establishment is suppressing her brilliance. Yeah, maybe.
The SARS-CoV-2 virus exists and that it is highly transmissible and deadly to certain groups of people. I think that wearing a mask can help, and I think a lot of people didn't wear masks because Donald Trump didn't set a good example for it. So I would argue that conspiracy theories related to mask wearing were harmful to society. So if I believe that, what should my responsibility be in terms of dealing with those types of, like, conspiracy theorists is what I would call them? How should I approach that?
So if a doctor says that is not, let's say, a Nobel Prize doctor or something, any of this people within the field, and they're speaking out about the masks are not actually better for the people, and mask wearing for longer periods of time can cause even, you can cause.
She's not answering his question again. I really don't like this about her. I don't think. Again, it might be like my personal thing. I really don't like it when you ask people questions or when you give them information, they don't synthesize it into what they're saying, when they just repeat shit. I really don't like that. How cheeky. Yeah.
Have a bacteria that will go to your lungs, and like I've seen children like passing out in school because they've been wearing it for so long. We're exposing ourselves to have this certain like bacteria and a lot of other.
Okay, yeah. So wait,
real quick. Why, for example, why this doctor like? Okay, so what is this doctor a conspiracy theorist now?
He could be. Do you think that doctors can't ever be a conspiracy theorist?
Like, if I'm being honest, like if I had to give advice here to like Destiny, like if I could Thanos snap him back in time and he's like, all right, book smarts, what do I got to do to replay this? The way that I would replay it is make the example. We talked about this at the beginning. Make sure the example is far enough removed from what we're talking about that I get ground there without them like smelling that it might be related to what we're talking about, or that we're secretly getting arguments into the main conversation. I would use an example that's farther away. I wouldn't have used coronavirus as the example. And plus, you could have easily sat on it for a little bit, because like we had in the chat, there was a bit of a meme like, which ones could be harmful? Like, well, that's funny. Let's not go with the obvious thing, which is exactly what we're talking about. Let's pick something else that might be harmful, right? Like if you had a conspiracy theory that like all of the Muslims in your neighborhood were bringing their dogs and letting them poop on people's yards or something, and then everybody started hating the Muslims for that, and like they started fucking up the lawns of Muslim people in their neighborhood, and this happens in a hypothetical that's completely removed from this and with groups that have no impact on what we're talking about. And then I could get some ground there that like, yeah, if that's happening, they're obviously causing harm in this situation. I've set it up to be that way. In this situation, how do I handle that? Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It would have to be something that's not exactly this, and he may have been able to get more ground there, but because when she smells that it's about what we're talking about, she snaps out of it and she goes into this defensive mode. Remember, she is sold on this. Yeah. As Coach Red Pill coined it, retreat and pivot. Interesting. Not every form of supernatural intervention needs to be a Thanos snap. Yeah, I guess. I like the Thanos glove, though. Weirdly specific example. I don't know. I tried to like come up with a group, so I just came up with Muslims, and I tried to come up with a shitty thing that's not too bad, pooping on dog lawns. I don't know. I really feel like Jewish people would be a better go-to, but I feel like that gets yikers. I don't know. Did you get a haircut? Yes, I did.
Harris?
But you're saying like what they believe is considered dangerous, or is it dangerous? What exactly is where's the danger?
Yeah, she's not. The danger part of this wasn't convincing, because remember, she believes the other side of it. So you needed to pick something where the danger was apparent and cooked into the scenario. And that way she doesn't need to give pushback on the actual setup of the analogy or the hypothetical. She can actually just play into it and give you the answer that you need. He has the same problem when he uses analogies, when he uses rape analogies and stuff, where it's like, the pieces of your analogy are so off-putting that people are disengaging before they even like interpret it, right? Like they're taken aback by the pieces of it or your framing of it, so much so that they're not even getting past the first step with you. And that's something that stylistically Steven still has to work on. That's something that stylistically Steven still has to work on. Jesus Christ, it's a lot of S's. I'm Jewish. I'll give you the J pass. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the subscription. TI calculator. Is that the right way of spelling calculator? Pog the pass.
Because I think
But the shock value though. Yeah, I know.
My
We
version
have
of
to give
being
up that.
polite is to at all costs avoid rudeness.
Trap Soul, thank you
And
for
it
the
feels
tier
like
1.
I have a much
The danger
better chance of
is,
making that work by shutting up than by speaking.
I like that alert. I really like that. I think that dude's funny as fuck.
Okay, are you familiar with the? Have you ever heard the name? I'm trying to test you. Okay, hold on. So there's a guy called James Watson. This guy literally discovered like the fabric of DNA. That guy thinks that black people are genetically inferior intellectually to white people. He thinks that different races of people have different intellectual capabilities just based on their genetics. Do you think that just because that guy was like the founder of DNA, he has no idea what any of the genes actually do, but because that guy's founder of DNA, do you think that we should just take his word on his authority just because of that?
he can think whatever the heck he wants to think. We don't have to agree with what he thinks.
I understand, but I would say what you just said. They can think what they want to think. I don't agree with that. I could say that to anyone.
But I don't call him a conspiracy theorist for that.
Sure. What I'm saying is that when I'm trying, and what any scientifically minded person should say is that we're trying to figure out what the correct opinion is on a given topic. We don't just look for like renegade professionals in fields to figure out what's going on. We look at like, well, what does the body of evidence say? What is the general consensus among this academic community or the scientific community? That's usually how we figure out our answers. Not shopping around for like a particular doctor that might be giving us an opinion we agree with. No.
In my experience, all of the controversy around hydroxychloroquine started when Trump talked about it in the press conference. Prior to that, people were treating people with it, and it wasn't an issue.
Do you know where the whole hydroxychloroquine thing came from?
What do you mean?
When it started to become popular for COVID-19?
To my knowledge, okay, so it was already on my radar the week before he talked about it, which was like middle of March. So I don't know. All I know is I already knew about it, and then I saw him talk about it.
How can you have the same punch without using the absurd logical analogies? You have to catch someone in the beauty of it, okay? Okay, here's the thing. It depends on the kind of punch you want. If you want an absurd punch, like, I don't know why you want that. It's almost like you took the effect of the other analogy thing of using a crazy analogy, and you're like, yeah, but like, what if I just want to have this effect? And I'm like, well, the effect is the problematic bit, okay? So that effect, all of the mechanisms which achieve it are typically problematic. And this effect in and of itself, I don't think is the purpose of like talking to somebody. The purpose is not to like do what you're talking about. So like, that's problematic. All the mechanisms to get there are typically problematic. So I'm going to set that aside, and I'm going to give you a mechanic that produces something that's way better. And I'm saying this better thing is more in line with what your objectives are in a conversation. And so we should look at the mechanics tied to this effect rather than this effect and the analogy shit that's like really yikers, honestly. Also, if anyone cares about video games, Elite Dangerous is free on Epic for a while. Okay. I feel like at some point, individuals' capacity for critical thought is just broken, and it has to be rebuilt before they are ever going to be capable of engaging in. No, I don't think that at all. I just think that sometimes people let their emotions take over with stuff, and like they let it overrun their thought processes on things, or they get caught in loops. What are you holding, young man? This? This is like a clip. I put them on my nipples.
About it, and then after that, the mass media hysteria kicked in.
Gotcha.
I don't
Okay, that's
know,
interesting.
like how it got there.
Yeah. So it was actually talked about months before that. There was a French doctor called I don't remember his name. Raoul. Right?
Yeah, Didier Raoul. Yeah.
Yes, that guy. So he started an incredibly small prospective trial with 14 people. One of them died, and he dropped their results. And before he even finished that trial, he ruled hydroxychloroquine as an effective drug. Now, after he did that, other countries around the world started adopting it as part of their treatment regimen because people were trying to find anything to treat COVID-19 with because they've got people dying in hospitals. But as trial after trial after trial of prospective trials came out, people started to realize, like, this just isn't really doing that well. They tried combining it with an antibiotic, azithromycin. They tried combining it with zinc. And they've tried doing various treatment regimens, giving it at different times of care, using it as a prophylactic. I think hydroxychloroquine right now is recognized as...
Damn, this is kind of crazy. I think she looks like she's taking it in, right? Right, chat? Doesn't she look like she's taking it in? I think she is. I think we're making progress. Letting emotions get in the way of critical thought is what has to be worked on, opposed to working on the capacity for critical thought itself. Then no, I just think it's two fronts to the same war, right? Like if you have critical thought and it's just this little piece of your brain that's constantly going, but you have emotions that like override and fuck with it and make it not work anymore. The emotions is something that you want to control, and they're always going to be there. So we want emotional control. At the same time, we can improve this. We can make this work cooler too. Like we could have both of these at the same time. Hell, there may be a way that you design critical thought to where even when emotion engages it, they work in synergy, right? That could be a thing too. I would say that this is, for instance, what empathy is. Empathy is connecting these emotions that you naturally feel that like get brought up as you're talking about stuff, and you're connecting it with logic so you can figure out a way to use those emotions to your benefit. You can incorporate them in arguments and in explanations. It's going to work out better for you. So no, I just think it's like two fronts, right? And there's ways that we can interface these and it's okay. And there's ways we can interface these that make us blind to bigger problems. So no, POG, synergy. Yeah.
Having minor prophylactic properties. However, Trump took it and still got the disease. So that's where that came from. It's not like there was this huge
Trump
body.
Took it and got it. Trump took it and got it months and months and months later. I mean, we don't know if he was still on it at that time when he contracted it.
Well, sure, but that's just.
Damn, Gutex is focused on this one little part, and I think, again, because Steven is not being careful about how deep these like explanations and things go, and like when he's losing people, if he just goes on and on and on, they're going to find the one thing they disagree with and focus on it. I think that with people like this, you really want to move slowly and be like, okay, well, this happened like this, and lay out the narrative for what happened with this drug, and then make sure that they're on board, and constantly check back with them and make sure they're on board, because when they start going back on stuff, then you can start adding those up. And once they add up too far, then you disengage from the conversation. You say, hey, look, I feel like I'm having a conversation with like fucking 5 different people that you got in your head, because I had you agreeing on this, I have you agreeing on this, you understand this, but when push comes to shove on like this larger argument, I feel like it's all falling through. I don't feel like you're being very consistent in your application of your beliefs. And if I'm starting to get a sneaking suspicion that that's why I disagree with you on stuff, because you just are not consistent in logically measuring things out or logically evaluating sources. And that's like, it sounds like that's a personal problem that's impacting every single conclusion you're making. And until you solve that and you can have a conversation with me where it feels like I'm talking to the same individual and we're building on points, I really can't have a conversation, because if every time we get pushed to a place where you might be open to changing your mind, you have to look back in the past and redo every single thing that we agreed on in order to like not have that happen, then you're having a conversation for different reasons than I am, because I'm interested in the truth and you seem to be interested in pushing a narrative. So again, bringing it back to that, I think, is powerful. But that's my opinion. Maybe we're just bad at reading her. I mostly mean that she had this action where she got down and she looked like she was paying attention. You guys may think she's bored, but I was saying when she went down, like, and she would look interested in what he was talking about for a bit, but obviously now she looks bored. Yeah.
That's just another argument against hydroxychloroquine. Like, it's only effective as long as you start taking it and take it for months and months and months and months. Why did he stop taking it if he thought it was effective? He's a world leader and he's interacting with people all the time that could be infected, right?
It seems like because early on, when we didn't know, nobody knew anything about the virus, right? So early on, you might be more, you're willing to take those precautions, but later on, after there's been, lots of treatment and we know a lot more about the virus, it's a little different. I personally don't know if you can just continually take hydroxychloroquine, let's say, as a prophylactic dose for months and months at a time. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But to me, just because he got it doesn't mean that it didn't work.
And if they did, this is also part of why you're, to respond to Pavel Lenov, if they did start disagreeing with it, that's another pattern that we're trying to bring up. Much in the same way that we could bring up a pattern of agreement and then random disagreement, we can start to point out that you're challenging me on almost every single thing on petty details, and I'm certainly not giving the same challenges to you. And I actually find that what you're saying to be way more egregious than what I am. And so I feel like I'm more than meeting you halfway. I feel like I'm doing 80% of the work in this conversation. The 20% you're contributing are hurdles to the flow of everything. So, but also, and if you talk to any of the streamers that engage with me, like outside of Twitch, they'll probably tell you this too. I am very dismissive in conversations when I think that like you're not being reasonable. I'm very quick to tell somebody honestly and to their face that like, I don't think you and I can talk about this, because I think that you start to shut down or you go into like a mode where you you start having the conversation in a way that's not productive or engaging or fun for me, to be honest. So I just don't want to talk with you about it. Happy to talk with you about other stuff because you seem like a reasonable dude on like X, Y, and Z. But honest to God, when you start getting on this topic, you get real cringe, and it's just, you know, you're not fun to talk to. And if they're like, well, no, yeah, I mean, you're saying this, you're saying that, yeah, you know, you disagree with me on that. I get that, you know. If any message came through clear in our discussion about topic XYZ, it was that you don't agree with me. I get that. Believe me, buddy, message received. I just don't think it's fun to talk about that then. And I think that starts to plant the seeds for people to want to talk about it. When you take something away from these people, they really, really want that. And I think that's what I was talking about before with like, if you're always disengaging from conversations or people are disengaging from you, that's not necessarily a good thing. And I think there's ways that you can do that and encourage them to come back. And that's what I try to do. I try to make it enticing to have the conversation. And people seem to have a fun time having conversations with me about like deep topics and stuff. So to rob them of that, I think is like particularly gnarly for them. Because most people that are friends with me enjoy the conversation. That's really the biggest part of it. So I don't know. I don't know. They don't see it as that. Maybe. Is this a POV rejection stream? Is that a personal thing, or is that effective at getting your ideas across? I don't think it's for getting your ideas across. This is like practical advice for you guys in your own life. If you have people like this, like there are people I want to stay friends with that are conspiratorially minded. I just don't want to talk about conspiracies with people if they're not going to be like convinced out of them. Because unless I'm a fellow conspiracy theorist and we both have fun fantasizing about some shit that's not true, not a conversation I want to have, right? So that's what I'm talking about. And honestly, guys, if people are behaving like this, they're refusing any ability to like, they're refusing you the ability to change their mind. So if you continue to engage in those conversations knowing that the person is shutting down and knowing they're not listening to you, you are the fool. You know, I know that there's like an old man saying, and it's something like, arguing with a fool only proves there's two. Like I really do believe that. I think if you continue to engage after the point where you find out that you can't like make ground, that's just as much on you as it is the other person, honestly. Just surround yourself with smart people. I don't know, maybe. Religious people, Sag? I don't feel like that about religious people, and I don't think you have to convince religious people out of religion. So a huge part of this, if you want to do it, is realizing where you draw those lines and on what and for what reasons. I wouldn't not talk to a religious person simply because I'm not convincing them out of their religion. That's fucked up. Maybe I don't talk to them about the religion in a critical way, for sure, but I don't think you really should be talking to religious people critically about their religion unless it manifests in some other behaviors that are negative, and in which case I would talk about those behaviors specifically. I don't know.
Doesn't work. And either way, all of this stuff.
Arguing with fools from a distance, no one can tell who is who. If you're arguing on stream, is there any benefit that you might convince someone in the audience? Yeah, if you're on stream, I guess you could continue with it. If you're on stream, you can always change topics too. Like I would maybe change off of like the COVID thing to something else. I don't know.
Is about
it's mostly advice to other people who are not streaming. It's mostly advice for people at home.
Whether or not it's effective, but the reality is that even if it's a little bit effective, it's not it's certainly not dangerous. So there should never be a reason to like ban it completely or stop doctors from giving options to their patients.
Yeah, so there were two huge dangers to it. So one is that hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, if people think
that, you know, though, let's just put that you've seen on your studies that you've seen.
No, these are two dangers that are absolutely true. I'm not even going to talk about the medical effect.
Because I've seen so many different like studies from different doctors about the same medicine that this is why I think it should be like, okay, this is what I got, this is what I've seen that is, but anyway, sorry, continue. And then I guess I want to ask some other question.
Yeah, that's fine. So the two dangers are that one, people think it's more effective than it actually is and begin to overconsume it. So if you looked at the FDA's website for the availability of medications in the United States, both hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine became like incredibly hard to find. So people that were relying on this for diseases that we know it's effective for, I think lupus was one, and then I think it was rheumatoid arthritis, these people couldn't get medications because everybody was buying it up because they think it works for COVID-19. We really don't have the evidence. So that was one problem. The second problem that a lot of researchers
it's a prescription drug though. So that doesn't that indicate that if you're all of a sudden short on supplies, that you have doctors hoarding it? Because I know I've read articles talking about that happening, especially here in Nevada.
I mean, you can still run out of prescription drugs too. If you've got patients that are clamoring for it, really want it or whatever, depending on the doctor, like you might off-label prescribe it. But So that's one problem, is that people that needed the medication for like verifiably treatable diseases were running out of it. And then the second problem was that when researchers were trying to run trials, seeing if other drugs were effective, nobody wanted to try the other drugs. And so many people were talking about hydroxychloroquine all the time. It was really hard to register patients in other non-hydroxychloroquine trials because everybody wanted to be in the ones with hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine.
Are you saying that was the problem with the medicine? Like, that's not
It's
really
a problem about how political.
I'm just letting the alert play out. Thanks for the follows, guys.
It's a problem with the politicization.
And I totally agree with you, No Name. That could very well be it. It could be that he's playing to the audience here, and therefore this advice wouldn't be necessarily helpful. And that's why I'm kind of directing it to the people at home. So for the people at home, when you engage with conspiratorially minded people or people who just aren't very logical on certain topics or things like that, or they seem to shut down the critical thinking part of their brain, this is more advice for those people. Maybe not here, because again, like you said, Stephen may be trying to convince the audience more than anybody else here. And if that's the case, of course, disengaging isn't like the best thing for him here. Read articles. I saw a post on Medium. Can you make the following notification less noticeable? Yes, but it doesn't update very quickly. So I'll put a to-do note. Where's my pink? You're making it up on the board, bruh. I don't know where I put the... Did anybody see where I put the sticky note the last time I had it? Gosh darned it. Either I sucked it up into my big ass or I've just misplaced it. I'm not sure. But I don't have my sticky notes here. I'll use this one. Okay, what did I need to do? Turn down notifications on Streamlabs. Okay. There you go. You've made it onto the board, bro.
Of the medicine.
Wasn't it on the board? No. I have 3 tasks on the board. I need to change the Patreon milestone things. I need to buy a bookshelf from IKEA, and I need to turn down the notifications on Streamlabs.
Rather than waiting for the medical community,
it could be anything. As long as he came from Trump's mouth, it would have been banned and signed this and that, and they would like make a whole chaos about it. As long as he said it, it will be, the whole world will be against it. But then
no. Hold on. First of all, that's not fair. Okay, Trump can say really, really, really stupid things sometimes. I'm sure that everybody on this thing that likes Trump will say, oh, well, we can't always take him seriously. Sometimes he says dumb stuff. So we can acknowledge that. Okay, Trump is a world leader. He's incredibly influential, and he said this against the advice of people in the medical community and against his own medical advisors. So I think it's fair to criticize Trump. Yeah, sure. Fauci.
He wanted a super expensive drug instead of that. That's really, you don't think that someone can have other interest, if you promote a certain drug that will benefit your pocket highly.
Fauci's been working in the government, Keisha, for like 30 years. Huh? Fauci's been working in the government for like 30 years. So how is he going to be benefiting from this?
He wanted people to have this other one with like steroids and what's the other one? Gutex?
For rheumatoid arthritis, something with...
Redensivir. That is super expensive.
Right.
Sorry.
And the way that Fauci specifically benefits is because they get royalties off of the patents.
If I were Destiny, I would go back to that super cheap drug that Trump got during his therapy at the hospital. Didn't he talk about how that was significantly cheaper to produce and how it was shown to be more effective than some of the other drugs that these two are peddling? We'll see where he goes with this, but...
Fauci gets... Wait, hold on.
You need to incorporate the whiteboard in your background. Yeah, maybe once we get the bookshelf, I still obviously have to think about a lot of the background stuff. I definitely need the green screen to be more usable. So I think I need to buy one of those stands with like the poles that I can put the green screen on rather than the wall. So we'll work on it. We'll improve the studio over time. They're going to go into that after a bit, I think. Okay, cool.
Wait, hold on. We got one at a time because there's a lot of misinformation here. How is Fauci making money off of patents?
That's my understanding. In the CDC, maybe it's not the CDC, it's the NIH. But yeah, like the people in government who develop these types of treatments that end up getting their name on the patents end up collecting royalties, despite the fact that they're government employees and work for us, the people.
But
so
Fauci
at the end of the day, I don't believe any of that is true. Never heard that in my entire life. But let's say that it is. Wait, hold on. Let's say that it is true. My question.
You don't have to do that, Destiny. So again, we have this problem where Stephen will before saying he's just going to give it, he gives this like nonsense before. One of the very first analysis things I did was MX Vivian Wolf talking to Destiny. And I talked about how in the very beginning of a disagreement they had, she said a bunch of bullshit. And then she said, but that's neither here nor there. And then she goes into the conversation. And I talk about how Vivian benefits from all the context that she just added, regardless of whether she said that's neither here nor there or not. And this is the same here. He gets all the benefits out of saying that stuff because, again, like you guys are pointing out, maybe this is just for the audience in his case. But if that's so, this whole even if I give that as a given thing really doesn't work for these other people that he's in the conversation with. There's a balance there where we could have both of those things. I don't know why we're playing it out this way. This seems like less effective of a way to do it. Gish Gallop, even as a Gish Gallop, like it's not an effective Gish Gallop. I would take out the given thing entirely if you're going to do that. Book smarts, like in the debate where Joe Collins says, no, you're right. I don't know. I don't know about this Joe Collins thing. I'm glad you're covering this debate. I just saw it last night. I'm not sure if I have any persuasive arguments for anyone so entrenched in conspiracism.
How I don't understand how, in your minds, Trump ended up taking the entire regimen when it was time for him to be sick that Fauci recommended. Why? When it came time for Trump to take the conspiracy stuff that he's been peddling to you guys, when he got sick, why didn't he just shoot himself up with hydroxychloroquine, whatever other crazy, and bleach and UV light or whatever? He took the drugs that Fauci was recommending. Why?
The Fauci was recommending.
The regimen and the treatments that Fauci said was successful are the things that he ended up doing.
Now I know. Okay, continue.
I'm just curious why you think Trump didn't go with his own recommended drugs.
Well, first off, it wasn't his recommended drugs. It's not like Trump invented hydroxychloroquine or anything like that.
Oh no, goo, baby, goo. No, don't start squirming, my friend. Let me know why. Don't start squirming. Don't start squirming. I think that if it isn't entirely for the audience, you might just want to get ahead of the argument for his sanity. Yeah. But you don't have to bring that up. You don't have to vocalize that. You could just keep it in your brain, and it'll do you more good.
Sure, Fauci also didn't invent remdesivir. Like,
oh, this quick wit! How I have missed it so after reviewing so much of other politics people. Oh,
maybe he didn't personally invent it. That I don't know, but I know that he stands to benefit from pushing it.
That's just not true.
Why did?
Wait! Don't say that is just.
Yeah, well, he can't say that it's just not true because he still hasn't proved the patent thing wrong. And this is, again, why I go back to the saying it's a given thing. He's not even giving it as a given here, right? If he was giving it as a given, he wouldn't be giving this pushback here. So he's lying when he says it anyways. It doesn't do him any good to say, even if I grant you that, blah, 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 when 2 seconds later, he's going to literally continue as if he's not granting it. That's why I'm saying he doesn't need to use that convention because it comes off as like liary and wormy he doesn't actually mean that at all when he's saying that I'm going to give that as a given. Do you guys see what I'm saying here or no? Like this is a super pedantic thing, but I don't think he should do that. I'm going to sleep. Thanks so much for streaming. I'll watch this tomorrow. Keep up the great work. Yeah. See you, dude.
It's not true because I get it if you want to.
Thank
Is this
you.
a fish emote friendly establishment? Oops.
Yes. We love Urs here, bro. More than we do Pepe or Yi, to be honest. I see what you're saying. All right.
To be the speaker, in this platform.
Sounds like a verbal habit he just does at this point. I think when he goes into like rhetorical mode where he's trying to convince them or be nice or be soft, I think it's like a thing that he constantly will repeat. Yeah, it's probably like a tick.
About, in the party that
wait,
you like.
can we spend? No, hold on. Whoa, it's not about parties that I like.
Yee, WTF. Yeah, I'm saying, Ooh is better than the both of
I
them.
don't like the naiveness, and I do not.
I don't like the naiveness either. That's why I'm here.
Let's just pretend nobody's getting benefit here from giving a highly expensive drug to the entire world, okay? This is definitely not something that could happen.
Okay, then let's take...
No, not Fauci in particular. Oh, man. This is like major conspiracy brain coming out of Gypsy here. Or Gypsy? Is her name Gypsy? What was her name again? Genius? Something ironic, I'm sure. She's an epistemological nihilist. Geisha, that's what it is. I'm never going to guess Geisha looking at this lady. Let me write that down. I'm not going to remember that her name is Geisha. I'll put it on my monitor so I don't keep fucking that up here. Squanch. There we go. Geisha. Okay. Racist? What do you mean? Geisha, I think. Yeah, it's
1 minute. Wait, let's take 1 minute and look it up then. Let's just verify right now. Can you?
But
We can sit here. No, you can't. You can't look up anything.
On a freaking hearing right
If
now.
this is a
because they're
fact,
controlling what we get on the internet. Whatever you research, they can ask.
Didn't somebody say she's from Puerto Rico? What do gypsies have to do with Puerto Rico? Like,
and put everything that you need right now to tell me it's going to be available to you, and this is why these people are in a hearing right now.
First of all, Fauci is not in any hearing related to him owning patents.
Not Fauci. I'm talking about Google CEO. Like,
honestly, if anybody watched this and they were a gypsy, they'd be very upset with me because I do use like gypsy slurs in here. But I don't think I'm racist against Puerto Rican people. Dominican Republic. Somebody said Puerto Rican in chat. Dominican Republic. Either way, I don't think Dominican Republic has anything to do with gypsies either. Are all brown people the same to you? No. What do all non-whites look the same to you, book smarts? What do you mean, guys? I think she mentions later something about being Dominican. Okay.
I'm not talking about Google or anything like that. Wait, do you?
I'm going to look at it right now, and I'm telling
It's 2020. Gypsy is no longer PC. It's called Roma. I'm sure Roma is a specific kind of gypsy. Oh my God, you guys suck.
I do not. You don't need to convince me or.
Please stop using the G slur. Look, Europeans, you guys need to educate more people on your shit, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, gypsy is still a fine term, okay? G slur? I like how now this is G slur. I've been saying gypsy a lot. And nobody's saying anything about gypsy until this second here. Oh no, why is there a clip? Oh my goodness. Did I really have a slip up? Did I say something actually bad?
you.
No, not Fauci in particular. Oh man, this is like major conspiracy brain coming out of Gypsy here. Or Gypsy? Is her name Gypsy? What was her name again? Yeah, I just said something ironic, I'm sure. She's an epistemological nihilist. Geisha, that's Geisha. Yeah, I didn't say anything bad. I just said gypsy. If you say G slur, I think of something way more different than gypsy. Yeah, when I hear G slur, I don't know.
In this case, I do not buy it that these people do not benefit. Just because I'm going to prove that they don't benefit. This is more than that. And like, also,
wait. Do you think you can know anything? Wait, do you think
false positives and the people that I even have a recorded on my phone, a friend of mine of make an appointment and go get tested. And
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be canceled on Twitter, and then I'm gonna fucking become a conservative grifter, and I'll fucking destroy all you guys in the marketplace of ideas. If I wake up tomorrow and I'm canceled, guys, I'm gonna become a conservative. I'm gonna tell you that right now, so you better be careful with that shit. I don't think so. You're about to lose. You're about to lose a serious asset, lefties, so reconsider that.
Then they just, because they got busy or something, they didn't go, and then all of a sudden they get a...
I stopped myself. I didn't say that, Duggan. Book smarts. The Romani are widely known in English by the exonym gypsies or gypsies, which is considered by some Roma people to be pejorative due to its connotations of illegality and irregularity. Yeah, if it helps you, I don't think gypsies and this may be an American thing, here you go. Just like the European people love to tell us all the time about how we get shit wrong and we misinterpret shit. Let me tell you how we think about gypsies. Gypsy is just like a random word for people that wander around. So yeah, I don't mean to refer to the Roma people as gypsies. I'm using gypsy as like a random term, guys. Book smarts is over party. Lamau.
Letter with a positive, being positive. How can you? So this is, understand why I do not trust this whole narrative. It's because there's too much evidence out there of why they're like things that they just keep pushing this, like pushing the false positive. How's it coming that the CDC just exposed or said, I don't know if it's the word exposed, but they just said how there was like, I don't know how many, like 90% or something were false positives or something like that. And then like, I have the voice of my friend saying I did not go to get tested and I got a result positive. How can you explain that? And she was not the only one. There's all the other people.
Wait, do you think that you can't know anything, Geisha? Do you think that nothing is knowable through any kind of research? Because that's like the...
Oh, is this the epistemological hedonism thing coming up here? Uh-oh. Okay, let me see. The G word isn't for you. How gypsy erases Romani women. Well, you go ahead and tell me when I'm referring to a Romani woman as gypsy, and then you'll have an argument. But until I start using it that way, I don't think you have ground to stand on. Namaste, to be honest.
You kind of just gave me that argument that you can make up anything online. How do you
No,
figure
that's not
out?
what she's saying. What she's saying is that there's just such a mountain of evidence that show all the inconsistencies across every facet of this. That
so my
to her,
question
and
is,
not just her, but me too. Like it all adds up to something fishy.
Sure. So my question
on.
is, how do you figure out what's true and what's not true? Do you have a process by which you?
You know, common sense. Okay, so sometimes people need, and this is something that I channel at the beginning of this. I was telling a lot of people rely on having somebody to tell them what to believe, and a lot of us should be able to think for yourselves.
Do you think that the average person has the literacy level required to read through an entire study related to some antivirological drug or whatever? Do you think that's normal, that a normal person could read through that and make sense of that?
So you're saying that you need somebody to finish 2 years of medicine or something to just get to the conclusion that some of these things that are happening right now are wrong. They cannot just this stuff doesn't seem right, or have the intuition and see with all the just responses and just the common sense, just things that are common sense.
Okay, hold on, wait a second.
You necessarily need a network to tell you.
Okay, now we're getting into Yikers territory for Geisha here. I said that I would keep as positive as possible for as long as possible. We've crossed the precipice into crazy, so yeah, okay, so we crossed the precipice. I'm cringing. Yeah, me too. She has the epistemological view of subjective truth that Jordan Peterson strawmans postmodernists to have. Little W. Well, apparently it's not a strawman now, is it? Look, people like this are influencing people online. She's probably popular. Look, Destiny's platforming her. Look what's happening. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ruh-roh. Maybe he's right.
What to think. That's what I want.
Have you watched the whole video yet? No, I don't. I haven't watched any of this video. I'm a virgin to it.
You were Miss what was the competition exactly that you participated in?
Miss something, Miss World.
Okay. I'm sure that there are people that watched that, and when they saw you, they were like, wow. All she has to do is be pretty, say a few lines, and that's it, and she won. Congratulations. Do you think it was actually that simple, or do you think you put in a lot of work that people don't actually recognize? It's not trick questions. I'm just curious. I see it all the time. When I play certain video, I used to play StarCraft 2 semi-professionally. When I played at a high level, people see oh, you just click the mouse and move around. It's not that big of a deal, right? There are probably a lot of people that saw what you did and they didn't recognize the amount of work that you put into what you did. I imagine that's true, right? Or maybe not. I could be wrong.
I just get that depends on how serious it is for people. I really wasn't that into it. It was more people wanted me to be in pageants and stuff, but.
Don't you think it's possible that there are some things that probably require some level of background to understand, whether it's setting up something really complicated on OBS?
That sucks that didn't work for him. That's kind of rough.
Or getting some crazy plugin to work. There are probably some things. Yeah. So they're probably.
I understand where you're going. But then also that same person that you're talking right now, the one that is oh, maybe it was easy for her. Don't you think that there's probably someone also watching?
Yeah, they probably require a lot of effort, but do they need a lot of I don't know. I'm not going to say it. I don't want to piss off any pageant people. Never mind. Let's just keep moving on.
That same as World Pageant and thinking as the way the person is walking, the way the person is fit, when you see the workout and all of the marks or whatever, the hair, and when you see all of that, don't you think that someone can think for themselves and say, holy damn, that probably took a lot of work just by seeing the things that they're happening, the stage and all of the choreography. Do you know what I'm saying about thinking for yourself? Do I need somebody to tell me that it was hard work or whatever when I'm seeing myself, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, you might not need somebody to say to see that it's hard work, but to understand all the work that goes into it and then to interpret it correctly. Yeah,
she probably did think he's trying to trap her because he just choreographed exactly that. And it does. Again, there's this double speak thing that Destiny does, and it's almost like a manipulative Vosh kind of thing to do, where he says I'm not going to use this against you, and he's saying that as he's following up another argument that didn't fall on her well, and he's trying to get her to say shit that will incriminate her. So it's so obvious that when he says shit like that, you almost just start to tune out every single time he tries to be nice to you because he's full of shit. And it makes it to where that rhetorical strat just doesn't work because you're not really backing it up through your actions or what people can interpret your actions as. So that's why I'm saying I don't know why he does that. I would think you would want to do one or the other because she's not falling for that. Gutex isn't falling for that. His audience isn't falling for that. So what is the point? Who is he convincing? Is this just so at the end he can say he really tried the entire time? Because I don't even think it justifies him trying the entire time if this is the way he's handling it. So, I don't, am I crazy here? I really think that this is a dumb way of doing this. Or at least this one particular thing that he keeps doing. Geisha is become deranged from what she's interpreting from the world. Destiny will never connect with her on her level. I don't know, dude.
I think sometimes, depending on the technical level of what's going on, you might need to, right?
That's what I mean. There's people who can think for themselves.
Yeah, you can think for yourself. But when it comes to
What exactly does Vosh do? I have a whole YouTube video on it. Go to my YouTube and go to the review between me and the review I did of a call between Vosh and Destiny, and you'll see.
interpreting or doing something, sometimes you need an expert, right? Like if I were to give you just like a car stereo and like a million wires and a bunch of speakers, like, oh, hook it up.
Right. The difference is that the experts that some people are choosing to take their word for, and the experts
Book, I'm not following your point here. That's fine. We're moving
that,
on.
you know, let's say the rest of us are choosing to listen to are different, and they're in these sort of
Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to trap you. Traps you. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Vosh is an intellectually honest debater who is only interested in the truth. Kappa. True.
sort of expert positions because of the sort of difference in worldview and or the what is it, how the virus has been politicized.
Sure, but
That's
the problem
why
is
there's
that
such a difference in what the experts think.
I understand that's the difference. So on one side, you have like medical.
I like how now Namaste has turned against me, I feel like. At Booksmarts, what's your take on her doing blackface in public in the past then? Given your enlightened view of the G slur usage, do you think blackface is problematic? I'm not clicking your link, buddy. But I'm sure that that's not good. He's referencing an experience that might be eliminating them. Maybe.
Communities and universities and governments around the world that are united in one thing they're saying, and then on the other side you've got women that like do rain dances and pray to God to heal people. The idea that there's a similar level of medical authority on both sides of this issue is just not true. Like there's a huge difference in the qualifications of people.
I think that's a.
They really keep coming up to arms when he's saying that's simply not true. That's just not true. Yeah, but that's not correct. And he didn't start doing that until we started pointing out the problems and like the disconnect between his rhetoric and what he's actually doing at a logical level. He doesn't have to do that. Like he can imply, like, guys, if we're trying to convince the audience knows he doesn't believe in this shit. So I don't know why he has to I keep saying choreograph, but that's not the word. What is it in fighting when like if I pull on my pants leg, you know that I'm going to kick. Something like that. What is it called? It's not a tell. It's like a particular word. Can you guys help me? No, it's not a stance. Telegraph. Oh, telegraph. Yeah. Yeah, you're telegraphing your moves. That's what it is. Cue, a tell. Yeah, telegraph. Telegraph is what I'm looking for. When you're telegraphing your moves like that, like it's very cringe. I don't think it works very well. It's unnecessary. Well, who put kissing? Dioxide. Kissing? That's not. What do you mean kissing, dude?
Broad generalization, and we're still just talking about one tiny little facet of the entire thing, right? Because you're talking about hydroxychloroquine, but what we're saying is that it's not just that.
Yeah, of course.
We can pick and choose and debate all we want about this one tiny little thing, but the reality is that the virus is not about hydroxychloroquine. The virus is about like 15 to 20 different things that are
there's a lot of other things as well.
Polarizing.
But the problem is that like even with relatively non-controversial statements, it seems like these are becoming hardcore politicized. So for instance, it's pretty common sense that like wearing a mask is going to help prevent the spread of a virus. Like how can that be controversial? Like
it's controversial because it's not because
I like this. I like using the common sense against them. Well, what happens when my common sense tells me that you're fucking stupid and that what you're saying makes no fucking sense? And obviously a mask is going to stop the spread of something that's spread through like droplets. I like this. And if it was Geisha and we got her back like to like a point of being sober and not upset or anything, I honestly think that her response, if she was able to pick the best one, would be, well, I don't care. Everybody believes what they believe. I can think you're wrong, but that doesn't mean I have to like do X, Y, and Z, because that's what she said earlier, remember? So he asked this now and he might get a different response since they're riled up, but that would be my guess with where she would go in an ideal situation, and that doesn't necessarily help us. Oh God, this is when I started watching live. Uh-oh, here we go. You're going to start reliving it, dude.
It's because definitely it's not as clear cut as you seem to believe.
It's super clear cut. It's a respiratory virus. It spreads on droplets that are emitted from our mouths when we talk or when we cough or when we sing at people or whatever, and we can measure those droplets that come out of your face when you wear a mask. We can measure it when you don't. How is this controversial?
It's controversial because when you look at the studies from, let's say, pre-2020, there were studies about, the effectiveness of masks. There's a lot of...
Oh, I hope to God that he just starts disregarding their studies and giving them his own and just being like, I don't trust your studies the same way you don't trust my studies. I'm going to pick the ones that solidify my point.
Results.
But there's
Really
not, though.
Video.
Every single doctor, every single surgeon, and every single hospital around the world is going to wear a mask when they're dealing with patients. When they're doing like surgery.
And that's actually
to like the patient or open wound.
I'm not saying that they don't do it. I'm just saying that just because they do it doesn't make it effective. Because if you look up, there was a YouTube channel.
Frozen Broccoli, were you really not following this entire time? I feel like you're in here all the time. Booksmart's best is yet to come. The last part of the talk is about Geisha's way of finding the truth. The truth. I think their common sense is getting diluted with all the disinformation out there right now. It's a frowny face? It's okay, bro.
Oh, that got shut down called The Last American Vagabond. And this guy did a 3-hour video live stream where he went through like literal, I mean, it was dozens, if not hundreds of sources that were on both sides. And that study has tons of evidence that goes both ways. But it may be hard to find now, but if you just search The Last American Vagabond, I'm pretty sure you can still find that video somewhere. And I mean, like, he lists all the
I guess that's Twitch's algorithm working really well for you, Frozen.
studies. I mean, I looked at them myself and I'm like, oh yeah, like, okay, makes sense to me. So it's not as clear cut.
So recently I was doing a few interviews when
But hey guys, I have to run. I got to train somebody. It was fun. It was fun chatting. Destiny, it's good to see you, bro. Yeah, Geisha, we'll chat later. But yeah, I gotta go because I still gotta hop on.
All right, get it.
But yeah, thanks for having me on. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay.
Have fun. Be careful.
Sorry. Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye. I wasn't gonna when I was in the Dominican Republic, I tried to do a few interviews with people.
I think so. Yeah, he could have done that with their evidence, but he would have needed to do that way earlier on. Remember, we talked about that at the beginning of the stream. Thank you for that.
Encuestas. I don't know what it's like asking them questions of.
No, I love you from Destiny. Oh, okay, cool.
Of how have they been feeling with the masks, and from all the people that I was interviewing.
The problem with that is there are always more fires to put out. Yeah, that's the other problem with that. You have to establish some kind of means of testing all the sources before. That's why I would focus on tests, like smell tests or check boxes that we can have them agree on all of those, and then go into the examples. That's how I like to do it when I know I'm dealing with conspiracy people.
They all.
Or I play around with them. If I'm being honest, in real life, I love playing around with conspiracy people and like just having fun with it, because I don't try to convince them out of it most of the time, to be honest.
Told me that they have been feeling.
Does Destiny ever host you? I think he's rated a couple of times. I don't know how DGG works, but I've been embedded in GGG. Twitch tells me that, but I don't know how that works.
Fading, like they've been fading. They have been feeling a lot of headaches. They have been feeling anxiety. They feel like they are suffocating many times. I personally, I can't. Like I cut them here. I can because I feel like I'm really just feel like I'm suffocating. When I
you know that, like, so have you ever been to the hospital before for anything?
Of course, I've been to a hospital.
Do they? I imagine you probably have one of those little things on your finger that they clip it on to your finger or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, have you guys seen this video where the nurse puts on the masks and he keeps like putting them on, and he keeps like an oxygen like readout thing on his finger, and it shows that the masks aren't impairing your ability to get oxygen at all? I think that might be where he's going with this. Any Twitch stream, VOD, YouTube video can be embedded by anyone on DGG. Oh, so all of the individual viewers choose to embed what they see. Thank you, Tuckfwitch. That's a funny name. Oh, so what you're telling me is, okay. Yes. All right, awesome.
So you
now
can
I understand.
Get one of those things called a pulse oximeter.
Is that why when the stream ends, a bunch of people complain that the embed isn't working, embed not working, shake my head, embed not working, and RTBA just starts banning people? Booksmarts, yeah, we generally decide as a community to watch somebody. That's nice.
I think, and you can see like the saturation levels of oxygen in your blood. Like this is like a knowable thing. It's not like a mystery. And like people, you can literally put like 7 masks on your face, and you're not going to have like reduced saturation of oxygen in your blood.
Oh, that's cool. You all watch something together. That's really cute. I like that. There's a lot of cool little pockets of cool people in his community. I've been enjoying finding them. If Epiphany or Bullet is watching. Those are two people from his Discord server I've really, really enjoyed spending time with and talking to. Alorius is another one who we need to do a Go game together, and I keep skipping out on it because I would feel bad scheduling something and missing it. But, you know, there's a lot of cool people I've met on his Discord that I think are awesome.
Have an increased saturation.
Also, there's a lot of really nice people in his DGG that like will say nice things about me, or every time I'm in the chat, they do like the wide people happy with like the little hi. I like that stuff. I like that stuff. If you see me in that chat, know that like it makes me smile when I see everybody say hi and stuff. I don't know. That wide people happy with the line. Yeah, that. DGG is insanely nice. Yeah, when they like you. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of wide people happy. Thanks, guys. I like that. Thanks.
Carbon dioxide in your blood, like that. I mean, it's possible people feel bad for like mental reasons or whatever. Maybe just because they think they should feel bad.
You don't think that mask wearing for more than daily does not have an effect on the people?
It may be mentally, but no, in terms of what you breathe in or out, like
I do not think that's because
oxygen. But like we know this in chemistry, oxygen.
But come on, Destiny, it's common sense, bro. My common sense tells me put something on your mouth is gonna fuck with your breathing, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you talk about shit at a common sense level, brother?
Molecules are very, 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 very small. Carbon dioxide molecules are very, 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 very small. These go in and out of masks easy. Like it's not a big deal.
No, but like it's not. I don't think it's safe for the people. And also, you know, some doctors are talking about how this can cause infections in the lungs.
I don't think so.
You know,
I don't think
that's your opinion because it doesn't make it.
Well, it's not my opinion. I don't think there are any studies that show that like if you wear masks.
It doesn't make it a fact because I'm not going to think that what another doctor says about it when they're receiving a patient, a kid, let's say, like, you know, someone who's having, you know, like in an emergency room because of it and seeing that they had the infection and seeing that they've been wearing the mask in school for so long, you know, and just people trying to tell their parents about it so they, you know, they take action and understand that kids have really good immune system. Now they want to use the guilt thing again to tell the parents that they should put the mask on their children.
This is kind of rough. This is getting real rough. I don't know if I can keep watching this. When is the book club for Range? It's very interesting. I might try to do it again tomorrow. It was supposed to be today, but I totally missed it. I had to get my hair cut, which didn't work out the first time I tried to. Oh my God, I didn't tell you guys this either. But so I took an Uber here with the computer and like in the mic stand and like a few other things, and I didn't bring my fucking keys. So I'm sitting out in front of the office with all my stuff, and I'm like, oh. I messaged my landlord because she lives nearby, and I was like, hey, I hate to ask this, but like, could you let me into the office so I could put this stuff in there? And then she's like, yeah, but how would you lock it? And I'm like, you're right, okay. And I had to fucking call my dad and get him to pick me up and take me there and take me back. And he just did it on his lunch, so then I had to wait till, it delayed. Today was really, really delayed. I spent a lot of money today, too. I don't think he'll be able to make it to the end of the convo. I might not be. Book, what is the optimal strategy for convincing / having conversations with people like this? Like I said before, have fun with it. Let them know why you don't want to continue the conversation with them, or if you really want to if you really, really, really want to diffuse this, you probably have to start with whatever fears or other things are like pushing them towards the conspiracy stuff. And if they just pick conspiracy stuff over the reality of situations because it's fun, then whatever. They're just that kind of person, honestly. I don't know why you keep those people in your life aside from having fun with them. So I don't know. Unfortunately,
because you know children might pass the virus to their parents and all of that, and which is, in my opinion, that is very abusive, and they shouldn't do that to the children. So I cannot say that this doctor is lying just because in a study somewhere you found that it's not true.
Okay, so here's something I'm curious about. How are masks so insanely restrictive that they're making people sick by locking gases into their face, but they still allow the transmission of COVID-19?
How the what?
How is it that the mask is so restrictive that it prevents you from breathing properly, but it doesn't prevent the transmission of disease?
I think it's not just I don't think it's the oxygen itself also. It's the bacteria.
Yeah, but if it's trapping the bacteria in your face, does that mean that other people aren't getting sick from COVID? Like, in that case, you at least acknowledge.
To be clear, COVID-19, as far as I'm aware, doesn't come from bacteria. It comes from viruses. Actually, and COVID-19 doesn't come from bacteria. It comes from viruses.
Done that masks must be pretty good at trapping bacteria.
myself because they're giving me the idea that if I don't do it, I'm a bad person, so I'm gonna get sick myself and I have to comply just because I'm told that if I don't do it, I'm gonna get other people sick. And then also, how can you explain to me that people who were wearing masks the most were the ones getting sick the most? Well, people who didn't wear the mask were the.
But that's not true. There have been study after study after study showing people that wear masks and different.
Saw that, so it's like I don't know, probably I don't know if you only look for the stuff that that supports your statement, but
that's what you're doing. What do you mean? Is this what Steven calls projecting? Is she projecting right now, chat? I think she's projecting. I think this is projection.
I did see that they talked about it, about how people who wear masks, like they did try to ask every person that was sick with COVID if they were using their mask for long periods of time, and then who was not using the mask. And then it turned out that the people that wore the mask the most were actually more vulnerable than the ones that didn't.
Do you think it's possible that the people that...
Wait, what if the people that wore the masks are the people that are in danger, and that's why they're wearing masks? So by extension, they're going to be the...
Wore the masks the most were already in like very vulnerable areas?
Okay, he goes there.
So maybe that's why they were more sick?
Well, I don't know. I personally...
I don't know. I just read stuff that agrees with the opinion that I wanted, so I don't really care about that stuff. I question methodology. I don't know. Oh, goodness gracious. I feel this tactic is used a lot, and it frustrates me. It feels like they're doing it so that you can't accuse them of it. Yeah, I don't know. I like to... I'm not like Destiny in conversations. I'm very submissive. I like letting you just whip me around the room however you want to. So if she wants to be talking about this study, I'd be like, all right, go ahead and bring it up. Want me to look at it? I'll look at your study. No, I'm very open-minded. If I don't need the masks, I would love to live in a world where I can believe that the masks aren't helping at all. So if that's the world you live in, give me the shit that convinced you of that. I'll read it, and then I'll deal with that, bro. You're a bum. No commento. Did you know that 90% of road fatalities happen when people wear seatbelts? Does that mean that seatbelts are useless? Monka, Abra, maybe. Maybe car companies just have such a such a financial gain by selling seatbelts that they just try that. I don't know.
I try to not use it, and I try to cut it when I go out, and so it looks like I have a mask, but I really don't, because I just still think this is not fair.
What would you have to see? Because arguably you're literally like a bioterrorist at that point. I don't know if you realize that or not, but you're like...
No, I don't think so. And I'm tired of people trying to use this whole shaming.
I mean, you should be shamed though. Like you're literally contributing to behavior that's like destroying countries around the world.
Society into thinking that is wrong.
Do you think people... I'm curious. If people go to the bathroom and they take a shit and they don't wash their hands, do you think we should shame them?
Okay, now we're done with rhetoric, Stinny. I think now we're into real debate, Stinny, here. Because he's not pulling punches anymore. He's saying, yeah, you're a bioterrorist. Don't you think that, you're doing this and whatever? I think we're past rhetoric destiny. We had a little transitional period where he was saying that even if I give this to you, whatever, where he was starting to be a shitter, and now we're in shitter mode. So now this is debate lord mode. Let's see. I'm going to shift gears too. I'm not going to talk about rhetoric. Let's talk about logic. Let's talk about who gets their ass kicked in this ending part. I don't know. Maybe she comes back from behind, but I have a sneaking suspicion that we're about to have some fun.
Those people? Because that's essentially what you're doing. Every time you breathe on somebody without a mask, you're like taking a breath shit on somebody with potential viruses.
Not really.
It is though. It's the exact same thing.
No, it's everyone's responsibility what to do with their bodies.
But I can't help myself if other people are going into rooms and leaving plumes of dirty virus breath around there. I can't do anything about that. If somebody farts near me, it's not my responsibility to prevent inhaling that in.
It's been like that for decades, but then now they made it a thing, so people are forced into accept what just you got to use the mask. You have to this. You're not.
It'd be like if we woke up tomorrow and we realized oh, damn, farts are starting to kill people now. So, while the farts are killing people, which seems to be a temporary thing because maybe everybody got a bad batch of eggs or something, we need to wear masks, and you need to not be out in public after you ate these eggs and shit. I don't know.
I'm going to get a job now.
How is this
if you don't get tested? People getting richer and richer because all these things cost money, right? All these masks cost money. All these people, they knew prior. How can you tell me how some what was it? Test kits were traded in 2017. How the heck did that just happen? So in my place right now, also thank you for coming. In my place right now, I just simply do not trust, and I don't trust a lot of people. That
clearly you do not, right? I would argue that maybe people should not be trusting you, lady, because you're a little bit crazy. I'm gonna say you're a little bit crazy. Now that we're in debate stinny mode, I'm gonna Just put that out there. I think I point Destiny Gibbs on trying to persuade people and just tries to win. Yeah, we're there.
I've seen and have proven to me that they're not being honest. So that's where I am right now. And that's why at the beginning I was like, well, we can talk about it, which is cool, but I don't need somebody to try to convince me because I don't trust them. I do think there's a lot of...
Clearly, but you do trust the things that support an opinion that you already came up with your intuition. So, yeah, that's rough. What a rough way to live life.
I really mean, like, well, not me.
Why do you trust like random videos on Google, but you don't trust like, medical?
Thanks for the follow.
My intuition. I trust my ability to think and connect dots.
Okay, how do you know if your intuition is ever off or not? How do you know?
That's mine. That's my ability to see, and I also have the ability.
Hey, she's not answering.
To also, when I'm talking to people, I can feel sometimes like in their energy, their intentions, stuff like, you know, over the years, you have to learn to protect yourself, especially when you used to trust everyone and think that everyone's nice, and then you can see what happens and stuff. But that's just...
It sounds like she has some fucking trauma, dude. I feel like he's switching gears from trying to convince the person to convincing the audience. I don't know. If you listen to the chat, he was trying to convince the audience the whole time. Oh, shit. She's like, I know I'm a Scorpio. What? How do you think people fall down into these conspiracy pits? I just think it's an easier way for her to live, and it might be more fun to think everybody's wrong and you have some secret answer to everything and that people are just stupid sheep. I don't know.
That's just where I am now.
What do you think about like people, so for instance, like vaccines? Do you think these are things that people should just decide if they don't want to take them or take them? Or?
I think there's a huge business behind vaccines. And then again, we go back to the...
There's also a huge business behind fucking seatbelts and fucking defibrillators. Like, Jesus Christ, this is stupid as fuck. Now that we're in logic mode and I'm not grading rhetoric, these are bad arguments.
Shaming people, which is, again, the number one thing that...
And you keep reiterating this because you have this innate fear and anxiety about the shaming thing because you have a dumb fucking opinion, and now society is moving towards punishing you for it because you're literally costing the lives of other people with that behavior and with these decisions that you're making. And then on top of that, you're justifying it to other people, and you're justifying it to the very people who you're harming, who I think then have every reason to be criticizing you.
You will get whenever...
I think people should be able to criticize you for this take just as much as you think the doctors should be able to be criticized for their beliefs about COVID, right? If that's up for debate, I think your shit should also be up for debate. And if when I debate you, the only thing that you can say is you have a secret intuition in your brain that tells you that you know better than everybody else, then I'm sorry, but I'm not fucking convinced. And yeah, I'm going to shame you because, you know, goodness God.
Ever you are a threat to... you know, the money business. Like let's not be nice. There's a lot of people with a lot of money. But it's a great business because you are forced to have it in order to have education, which I didn't know. Before I moved into this country, I didn't know this was something that was happening.
You don't think there's any chance there's nobody out there that just cares about the health and safety of other people? Those people just don't
never be obligatory.
But
there's a lot of good people. That's why there's a lot of good people. Why I continuously turn on this thing and I try to talk about this stuff because there's people out there who do want things to be better. And we want us to be...
I think you're wrong, bro. Okay, dude. Okay, Ozymandias. She has communed with the spirits, and the spirits tell her that she's always right. Oh, goodness gracious. But what if she has the third eye? True. Conspiratorial thinking offers a lot of pros and cognitive comfort, a sense of comfort in knowing the truth, such a sense of righteousness, being the warriors fighting against evil. Good God. Convince me to follow Geisha's institution before my own. Yeah, she's got a solid compass on her, dude. The compass of truth is quite strong in this one.
Be happy and free. Now, how do I know? For example,
thanks for the raid, dude. Sock done left. Oh, that's socialism done left. Oh, fucking pog, dude. Thanks. Socialism done left. I hear a lot of good things about you. If I was not as detached from Twitch politics at the moment, I would probably review your stuff more. If you have anything cool, DM me or go in my Discord and DM me. My shit's always open. So if you got something cool you think is worth looking at, bro, please let me know. And for anybody here who's doing this, you can write me an email. If you do ! Email, you'll get my email. And you can send me something from that dude because he's somebody that gets mentioned to me a lot. So I haven't gotten any timestamp link to something cool. So if you guys have something cool you want reviewed, if you have any idea of what I do on Twitch, it's exactly what I'm doing now. So I review conversations, I give advice, my 2 cents, and maybe some tips beyond the conversation so that people at home can have something they can use. Like, for instance, in this conversation, chat is suggesting that maybe part of Destiny's goal is to convince the audience more than it is to convince Geisha or Gutex. And if that's the case, then the advice and the rhetoric that he's using isn't going to be helpful for somebody at home who doesn't have an audience to play to, right? So what's the advice for them with somebody who's similar? And that's what I try to do, is like give multifaceted advice so that people can get a lot out of it. Rage Pope, damn, this setup looks sick.
Let's have a smell, all right?
Thanks, buddy.
Ooh,
Pog. Have we debated whether Gretchen 5 or Just for Men is what was attacking Giuliani's face? I thought it was that, you know, the powder stuff that makes it look like you have hair when you don't have hair. People were saying hair dye. I don't think it's hair dye. Like, it was real dark for it to be dye, unless he just got it dyed and, like, didn't wash the shit out. Like, it looked like the powder stuff. If you guys have seen, like, the Reddit GIFs about it, it's this powder that you put on your head, and it looks convincingly enough to be, hair. But if you get it all wet and stuff, it'll turn into that nastiness. So I think that's honestly what it is. I don't think it's dye, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Bald is beautiful. I mean, it can be. It's less beautiful when you try to cover it up with gnarliness.
For example, how do I know that you,
honestly, guys, here's some other advice. And me and the barber lady today were talking about it. You have to, like, I think there's a turning point when people realize that, like, instead of hating on yourself for, like, traits that are unique to you, or instead of seeking other traits that are the opposite or, like, different from what you have, I think it can be really powerful to realize that some of your traits, whether it's your chubby, whether it's your eyes are a color, whether it's the kind of hair you have, whether it's your lips or your nipples or whatever the fuck you're uncomfortable about, I think it's worth considering that that's a type for somebody else. And just because you're not your type doesn't mean you have to become your type. Like, I don't want to, like, start looking like the kind of dude that I think is attractive necessarily. I just need to be the most attractive dude that I can with the bits that I have, right? Like, if people like poofy hair, what do people like with poofy hair? And what do they like that I like? And, like, finding some in between, I think, is where I would make compromise there. But even that, I would say you should lean more towards what you like and what you're okay with, you know, what you have, and realize other people are going to be down with it regardless of what it is. So, you know, Ben sure likes it. I like your hair. Thanks. Oh, wow. That's good advice. Yeah. I just think that, like, you don't have to be the kind of person you're attracted to. That's, like, crazy. Like, what's the point? Even if you achieve it, even if I give you the Thanos glove and you snap it into being that you look exactly like the person you're attracted to, like, what does that accomplish for you? Like, autogynephilic kind of nonsense? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think that that's helping you the way that you think it is. I don't think that's like I don't think that's a goal or, like, a way of thinking that people have tuned into. So that might help some people that are watching right now. Just achieve the standard of perfection you aspire to. Yeah, I don't know. Makes me love myself, Pepe Hands. Aw. Book smarts. What about trans people? I don't know. I'm not trans, so I guess maybe my advice doesn't help trans people because I'm not trans. You should ask a trans person about that, though. They might have something cool to tell you. I don't know. Not my place, really.
you are not.
Are you single? Yeah.
Benefiting from talking about this. How do I trust, for example, your word, your statement, and not think that you're also one of the people who promote certain things? For example,
I do benefit from it. I'm getting paid to stream right now, but you benefit as well, right? Anytime you post this stuff, you get social.
What if you have an unhealthy love with your own appearance? Well, then you're not the target group I'm talking about. You're already in love with yourself. You don't have to change shit, buddy. You're already perfect. You're your kind of person, right? That's not the kind of person that needs this advice. Like, book smarts. What if I look in the mirror and I just think I'm the sexiest fucking thing alive? Like, well, buddy, you sound like you're not the group that I'm trying to talk to right now. Sounds like you're in a different situation.
Social media engagement.
From streaming about this specific thing.
I get money for talking about anything I talk about. We're both influencers. We're both in the same boat there. Anything you talk about, you also get money for talking.
COVID and saying that we should wear masks and things like that. Why I'm asking you that? Because I have received myself emails and proposals of that I should promote mask wearing, and they were paid. That actually, like, I've seen other influencers that I knew that before who were taking photos of themselves with masks and just talking about, like, you know, the we all have to wear it, and and then I was saying, like, this is not something about people promoting a brand of masks.
What are you doing with your right hand? Is this my right hand, or do you think this is my right hand? The mic hand or this hand? Because I am randomly fidgeting with stuff on the table. Now that you can see me, you can see that one, Kappa. Which one? Your right one? This is my right one. Oh, I'm honestly yeah. I have this little drawstring that I'm like twirling around.
People get paid. Hold on, you should know this because I know you've done work like this in the past. I know for a fact. I'm almost positive you must have been paid to do some type of charity work in the past before. Isn't that really common with pageantry
I've
stuff?
never got paid for my charity.
For a sec, that looked inappropriate. Yeah, I'm like helicoptering, like
I only make charity for myself.
You've never in your life worked any event that's contributed some of the proceeds or anything to charity. That's never been a thing.
I've done a ton of charity because I voluntarily wanted to do it.
Okay, you can still voluntarily want to do something, but also still get paid for it. It's not a bad thing. It's not an evil thing.
No,
Unless you're like a communist or something. I don't know.
I have never been paid for it.
What?
Never been paid for being a volunteer in a charity.
Okay.
So
Well, I mean, it's pretty.
Thanks, Hodder, for the follow. Beyond Meat Spin. Booksmart's gonna get canceled for masturbating on stream. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I just twirl that shit.
Common that a lot of people
Show me your noodle. Show me your noodle.
do charity work. They have to get paid for it. I mean, but it makes sense for the charity to pay people as well.
That where I am coming from right now, and the reasons why I just, I do analyze a lot of the things that are happening right now, and I know that people have, they have their investors or they have their thing or this and that. A lot of people get involved in this type of topic because it can affect them somehow or whatever. But what I don't like is to, I'm not like, I just like to be aware of, or just to let someone understand that I'm aware that a lot of these things are happening right now, and I just simply don't trust a lot of people.
I understand, but what I'm asking you is what you should do is you need a way to figure out like what's trustworthy and what's not trustworthy. Because it sounds like you just have this blanket statement where you just don't trust anything. But that's actually not true. You trust a lot of things right now. It's just the things that are the most convenient or beneficial to you. So for instance, you trust yourself on the internet right now. You probably trust your.
That's really good. I know that I'm like half paying attention right now, but I like that he's finally synthesizing all this into like an actual argument against her. I like it. Oh, I'm just twirling the noodle. What do you do for a living? This, apparently. I do this, and I do tutoring. Oh, by the way, I'll plug this real quick, and I'll put on the anime girl. All right. I have a Patreon, okay? And if you want to see this continue to happen, if you want me to get a house, because right now I'm in an office and I sleep in a van, if you want to help me out, the Patreon is the way to do it. Yeah, so I would say that. This is a homeless man. Yes, it is. So yeah, that, and also people commission me for helping them with stuff, whether that's giving them advice or doing tutoring. Everything is $25 an hour. So if you ever want my help on a project, or even, and I haven't ever mentioned this, but now I'm down for it. Now that I've met some bigger streamer people, okay, and some bigger like esports people and other folks, I'm starting to realize I could probably do this as like a job on the side. So if you have an organization that you think needs a consultant or somebody to come in and help you communicate with your employees or whatever the hell, I would be willing to come out on site and help you with that if you're willing to pay for it, okay? So I'm open to those inquiries. If you want to do that, email me, ! Email, and my email is booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I'd be happy to. So yeah, whether you want tutoring or you want advice or whatever, it's all $25 an hour. Pretty reasonable, I think. So yeah, if you ever want that, hit me up. Or if a streamer you know needs that, let them know. Feel free to drop them my line. What do you tutor? A lot of essay writing. My background is in essay writing. So basically, prior to doing Twitch, I was a graduate paper writer. So if somebody was getting their graduate degree, whether that's their master's or their doctoral, I would help them with that. I did majors ranging from psychology and behavioral psychology and education all the way to business administration and nursing. So yeah, that's my background. But yeah, I'd be happy. You're going to need to charge a lot more than $25 to get those jobs. Well, here's what I'm doing. The jobs you're talking about, yes, they would probably add up to more than $25 an hour for sure if you wanted to bring me on site and shit. But as far as the other people, I'm happy to keep it up to 25 until I can fill like 2 full work days a week. And if I can fill 2 full work days, then I'll start to charge more as demand kind of like, have you guys ever seen the graph? you know, where demand goes like this and price goes like this. I'm still trying to fill up and make sure that I'm at the peak of like output with 25 before increasing it. So yeah, get it while it lasts. The bigger I get, the less time I'm having for tutoring people and stuff. So long live book smarts. Okay, yeah. Would be pretty monk-ass if someone hadn't. Wait, what? Why not just become a lawyer? Why would I become a lawyer? Wait, how does that make any sense? HR smarts? How much to help book a YouTuber? It's same, 25 an hour. Just reach out.
The car works if you use it, or the car of your Uber driver when you use it. You probably trust a great deal of businesses to deliver you healthy food without them contaminating you and making you sick. It seems like the only things that you aren't trusting right now are the things that are convenient.
Oh, and if you want the Patreon, here's a link to the Patreon. I didn't see anybody do the command for it. So there you go. All right. I don't think Nightbot is set up in the YouTube chat. I got to figure out how to do it. I did it, Pepe Hands. Oh, okay. Sorry, buddy. The chat moved a little quick there. Yeah, why not just become president? True. Well, because I'm not old enough. I'm only 23, despite the things that I've accomplished. So, yeah, I used to have a lot more money. I hope we can get back to that point. But I did that with essay writing, and I don't want to go back to essay writing too much. So I think I'll keep trying to do this. I tutor basic high school shit, and I managed to charge 30. Yeah, so it's worth mentioning that in my Craigslist and in like other ads that I put out, like flyers and stuff, I charge more than 25. Like I think it's 40 for high school students and 50 to 75 for undergraduates and graduate students. So normally I'm charging significantly more per hour. And even that's less compared to other people that do test prep things. They're charging like 100 to 125 an hour. So yeah, I'm aware of that. I just think that for like Twitch people and stuff, if I don't want it to be like a huge barrier. I think 25 is more than fair for a lot of people in a lot of parts of the world. And maybe if these people are okay with me making it public that we had sessions, I can do this later. But if you ask anybody that did tutoring with me, they're always surprised at how much we get done in a single session. And it's often because my approach to tutoring and my approach to consulting is to give you a whole different perspective through which to view the problems that will always produce solutions as a result of like the very nature of it. That sounds really vague, but basically, I create an entirely new paradigm through which to view the situations we talk about. And what that does is it means that we kind of naturally get answers every time we view it through the paradigm. So for instance, note-taking, you should always have a purpose. What is your purpose? Your purpose is to review the notes at the end of the note-taking. So that helps us handle any question that comes up just through that one thing that we set up. So what do I write down? Well, write down what will help you in the review. Well, how do I know what will help me in the review? Okay, well, you need to pay attention when you review. What are the things that you forget? You need cover for those. How do I improve that over time? You iterate upon it. So at the end of every review, say what helped you. And if you want to do a test, you could see like what you were forgetting, and then what you were forgetting you can include in your notes. And it's like, you know, you start to answer a lot of questions sometimes just through setting up a paradigm through which people can view and understand things. And that's what I try to do in tutoring. That's pretty standard though. Yeah, I guess. Oh, Dr. Killpatient. Are we ever? Oh, Dr. Killpatient is one of the people who didn't really like the tutoring. But that's because you didn't want to take my advice, bro. That's your bad. Are we ever getting a full Booksmarts lore stream? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what much more lore there is. Yeah, that's cheap as fuck. Yeah, I'd agree. Why not do both essay writing and this? Well, I am. It's just, essay writing requires a lot of funds to like advertise properly because I'm really limited in the channels I can advertise with essay writing. And so if money goes into essay writing, it really can't go to other stuff because there's like a minimum amount I need to spend on essay writing advertising. I pay $400 for 27 square meters, 100 by 100 megabit internet per month. Is that a lot in America land? No, that's pretty cheap in America land. I tutor. Okay, I'm all caught up. Wonderful.
Convenient for you not to trust because you want to do.
The homework is old. Don't do that, Dogan. I should remove that command. We're not really doing homework
like a certain thing online or whatever.
So, like for example,
I'm sorry you struggling with your living situation. Really bothers me. Everyone should should have housing. Yeah, I think so. You need to divulge more lore to establish a better parasocial relationship with your viewers. I feel like we talk about the same lore almost every time I stream, so I don't know. On Before Broke Arc. Oh, the Before the Broke Arc. Ah, the Before the Broke Arc. True. Tell us your fears. Guilt viewers always. Have you committed any crimes like Hark Dan? No, I wouldn't admit to it. That would be stupid as fuck.
Let's have a smell, all right? Ooh,
Wafting.
Oh, everyone likes their own brand, don't they? This is magic.
Guilt viewers always.
Analysis.
Well, save money. Yeah, true. I need to save money. That's the big
I mean,
thing.
I don't know what you mean.
Today was so expensive. Between the haircut and the Ubers, bruh, it costed a lot. Just get a house. Yeah, I know. Just move. Just move. Well, once my income reaches a certain level, I can definitely move. But until the per month income is at a level where I can afford rent and everything else, it's irresponsible to just randomly move. So, Booksmarts, do you have a degree? Nope. I went from high school and I did like a semester of college before realizing they weren't going to let me test out of everything like they told me they would. My junior and senior years of high school, I was doing college for people and I was getting paid to do it. So by the time I entered high school, I had taken undergrad classes like a gazillion fucking times. I didn't want to have to retake freaking English again or history again or any of the electives again. So I asked if I could test out, and that's in part why I picked the school that I picked. And then they didn't let me test out of all the stuff. They kind of pulled a fast one on me, and so I pulled a fast one on them. Well, if I have a certain period that I can trial this before I have to pay for it, and I was paying out of pocket in cash, then fuck you guys. I'm not going to continue doing this stupid fucking college thing when I've already done it and you didn't let me test out. So the world lost a possible researcher in that moment, and I still think that that's pretty sad. I like to think that if I lived in like a European country that offered education like for free as like a just like a perk of citizenship, it's interesting to think of like how different my life would have been and like what I might have been able to contribute to society even at this point. Because I've written so many freaking graduate papers that alone is kind of crazy. And to think that it takes graduate students like literally years to just do one fucking paper is ridiculous to me. And if I can pump them out like this and read stuff and like keep it in my brain for that long and whatever, like I do really think that I could have done a lot more if America was better about their education system. But because they're not, I guess we'll never know. And here I am on Twitch helping you guys. But hey, you know, if God wanted it differently, if a God exists, I suppose he could have ran it differently. So maybe there's a reason for it. Who knows? Maybe I'm meant to be a cool Twitch person. We'll see. Didn't Newsom sign into law free 2 years of community college? He did, yes. Yes, he did. And you're only 23? Yes, sir.
Like if I see...
Reset the matrix, yeah. Yeah, I feel you could have been a fine academic. Yeah, especially because I would really dedicate myself to academic stuff. Like, it's kind of like how it is with stream now. Like, I kind of just put all my effort into work. It would have been interesting to see what I could have come up with.
I was referring the other day of how all of this, you know, big, very influencers.
Not too late? I guess so. Living in a van down by the river. Yeah, it's kind of sad to think about. Just got off the phone with God. He told me you're destined to teach the dredges of Twitch how to nut. I'm just gonna not read the rest of it. I'm just gonna pretend like that's what you wrote. Wait, what the fuck? I thought you were in your late 20s. You give off a mature vibe. Yeah, it's because I've lived a lot of life, I think. I guess for more lore, although everybody, thank you for the sub. Although other people already know this, like essentially, like I think it was immediately when I was 18, if not like early 19, I immediately moved out. I moved abroad. I lived in Asia for a while. Like I got an apartment in Thailand and I traveled to all the other countries that I wanted to see in like Eastern Asia. So I went to like South Korea, I went to Hong Kong, China, fucking Japan, all kinds of cool places. And I got that out of the way like really early in life. And then when I came back, I just wasn't as serious about business stuff. And I think if I was more serious about business stuff, I might have been in a better situation. But I kind of liked chilling out and whatever and smoking weed and all that. And I kind of blew a year or two. And then when I started focusing in again and I saved up enough money to really do an advertising push for my essay stuff and really hopefully like get back to like a high level of income again so that I could go out and travel and like see the world. COVID happened, okay? And the dude who I was paying to do all my advertising shit just randomly disappeared off the face of the earth. He allegedly went to the hospital, and then after that, I just didn't ever hear back. And there went all of my savings. Because I figured, well, I have a van, I have a motorcycle, I have an office, like I've got, clientele up the wazoo. I think now is the time to not have this money in savings and to just go all out and take this opportunity that I saw with advertising. And the world fell apart around me, and I didn't have a safety net to catch myself. So, and it is crazy to think that we're still, like, that was almost a year ago now, I think. And like, I'm still in this situation. It is kind of sad to think about. So I am trying to keep this, like, I am trying to make this work, because I do think with the Patreon and with the Twitch, and if I stream consistently in an office and I network, and if I really, really try, especially with the networking stuff, I think I could do it. Like, I got to meet Steven in real life. That was fucking cool. It was cool to go to a Trump rally with Steven. I got to meet Bose, who ended up being super duper fun. She's a really cool lady.
You have to form these opinions yourself.
Aye.
You can't cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Drawing your own conclusions is the chase.
Also, and I think I'm allowed to talk about this. I've also like been reaching out to other YouTubers and stuff, and have had a fun time talking to like bigger YouTubers. Like I got to meet, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this, so I won't. Whatever.
And it feels like I have a
Imagine coming back to America.
Work by shutting up
yeah.
by speaking.
Did you, how did you come into contact with Destiny? I reached out, a long time ago, over a year ago, I think. And I told them, hey, I saw you. Like,
I shall call him Mini-Me.
Thank you. How did I come into contact with Destiny? Yeah, I reached out to help him with rhetoric advice. I told him I was an essay writer person for a living, and I thought like I've like even in tutoring, I would use his arguments as like examples and stuff. And so I thought it would be cool to help him. It was PewDiePie. No, it wasn't PewDiePie. Honestly, I think if people pay attention, they'll know what YouTuber it was. Does it start with an A? No. That's the last hint I'll give you. It doesn't start with an A.
Breathtaking. I shall call him.
Oh my god, that's a lot of subs.
Mini-Me.
Thanks. Vaush? It's already public that I emailed Vosh and stuff. I've talked about not being able to talk to Vosh. So no.
In my country, for example, the government, and in this case the government, but a lot of people who have businesses and interest, they will pay these celebrities, and so they agree with.
It's pronounced Vaush.
The things that they have and promote. And we live.
Thanks for the subs, guys.
Live in a capitalist country, so there's a lot of money, like no matter what, because people can make and build their own fortunes in this country. So,
Also, when I hit a certain amount of money, I'm good at spending it. Like if I'm at 3,000 to 5,000 per month of income, I can travel the entire world on that budget. Like I did that before, and I know how to like manage those finances. So like, it is exciting to think if I could get the Patreon to that point, because the other thing is, if I'm able to travel, I can make cool and interesting content. And even if it's educational, if I have like set pieces and stuff that are foreign, I think people like clicking on that shit. And I could easily just film a bunch of B-roll shit in Japan and like play off to the weebs and do anime. Like there's so much that you could do with traveling and stuff. I think it would be fun. Anywho, that doesn't matter.
If I see all of the celebrities, they all get together and they all like just pushing again. Also, there's a whole like shame culture, and then when I see what happens to those who don't, and then the backlash and the hate and the division, and I don't think that's something that.
Okay, Brazil, yeah, maybe Brazil too. Chico, are you the one that posted that song yesterday? Chico, could you tell me who the singer of that Bésame song is? Because I'm looking for one particular version, the one that I sung, and I can't find it. I can only find like other people singing it. Kind of like Melina. Yeah, kind of like Melina. And I could get prettier like Melina too. I could start to really work on my looks.
Costs avoid rudeness. And it feels like I have a much better chance of making that work.
With that much, you can debate in person. True. Yeah, but yeah, maybe I could be like Melina. I think I need to be prettier though. Yeah. Swimming stream when? I'll go to Europe and I'll wear one of those Speedos and stuff. You'll see my fat ass. And my thick bulge. Bésame mucho? I don't know if it's Bésame mucho. I don't know what the name of the song is.
Here, wait, real quick. So you keep focusing on this one thing. Let's talk about this one thing. So shame culture. Do you think people should ever be shamed into anything? Do you think it's bad to shame people into doing the right thing, or?
You just said doing the right thing.
Yeah.
How do I know that that is the?
Oh wait, I'm not.
Melina's the one trying to catch up to your beauty. Well, I don't think that's the case.
I'm not asking you what the right thing is. I'm asking because you keep bringing up shame culture as it.
Yes, exactly. Because they use shame into, just like you said, like to do the right thing.
Yeah. So what I'm asking, hold on, but you keep bringing up shame culture like it's a bad thing. So I'm curious if you think should we ever shame people into like doing the right thing or not? Do you think that should? What?
If that's what you want to know. It's something that can definitely be weaponized.
Sure, of course. Yeah, of course you can weaponize anything. Sure, but shame culture in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing, right?
But you know what I'm saying? Like it's something that is weaponized.
Yeah, of course. That's the whole point of like cultural pressure on something.
She's just repeating shit, but she's not listening to his question again. Should we keep listening to this? I feel like this is just, we're in like negative zone. What is the next timestamp? What does that say? Dangerous way of thinking and intuition, and then intuition doesn't always to truth. Should we really finish this? 2x speed? Okay. Do the right thing, aka save people's lives. True. Give it to me, daddy. Uh-oh. There's a lot of really dumb people on Twitch. There are a lot of really dumb people on Twitch. It's kind of crazy. It kind of makes me want to be a YouTuber. Guns can also be weaponized. True. All right, we're going to put 2x. Or should I go 3? No, I don't know if I can understand her on 3. We've talked in the past about kinds of voices that I can't understand at higher speeds. The accent that she has would make it difficult to understand her at like 5x. So this would be an example of like somebody I probably couldn't do that with. Whereas like Destiny, I'm used to the way that he talks and I could probably easily do it.
Right?
I personally don't like judging. I don't like.
No, I'm sure you judge all the time. If I told you somebody was a rapist or a murderer, would you judge them?
I can give you an opinion about the whole thing and the raping and all of that without having to be judgmental about someone, because at the end, we don't know what the person went through. We don't know their past. You can say anything without having to shame somebody, because sometimes we use these things to have emotional control of other.
There are more dumb people on YouTube. I would argue that there are also more smart people on YouTube. There's more people in general on YouTube, but I would say there's definitely more smart people on YouTube.
So when we're kids. No
answer. What did you ask? Or did she ask? Don't say gypsy, bro. It's racist against the Roma.
Our parents, I don't know, like if you shame somebody, you get that emotional reaction, you can get hurt and this and that. So society, when they do all these constant shaming into, let's just say that, like conspiracy theorists, for example, then nobody, if they're shamed enough, nobody want to become one. And that's great for, and let's just say corruption, because that way nobody's going to like dig in and trying to find things and they can get away with a lot of stuff.
Ping me whenever you want to do that note stream. I don't know if we will at this point, Rage Pope. I think you missed the boat on that, because I did kind of all of those in like one day. And I kind of don't want to go and redo a bunch of them. I think I have enough with what I have now. I think I need to interview some F. Yeah, I know. Well, you missed the boat, bruh. You missed the boat.
So that's why I said it could be weaponized.
Yeah. Actually, there are a few streamers that I still need to do it with. So I'll let you know the day that I do it. And if you're free, you're free. If you're not, then you got fucked. Because there are other streamers I need to talk to. Bastier is one of them who said that he would totally be down to answer the questions. So there are still people I'm waiting on. Maybe Destiny. Tell Steven, guys. It's quick. It's like 20 to 30 minutes. They're basic questions. Are we going to do a study guide stream? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't disagree that we weaponize. I'm just curious if you think we should never, ever shame anybody for anything.
Well, that's my personal opinion. That I don't like shaming, and people can decide whatever they want to do. Okay.
Stop twirling the nude. No, I like twirling my nude.
Do you think so? Do you think that we should shame people for not wearing seatbelts, like in their cars?
I told you I don't like shame. They should know we're not their parents. People should be able to make their own, like, Yeah,
but don't you think like cultural pressure can kind of like move people in different weapons or in different ways to believe? Don't you think that we could use like cultural pressure to like move people to have
what we need is more empathy. More empathy culture, which is completely lost. Feeling for what the other person, like, that's just how the other person feels like responsibility. But this is something that it's hard to have mentors these days, because everyone is either super toxic or benefits from being super toxic.
So, okay, you are highly conspiratorial. Okay, you need to chill with the like benefits from being everybody benefits. Like, not everybody has like crazy ulterior motives for everything they do. I think it's a really dangerous way to think like that, because you're gonna end up finding yourself believing a whole bunch. Because what's gonna happen is you're actually getting taken advantage of by people that want you to believe that every single other person is conspiratorial. But those people are conspiratorial. A lot of the doctors that are coming out doing their big truth saying things, these guys are getting paid millions of dollars by people to come out and give their controversial takes. And you think that you're being a free thinker by following them, but in reality you're just being hijacked by another party. I think you need to be really careful about believing them.
I wonder. Ooh, I just dropped a bunch of stuff. I just broke your guys' neck. You just saw a murder happen live on Twitch.tv. Oh my god. I've broken you. we'll just pop your vertebrae back. This is what the afterlife looks like. And I'm the devil. All right. I dropped the whole thing of markers. God damn it. Oh, man. Now we gotta find the right angle again. Oh, man. You guys gotta die on me with your brittle bones. You guys and your brittle bones. There we go. I feel like that's higher than it's. Okay. Oof. Did you hear that? The more stuff just fell. No, my bones. It's always the nice ones. Yeah, it is. You think I'm reaching around to brush the hair out of your face, and then I go against your neck and like Your office is deconstructing itself. Yeah, it is.
Every single thing in life is super conspiratorial. I think a really scary way to walk around thinking is you end up not believing in anything at that point, which kind of sounds like where you're at.
I believe in a lot of good things and a lot of good people, which is I like to surround myself with good people and with people who care. I'm just also not naive to not think some of the things that I'm observing that are happening. And that doesn't mean that I don't trust anybody. There's a lot of good people out there. There are a lot of good people out there. Now, again, I'm not blind to see. I'm observing. I'm witnessing things. And I also came from a place that's very corrupt. I'm very familiar with corruption.
Sure, but when I ask you a question of like how do you figure out if something is like reliable or not, and your response is common sense or intuition, like that's the same thing somebody would say if they believe that like the Matrix was real, right? Like common sense and intuition are like the best weapons of somebody like spreading conspiracy theories because they're not actually based on any evidence or anything verifiable. It's just people
well,
like
you need evidence to believe something always, then that is the way you process information.
But
I use a lot of things. So for example, if I have, because it's not like I just get all the like every.
Oh man, did she really just say that? Hold up.
Sense and intuition are like the best weapons of somebody like spreading conspiracy theories because they're not actually based on any evidence or anything verifiable. It's just people
well,
like
you need evidence to believe something always, then that is the way you process information.
But
well, okay. That's my favorite line. Well, it's certainly an impactful line. It's certainly left an impression with me. Hey, guys, if she ever wants to reach out for help, let her know that the door is open. I'd be happy to like walk her through this stuff, but man, this is bad. This is not great. I think this is a good lesson on how normies think. I hope not. I hope it's not. Destiny's YouTube channel just posted the short debate he had with Socialism Done Left. Interesting. Email me. Tell me what's good about it. It's from the vibrations of 2x speed. Interesting. I've had more than one person say that to me, believe it or not. Yeah, but I don't think they really reflect on that.
For example, if I have, because it's not like I just get all the like everything out of my my asshole or something. Let's say if I get a lot of information of different things, a lot of different things, and I go over all of them, then I try to think what are the scenarios of. So in my head, I think of all the possibilities of all of this stuff combined. It's not just like, oh, this is what I'm told. To make my own. I do my own.
Let's say somebody comes up to you and let's say they disagree with you. And then when you say, well, why do you disagree with me? And they say, well, because of my intuitions. How do you ever change that person's mind? Let's say somebody comes up to you and they say that they disagree with you on something. And you go, oh, well, why do you disagree with me? And they say, oh, well, because I use my intuitions. How do you ever change that person's mind?
Why would I tell you that?
What if it's something important like, hey, like we all need to do this thing or we're all going to die?
Hey, that is my skill. That's something that I know. I don't know. You have
to. I don't know if I can keep handling this. I think I'm nearing my limit. I'm nearing my limit with this. Why would I tell you that? And then you'd be able to beat me at this. Like, what do you mean? Like, no, I don't think you have an answer to that. I think he's asking you these things because he worries about becoming somebody like you, where he's just not able to be convinced by anybody about anything, and he just believes he's righter than everybody else, and there's never a way out. Yikes. Well, this is not great. Abort smarts. Do it. Yeah, I don't. This is when I stopped. I'm very close to it.
Familiar with that? With what? I don't know if are you familiar with this, like intuition and gut feeling, for example? Have you had a gut feeling? Because it is something. These things sound really weird to people. Like if you're not. I don't know. If you're very like about like evidence and material, like you gotta have this in order to, it's really hard to explain.
The problem is that I understand what you're thinking, okay? But this is like a very like midbrain thing, okay? The reason why we're like good and successful as a species is because we use our front brain, we use our prefrontal cortex, okay? We think about a lot of really complicated advanced concepts. What you're talking about is just like relying on heuristics. Like you develop patterns over time, you notice things, and you just assume that everything will fit a pattern.
What about the left side of the brain?
No, I'm not talking left or right. I'm saying like you feel like you're
I can't, bro. I'm gonna roast her. I can't. I'm gonna be mean to her. I'm gonna start fucking bullying people. This is not what we want. This is not what we want. We don't want Booksmarts fucking reacting to this, bro, because it's about to turn into a roast, and I don't want to because she seems like a lady. I see. I'm already gonna start roasting, bro. I can't. Okay, I can't. And I have these gypsy comments floating around in my brain, and they're mixing with what I'm thinking of saying and whatever. This is a bad combo. We don't need bully smarts. No. Anger management coach becomes the bully. No. How much more is there of this? 15 more minutes. Let's take a breathing break, okay? Let's take a breathing break. Hopeless optimism minus 100. Yes, we've spent all of our optimism that I started with. X5 makes it 5 more minutes. True. Okay, I'll do that. Enable.
You have to form these opinions yourself. You can't cut to the chase.
Okay, the reason why we're
Drawing your own conclusions is the chase.
What is this set to? Okay, we're going to play it at 4, and we're just going to speed through it, okay? Critique someone else. I enjoy watching, like, Contra. Okay. No bully, just click play. This is fine. Finish it or I finish you. That sounds a little bit kinky, my dude. And it's like, again, that she just ignores that he just explained that you're using this middle brain fucking primate bullshit. And I'm telling you to use the human specific fucking logical thinking part. And she's like, if you want to talk about brains, there's this interesting function of the brain where it just reacts to stuff. Okay. It's kind of crazy. It's like animalistic. And he's like, yes, while our attention is on that, this is exactly the thing that I'm saying can be problematic, and I'm saying there's a different function that we can. How can you tell what they are saying? Because I've got big brain. I got big brain and good ears. Tuition. That's just a guess. She says you can use a lot of things, but then she only talks about using common sense. That wasn't a lot of things.
The problem is that humans are really bad at information. We unbiased way of doing things. We might change things. I go around and ask all my friends, right? I ask from Australia, from Britain, from South Africa, what they think about women, and all that, right? And I think like, what I really do, maybe they say, well, I do, and so I ask, they're right? Right? Sometimes they're like, well, asking all the world, maybe people asking about choosing different people, and figuring like what actually opinion is. I just try to world actually right opinion. Let's say okay? And so we'll ask all the friends around the world. Yes, friends from university in UK, yes, friends from university in France, and yes, friends from university in America, what their opinion is on the coronavirus. Of course, that's the same. You also university, right? Yeah, around the world, it's all different different friends. So maybe you have to come from different people, and that's why, you know, it seems like things all over. Maybe we're so what problem is I see yourself. Now, with me, at least personally, I'm not looking for somebody who agrees with me for truth. Me trying to find what makes sense because we are constantly lied, and that is my opinion. We are being my reality. We are constantly being lied, and because of that, I try to find the truth. The truth is not fine. You have to like go around and see if there's anything both.
There's a lot of these little warnings where she's like, I just think we're being lied to all the time, and so I just try to be skeptical, you know. And it's like, well, no. You think being lied to all the time means that you think that you default to the common consensus, whatever, to be the wrong thing, right? Because we're being lied to all the time. She's starting with a fundamental belief about the world, and it's tinging because it's completely taking control over the intuition, which could be a good part of her brain, but it's poisoned by this idea that everybody is lying all the time and everybody's out to get something and everything is not true unless proven otherwise. And I think that that's a rough way to live.
Side of I stare and wearing nothing else. Okay, I'm there. I think that I'm like, you know, I can read on somebody too. Like, I'm constantly trying to find like what I think is the truth.
Am I supposed to watch your VOD on 4X now? You don't.
Like, do you understand that? So this is really important to me. It's like if your goal is to find truth, like
I'm not gonna edit this video, Dogan.
Your intuition is supposed to tell you what's true, right? Are you aware of that?
Am I intuition supposed to tell you
Correct, yeah.
Or that's something
Because humans, our goal, we have really one goal.
Are you not telling me something?
Because our goal, okay? Our goal is still reproduce. That's really what our okay? So our goal is the propagation of our genes is the main purpose of your life. Not to you, everything is DNA. So the goal of your senses is not to tell you the truth. It's to keep you alive long enough to make it true. That's literally all senses do. Our senses aren't supposed to tell us the most true thing in the world. It's supposed to tell us like the information we need to survive. It might be the case that what is true might actually be the best thing you need to know to survive. So our senses tell us that. We really like the argument like what true things are. We probably need to use more than just our basic intuition.
Your difference about DNA, I feel like it's very shallow and right? So I'm more instinct than the us human science with. I mean, I very, I do think we have a different level of awareness.
We do, yes, I agree. But the level of awareness definitely is our reason. It's not our intuitions are very much exactly like animals.
So like, I can't spirituality, for example, and awareness people who just don't necessarily are like related to the reality can say everything is false. But I don't know if you want to talk about like spirituality and not just not just reviews stuff like more like you know the law of attraction, sorry.
What is the law of attraction?
The law of attraction, right?
No, I need to explain it.
The law of attraction is very popular. This book called Secret Rhetorical, that you can manifest.
Oh, yeah, it takes something like basically.
In like what we can say this, you're familiar, right? Like,
Yeah, I've heard about it, like,
this is the campaign has a big piece of very rich, and a lot of very people who I think do a message and they talk about, you know, you want something. It's just something for someone, for example, not if someone's like economy and stuff, it's not more, right?
So, like, just on this data point, this is where I point you to. So, are lives successful people into our attraction, or just successful people who come to books?
No, but there's probably no one. I don't know about right now, but there's probably a lot of people in some of the books.
I don't know if you see what except for Bill Gates.
Why can't she have the same amount of fervor for understanding that these people are probably selling these ideas to make books as she has about the coronavirus stuff? How is it not as easy for her to go into that mode of being critical as it is for the coronavirus stuff? This is how you know that she's not being serious, okay? I think we're done with this. I think we're basically done with this. This is sad and disappointing is how I would sum it up. I don't think you can force someone to care about the truth. No, you can't. No, you cannot. How many times did you watch this to memorize their arguments before today? I've never seen this before. Because it isn't as interesting to listen to reality when it's too boring. Yeah, maybe. Or when it's what everybody else believes in, all the sheeple. She runs among us in real life of guilty until proven innocent. And all the info she has is that she may not be the imposter, but might be third impostering. Okay. We didn't even get to the secret. Okay, fine. I'll keep going. Are people like her hopeless? No, she just... When people have their fucking head up their ass, I don't think it's your responsibility just because you stumbled upon this person with their head up their ass to pull it out for them. I think some people, it's reasonable to just expect that they do it themselves. I don't think you should feel any responsibility to do it for them. I think you can point out that like, hey, you smell that? And they go, they're, you know, all suckled up because they're up their butt and go, you smell that? It smells a little funky, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah. Have you gotten used to that stank of being up your butt all the time? Like, you know, that's the best that you can do is like maybe point them in a direction where they start to realize that stuff is a little fucky. But I don't think you should have to like sit here and walk them through all this bullshit or hear them out on it, to be honest. Kind of sad. People like her need a lot of work to turn over. Like, I'm looking at this as a two-part equation. Do we need to put a lot of work into helping her? Or on the other side, does she need to help herself? Because the amount of effort it takes for her to help herself is so small compared to the amount of effort that everybody else is being expected to, like, spend on her. I don't think you should expect everybody to spend a bunch of time helping her because that's the least effective way of doing it. This is a personal problem. This is a her problem. In tutoring, we get to this point sometimes too, where I'll tell somebody a solution and then they'll be like, but I'm just not going to do that. And it's like, okay, well, do you see how that's like a personal thing that you're making a choice not to do the thing that you know will help you? Like, I can't help you past that point. That's a you problem, right? I can help you all the way up till that point, but as far as making the right decisions, that has to be on you. I can try to make the decision easier for you, but that's the extent of my help. I can't sit there and wipe your ass for you, right? I can tell you how to do it. I can give you the toilet paper. I can do everything else, but I'm not going to go into the bathroom with you and wipe your ass. You have to do that for yourself. You know, and I don't think the expectation should be that everybody needs to walk in with you, hold your hand through it, and fucking shake your dinghy for you at the urinal. That's silly. I think that's a wrong expectation that we should have. These people are just like a half a step away from helping themselves. And I think if they're half a step away, or we spend 1,000 steps to help them, I think the expectation should be they spend half a step. I don't think the expectation should be that everybody should spend 1,000 steps on helping them, to be honest. Fantasy ruin feels bad, man. Okay. Just a tremendous amount of hand-holding and talking super softy one-on-one. I don't know what that's about. I didn't mean to say you should just start, what are you saying, hot girls? That's rude. Geisha does not poop. It comes out as pink clouds. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What's unfortunate is the beliefs are fully insulated. Any beliefs that contradict her beliefs get engulfed in the conspiracy. Well, she's doing that on purpose. She's employed in that, dude. She's the one doing that. We pretend like it's some mysterious force. There's something engulfing it. Every time we send a ship in there, it's being engulfed by this monster. Like, yeah, but that monster is her. She's choosing to do that. She's not coming in here with an open mind, and she said as much. So, like, that's all her bad. Like, she's not coming in here like, okay, hey, Destiny, I wanted to talk to you because I think I might be wrong about this stuff. A lot of people are arguing with me against it. A lot of people are saying some stuff. I haven't been convinced by most people, but, like, you seem like a pretty good arguer. Like, I want to hear you out. Can you walk me through? That's not the context here. It doesn't feel like it. And until that's the case, it's kind of like a waste of time. People like her need a lot of work to turn over. Yeah. Have you heard about breatharians? I have. I'm not going to talk about it. Would it be easier to convince her if she wasn't on stream? No, because, again, the ball is in her court. She has to change her mind on this. It doesn't matter about evidence that's presented and shit. She's picked a narrative and she's running with it, like, irrespective of the evidence she's being presented with. Maybe she is just Pepega? I don't know what Pepega means, to be honest.
Or they just talking about the law, right? You can be interested in it, right?
I don't think that's first. But well, the point is because I understand some of the not being that, other we really shit that it's when we talk about people, like, you say because there's a lot of people feel more to that. And then just the fact that I'm talking about this means that soon when I say we can use it against the other person, say and then there's nothing to go back to me. We're pushing person enough to make them not reliable. So whatever I say all is not like.
So personally, I don't believe anything like that. However, I believe all these things are probably referencing something that's true.
And to be fair to her, if you're watching this, I'm not invalidating everything that you're saying, but I will say that people need to take what you say with a grain of salt because this is your thought process, because you're relying on an intuition which nobody can test or challenge or really even understand, because you don't seem to be the best advocate for your own thought process or how it's happening or anything related to it. So that's why people give you criticism. It's not the conclusions. It's not like your end takes. Like, really, at least from me, who sat here and listened to your entire conversation, my problem with you is in your thought process. I really think that you have a flawed way of interpreting the world and that you're so unopen to changing that and changing it for the better, mind you. You're not willing to improve it. And I don't know how much I trust the word of somebody who's this ignorant to, like, the positions of other people or improving their understanding of the world around them. And it seems like you want to make that a habit by relying on some sense of intuition that invalidates the world around you and invalidates the evidence around you and skews the way that you're perceiving things so much that, like, it's resulted in this cringe conversation. So, yeah, I think you should really take some time to work on yourself. Holy shit. I don't want to watch this anymore, to be quite honest. I mean, nothing points Pepega to referencing the R word. It could just be referencing stupid or idiot. Oh, so Pepega's like a mean thing. I see. I see. Why is Trump so desperate to win at any cost? Because he's going to jail if he loses. Because he's fucked, dude. He shouldn't have won. That was the first mistake. Pepega is the Twitch acceptable way to call someone the R word. Ah, okay. Pepega is the R word, Sag. Pepega is ableist slur. Oh my goodness. A lot of people have opinions on Pepega. My bad. Well, now I know. K Kona WTF. I didn't know. Holy shit. Pepega. Wait, what does this look like? Pepega. Is the BTTV is a politically correct way of saying green? That's not good at all. I didn't know that that's what that meant. I thought that this meant like wow, this is cool. I didn't know that that Oh no. I thought this meant like, yeah, this is great. Oh no. I'm going to have to rewatch some of my conversations with Destiny, because if I saw this, I would think that the chat thought it was cool. Oh no. Okay, well, I'm glad I learned this today. We're all learning with each other today. Holy shit. Careful, Books, you'll get canceled. Well, then why do they allow the emo, bro? That's not my fault. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. I think it's a morph version of Feels Good Man, so I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, I thought, without the context, I thought that that's what it meant. Is that GTFO on your profile pic? Yes, it is. Great teacher Onizuka. DGG doesn't have that emo, and Twitch chat's opinion doesn't matter. Wow. Well, that's because his community is a bunch of slur-slinging... a bunch of slur-slinging sailors, bro. Slur-slinging sailors. That's hard to say. A bunch of slur-slinging sailors. What you say?
I'm a super curious person, and I don't ever need anything. I love just looking at what's out there and all this. I do just take my own like I'm using.
That's why we use a private chat. Yikes. The G slur.
And that's where I am. So you know, happy to see you. Well.
Okay, well, let's thank you. Bye.
Great, we don't agree. Would he want to talk about this or not?
Let's have a smell, all right? Ooh,
This is really rough. That was rough. Rough, Raggy.
All right, analysis.
He picked up not saying the R word from Rem, and it kind of dropped off because we never found another word that was as strong, so we gave up and went back to Pepega. Interesting. How long have we been streaming? How long have we been live? Anybody have that info? 100%. I think you would. 100%. Okay. Well, let him know. Tell him for me. He loves that. Just kidding. I think he really hates it when you guys tell him to talk to people. If I'm being 100% honest, I think he hates it when you guys tell him to talk to people. But he has said if you know what the purpose is. Fresh haircut? Yeah. I had to, bro. I was getting too bowly. Too bowly. I don't know which way to push it. This way? She parted it strangely, not the way I normally do. Okay, bring back emo smarts? Yeah, nah, I don't want to. What would you want to talk to him on? I have a bunch of other stuff. I have like a whole Notion document with questions and stuff we could talk about. So I need to do the note-taking questions for the YouTube video. If he's down to do that, that's like 20 minutes. There's also this that we just watched. There's also the other one he did where he talked to the Trumple and he was trying to convince him of stuff. That was another good conversation. There's a lot. There's a lot of conversations. Just add him on Twitter with some stupid opinion. I mean, okay. I always love seeing you talk to Destiny. I like talking to him. He's cool. I don't know if he has fun talking to me necessarily. At his friend, Kappa. Interesting. Halsey? Yes, Halsey. I liked seeing him talk to Halsey. That was a cool conversation. I enjoyed it. If you want to talk, then you have to be the one to go to him. Yeah, I hate that he does that, though, because I like doing that to people. We're both playing this like tsundere game where we're pretending like we don't want to talk to each other, and I think we really do. Or at least I know I want to talk to him. So maybe we should stop playing that game. He literally invited you to hang out. Yeah, I know. Halsey hides his power level so much. I guess, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about Halsey outside of the one conversation I saw of him. Yeah, I don't want to talk to you, Baka. There was a talk on r/Destiny about Halsey talking about shooting people that are saying Trump lost. Eek. Well, I didn't hear it. So, Book, where did you hide Kimiko? So ask him out on a date. Ooh, no, just kidding. I'll harass him in chat tomorrow. I have bad news about Kimiko, guys. So I had to sell some parts of Kimiko to make ends meet this month. So we don't have enough fuel to keep running Kimiko. So I had to pack her up in a box. That's part of why we're not in the garage. So Kimiko has this thing where when you pull out her power core, there's still enough like residual energy in her system to run for maybe about 12 more hours. And when Kimiko knows that her battery is taken out, she tends to just scream and yell and throw a fit for those 12 hours. So we weren't able to stream. That's part of why I had to set up in here, just because she was she was being quite loud. She did not want to go into that box. I had to wait till she got all that power out of her system and then, fold her up and put her back in. But yeah, maybe I'll have enough next month to get her back up and running. But until then, that's all I'll say. Until then, there are other ways of, doing what Kimiko could do. Sag, not the box. Yeah, I know. It's kind of sad. I think the robot girlfriend, she's not my girlfriend. She's my wife. Okay. We have an open relationship though. like other people that we know of. Kimiko romance. How much to buy her back? I didn't sell her. I just sold her power core, bro. The uncomfortable conversation that Kimiko was never real. Don't tell me that, bro. He does like talking to you. I think you and Dr. K are like his two most respected people. I've never heard him say that. I think you're full of it, but okay. Anywho. To be continued. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, you're real confused. For anybody who doesn't know who Kimiko is, then you're probably really confused right now. Until then, it's righty-tighty. Or if I want to pretend it's Kimiko, bro, I go a little lefty-loosey. Oh my goodness. This is turning into degen hours, dude. It's 9 p.m. Dude, how long have we been streaming for? Holy shit. He said he enjoyed talking to Dr. K and Sean Carroll only. Okay, that sounds more like what I would believe. Holy shit. How long have we been streaming, guys? How long have we been streaming? Tell me so that I can know if I can quit. I've heard him say he respects you and Dr. K's intellect. Oh, that's cool. He thinks I'm smart. I appreciate that. Almost 4 hours? Jesus Christ. That's a lot of streaming, guys. I mean, 2? Kappa? Can I do uptime or something? I don't know how to tell. 2? 2? Yo, Books, I messaged you about the tutoring. Never got a response. Should I just send another? Where did you message me? On email? Or what? Because if you didn't do it via email, I don't know. If it's via email, let me check. Let's go to my email. 2? If you sent this today, you're a fucking memer. Let's see. I have a message from... hold on. Who said that? Your uptime shows up next to your viewer count? It doesn't. I'm using Restream. Joke's on you. You have no idea. So, no. Maybe if I had the Twitch stuff set up, but I'm using Restream because I'm on YouTube as well. 4 hours devoir. Thank you. Yo, Books, I messaged you. Okay, Hot Grills. I don't think you are the person who emailed me yesterday. If you're the person who emailed me yesterday, you know who you are. I haven't replied to you. I have a draft saved. I need to reply to you. Just yesterday and today have been kind of crazy. Who is this? Don't want to bug you. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe I have some emails I need to reply to. I definitely do. I definitely have some emails I need to reply to you. Wait, when did you send an email? I have one from 3 days ago that I also need to respond to. I'm thinking about starting a channel called Pork Smarts. It'll be all about pork. Okay, well, good luck with that. Be like Destiny and run a video in the background while you respond to emails. I had a sneaking suspicion that that's what he does when he clicks on your guys' meme videos and stuff, because he's like smashing the keyboard, and sometimes I've been on the receiving end of the DMs, so I know that he's fucking around and doing other work stuff when he's streaming. If you're telling me that he responds to emails and stuff, that makes a lot of sense. That is what he does. Okay. He's admitted to it on stream. Okay. He also does it during podcasts. What a little stinker. What a little stinker. Just sent. I'm a dumb fuck. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Why did this never get responded to? Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I totally didn't respond to you. I don't even see you in my inbox. I didn't see that until you just sent it. That's weird. Okay. But I do see the other email that you sent. I didn't see it in the inbox. Is your sub sound Hypmic? Hypmic. Like a band? No, it's SRB. It's the Japanese equivalent of epic rap battles, and it's Kim Jong-un versus Shinzo Abe. He played Factorial while on RT. Weasley little stinker, dude. Yeah, he is kind of like a Weasley little stinker. Totally. Okay, let's find a channel to throw you guys to, because I think I am getting a little bit tired. How dare you? I am so important. Yeah, well, I'll respond to you, I promise. Let's see, where are we gonna go? Pepega. I just got so fucking distracted on that. Holy shit. All right, where are we going, boys? Good night, Book. Good night, YouTube chat. There's no raid feature on YouTube that I know of, so you guys just have the GTFO. Okay, everybody, where are we going? Because the people that I'm following, I don't think any of them are people that I would raid into. So where are we going, guys? Who's good? Is Melina on? I need to go on my other Twitch account, look at all my just chatting people and see if any of them are on. Maybe I could start networking with my just chatting people. N Omega lol. Geisha Pepega. Wait, is Geisha on? Geisha. No, she's not. She's not. Do not. Okay, I won't. I really like this. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted. It's on his YouTube. Just search Destiny RT. Okay, I've been super busy since before you quit Twitch, so I haven't come by your stream in a while. You're looking much happier than you were. I'm glad to see you doing good. Thanks. I'm happy to hear it. The price is left. Raid the same just chatting person every day. You could host Zane Carney. Raid Trainwreck TV. Zane Carney. Let me check out Zane Carney. This dude looks like fucking XQC. Zane is the music guy? Okay, let me... Twitch. Is it the music guy we're listening to? Zane Carney. Oh, okay, cool. He's a good size streamer. That's exactly the size that I want to raid into. All right, dope. Let's raid Zane. Zane Carney. Okay. I'm going to put that in my Twitch chat so it just does Twitch. Zane Carney. Okay, cool. Oh, he's got a check mark and everything. Look at you, buddy. Guy/raid. There you go. All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for supporting me. If you want to do the Patreon, that's how you keep this shit going. Have a good time with Zane. I don't know much about him. If he's secretly a Nazi or something, my bad. I don't fucking know. But have a good time and enjoy the music. See ya. All right. And then to everybody else on YouTube, thank you guys. I'll see you later. I need to update the credits for Patreon, so I probably won't run that, but I do appreciate it. Thanks, guys. I'll update that for